We are live at Coletco for tonight's Facebook record sale. Sorry we're a few minutes late. Seth was keeping us held up. It's always Seth's fault. We're late. Anyways, we're live now. Who's the first comment? Matt, of course, and Mike. Matt and Mark. Mark and Mac and Mike. We have great stuff to go through tonight. I mean, just absolutely incredibly great stuff to go through tonight. I mean, what is new? So, let me go through this first couple of bins here and see what John has us ready for. Looks like some pretty good looking stuff to me. That'll be our first bin of the night when we do check condition stuff. Let's go ahead and get this thing shared. Let's go ahead and get this thing shared. We got docking, we have Tesla, we have all kinds of great stuff. Make sure you hit the like button. Pretty much nothing advertised for tonight. I didn't really advertise anything for tonight, so I think y'all know what that means. It's a lot of surprises, and y'all are going to like them on the auction block. So let's hit share. Let's hit copy link and share and get this shared into some groups. Let's do that right now. Won't take me too long since there's not really any hot pictures to share links to. And then here. Yep, and then let's go over here. And I just got the email that we're live. And we'll get started here. We'll get started. Let's get that email. Where are you? Email saying we're live. It went somewhere. Inbox. Let's see here. They want a very loud and obnoxious vehicle. Well, let's do it the old-fashioned way. My email box is not one to download, probably because I hadn't worked on emails in 4 days. So I usually have a couple hundred to delete or go through every day. Right now I've got 888, so that will take me a couple hours tonight just to go through all of my probably mostly unnecessary emails. But it's really holding up my inbox right now. There we go. Make sure you hit the like button over there as well. On YouTube, I have found the link. I'm hitting share, and I got to get that shared over here to our story, and then we'll be ready to go. All right, let's go over here to Coletco Instagram. Let's I think our story just expired. Yeah, this is about the time we were live yesterday. Man, I was a few minutes late yesterday too. I got to get on the ball. I'm not on my normal sleep pattern is the problem. I'm having trouble. Let me find. There we go. All right. There's the link. There we have it, folks. We are ready to go. So, there's a few auctions that were not advertised. Nothing will probably be advertised tonight. This is kind of like a free-for-all tonight. You never know what might happen. Yep, that's right. So first, let me figure out which crate we want to go through first. Probably go make this our warm-up bin here. Probably make this our warm-up bin. So let me go ahead and set that one off. And I don't have any empty crates, but they're right there. So I think I can handle it. Let's go through this bin first. I'll go ahead and get some auctions rolling. Seth, the stuff you got ready is still behind the counter. So I don't have that over here. I will take it if you've got it. I'll go ahead and put up something right here called Metal Mania Volume 1. That looks pretty interesting. And we might actually go ahead and start with, where's one of those records I just had up here? Here we go. Always something great to start with. Welcome. So it's Tuesday night. Welcome everybody. Let's go through this bin here as a warm up, and we'll start going through some stuff righty now. First auction is called Metal Mania Volume 1. Metal Mania Volume 1. Let's get started with that. Various artists, it says. This is, here's the back. Riot, Brittany Fox, Creator, Warrants on there, Suicidal Tendencies, Heaven's Edge. That was an expensive album we sold the other night. And this is going to be extremely nice vinyl. What country is this from? This is definitely a foreign pressing. It's going to be a $25 start. $25 start. It's called Metal Mania. Metal Mania, and this is from South Korea. Metal Mania Volume 1. It also includes the original insert and inner sleeve. That's called Metal Mania Volume 1. Once again, Riot, Brittany Fox, Creator, Heaven's Edge, Warrant. That's going to go up for a $25 start. That's called Metal Mania Volume 1. Stacy Metternich is already in. And then we have Stryper. Stryper is a 12-inch single. It's actually got a few songs on it. It's in the original plastic. We've also got it in a MoFi sleeve. And this is Stryper. The vinyl does suffer from that kind of cloudy effect that's in the vinyl, or because from the plastic. Really doesn't affect playback, but it does have that weird look to it. There's 3 tracks on this, and Stryper is on the gold or yellow vinyl, and that's going to be a $20 start on Stryper. So there's our first 2 auctions. Let's go ahead and go through this crate here. First thing we have is Stevie Ray Vaughan. This is live. It's an unofficial from Norfolk, Virginia, 1980. Stevie Ray Vaughan, the first broadcast. That is $38.99. We also have Ministry, Psalm 69. Ministry is $33.99. And one of my favorites, the Allman Brothers, Eat a Peach. That's a 2 LP, 180 gram audiophile remaster of the Allman Brothers, Eat a Peach, $46.99, new and sealed, $46.99, and Megadeth, Rust in Peace. I'm kind of surprised we still have these. Megadeth is $36.99. That's new and sealed. Megadeth, Rust in Peace. Got those still available. And Soundgarden, Bad Motorfinger. We're talking about Chris Cornell, Outshined. Soundgarden, Bad Motorfinger. If anybody wants that, they're new and sealed for $33.99. Let me go ahead and grab our first empty crate that hopefully we will be filling up pretty soon today. It's got a full show in line. We got crates of new arrivals. We got vintage stuff. We'll be going through some half off and discount bins. And then, of course, later tonight, we'll be doing movie posters and miscellaneous items. So, full show. We got records probably for the next 4 hours, and then posters for probably 2 hours after that. Soundgarden's $33.99. Tenacious D, that is my last copy of Pick of Destiny. Tenacious D is $33.99. And we also have Grateful Dead, In the Dark, and that is on silver vinyl. That has Touch of Gray on it. Gatefold, Grateful Dead, $33.99. Stryper's a $20 start. No bid yet on that. Metal Mania has bids for $25, $30, $35, $40, and $42. Forrest Jensen is the first claim of the night. That is Soundgarden. And Forrest, I saw your post on one of our posts. I saw your comment on one of our posts the other day about being a first-time buyer. That is your first purchase with us. Thank you and welcome. Forrest, make sure you message our Facebook page. We need your email address and your mailing address. So send us a Facebook message if you haven't already. So now that you're a first-time buyer, we need your email address and your mailing address. Tool, Fear Inoculum. That is a 3 LP set. Tool, Fear Inoculum, $76.99. $76.99 for Tool, Fear Inoculum, and Tool Undertow. We're down to 1 copy again of Undertow. So 1 Undertow and 2 Fear Inoculums, and Offspring Smash. Self-Esteem and Keep Them Separated, 2 of the big hits on that one. $29.99 for the Offspring, and Korn, Untouchables. Korn is $33.99. That's 2 LP, $33.99 for Korn. Stryper is this right here. It is free, and Calling on You and The Rock That Makes Me Roll. That is a $20 start. That is a $20 start. That's Stryper on gold vinyl. Free, Calling on You and The Rock That Makes Me Roll. Gold vinyl, 3-track, no bid. Looking for a $20 start. It does have some of that weird look to it because it was stored in plastic. So it has that kind of weird cloudy effect to part of the vinyl. And then this Metal Mania comp is a South Korean compilation. Brian Thurman has it for $43. This is a compilation that has some tracks by Warrant, Suicidal Tendencies, Creator, Brittany Fox, Riot, Pretty Maids, Shark Island, River's Edge. Some of these albums here quite pricey because we've auctioned them recently. That's at $43. Robert Philippi is at $20 on Stryper, and Undertow is $33.99. Undertow is $33.99 Dirty Dancing is $29.99. That's new and sealed. Dirty Dancing soundtrack. And Pearl Jam, their new album Dark Matter. It is on black vinyl. It's a 2 LP. $44.99 for Pearl Jam Dark Matter. Star Trek, the Picard soundtrack. That is $44.99 for Star Trek Picard. Also, Avenged Sevenfold sounding the seventh trumpet. That's on purple vinyl 2 LP. 311 Music. That's a Record Store Day essential. It's expanded and remastered on orange vinyl. 30th anniversary of 311 Music. It's embossed. It's a gatefold 2 LP. $44.99. Jason Widener on Pearl Jam. Metal Mania is moving to a final call. The last bid we had on Metal Mania was that high bid of 43 with Brian Thurman. We are about to sell it, and we have Striper at 21, Striper at 23, Striper at 30, John Grace on 311 Music. That's sold to John Grace. We have the Get Up Kids, $44.99. Adora, the Get Up Kids is $44.99. Also, Queens of the Stone Age, that's their newest album, on silver vinyl in Times New Roman, $46.99. And Snoop Dogg Doggy Style, 30th anniversary, $34.99 for Snoop Dogg. That is $34.99. So Metal Mania got a new bid with Stacy for $44. Brian Thurman, you're back out. And Striper is now at $30 with Deidre Schultz. Metal Mania is at $45. That's a warm-up bin. I'm going to go through it one more time. Let me let you know everything that's in here. We have Stevie Ray Vaughan, Live, 1980, $38.99. Ministries, $33.99. That's called Psalm 69. Allman Brothers Eat a Peach, $46.99. We still got Megadeth, Rust and Peace, $36.99. These are all new and sealed. Soundgarden's $33.99. Tenacious D is $33.99. Grateful Dead in the Dark, silver vinyl, $33.99. Also, we have Tool, Fear Inoculum, $76.99. Tool, Fear Inoculum. Halfway through the bin, let's pause right there. Final call on Striper. Striper's now at $30 with Gigi Schultz. That is a final call for Striper. 3-track on Go Vinyl. That's a final call. Stacy's out on Metal Mania. Brian Thurman has that for $45. Susie Breedlove wants a Soundgarden Bad Motorfinger. That is sold to Susie Breedlove. We're down to one copy of Tool Undertow for $33.99. $33.99, and that's a 2 LP. That's one of like the most reasonably priced Tool albums ever manufactured. 2 LPs for $33.99. If that was anything else, it would be like $80. Offspring, Smash, $29.99. Korn, Untouchables is $33.99. Also, Dirty Dancing is $29.99. Pearl Jam Dark Matter, $44.99. Star Trek's $44.99. Avenged Sevenfold, purple vinyl. We still got the Get Up Kids, the new Queens of the Stone Age on silver vinyl, and Snoop Dogg Doggy Style on clear vinyl. Hector Morin on Tool Undertow. Last copy of Undertow is sold. I'm going to be ordering more Tool albums. There's essentially only 4 albums in print by Tool. Opiate, Undertow, Lateralis, and Fear Inoculum. And Fear Inoculum comes in 2 different ways. Fear Inoculum comes in the box set and then this black vinyl. And then Undertow's only that one pressing. Lateralis is only a picture disc. It's never been pressed. And then, of course, their 2 big albums. Well, I guess all their albums are big. Their 2 other albums, 10,000 Days and Anima, those have never been pressed on vinyl. There is no such thing unless you buy a bootleg or counterfeit copy. So we're all patiently awaiting those. The pre-order for Amina would be huge. It would be, I did an April Fool's prank on it, and we had like 100 people pre-order it in about 30 minutes, and it wasn't even real. So Striper's at $31.35. The songs on Striper are Free, Calling on You, and The Rock That Makes Me Roll. We're about to sell that to Deidre at $35. We sold an Offspring to Stacy. If anybody else wants anything in there, let me know. That was just what we call a quick warm-up bin. Instead of going into new vinyl, we're going to go ahead and go through a bin of new check condition stuff right off the bat. Right, Seth? New check condition stuff. This is stuff that was just priced for today. It's check condition titles. We got some great stuff. And the first thing we have is Metal Mania is going to a new home. Metal Mania is sold to Brian Thurman for $45. That was an awesome comp. Never had seen that one before. First auction's gone. Here's pretty much the lineup for auctions tonight. All surprises. There was no flip video tonight. There was no hot post. They're all right here behind me in 3 random crates. I will read off some titles for teasing. But besides that, you'll just have to just wait and see what pops up tonight. It will be a lot of different stuff. Everything from Rush to AC/DC to metal to a little bit of rock, maybe even some soft rock. Might throw in some jazz. And of course, we have bins full of new stuff that probably you have never seen before either. Well, I know if you have. You've probably seen them, but you've never seen these for sale. Striper is sold for $35 to Deidre Schultz. That's sold to Deidre for $35. All right. This is a, hold on a second. Let me figure out where I got to. Here we go. We got a Metallica bootleg. And we'll go ahead and put up something right over here that I used for the thumbnail image. This Docking, tooth and nail. So let's put these up. First, this is a Metallica bootleg. It says Seattle 1989, Volume 1. It is on silver colored vinyl. Seattle Volume 1. It's a 2LP on silver or clear looking vinyl. That's a 2LP live Metallica. That's going to go up for a $20 start. There's how they come out. Ecstasy of Gold, Blackened, For Whom the Bell Tolls, Harvester of Sorrow, The Four Horsemen, The Thing That Should Not Be, To Live Is to Die, Master of Puppets. That is a $20 start. That's Metallica, Seattle 89. And then Docking, Tooth and Nail. This looks like an extremely nice copy. Docking, Tooth and Nail is a Japanese pressing. No Obi. It is a Japanese pressing, though. Pristine vinyl. Near mint minus and pristine. $35 start. $35 start. There is the Japanese insert, and there is the other Japanese insert. So Docking is now going up, $35 start. Metallica already has bids for 20, 21, and 25. Here's our new vintage arrival check condition. This is Led Zeppelin Presence, VG Plus condition, $34.99. This is Led Zeppelin Presence, VG Plus condition, $34.99, Led Zeppelin Presence. Also Tommy, The Who, right off the bat, The Who and Led Zeppelin. Tommy's in VG Plus condition, $24.99. Tommy, The Who, that's on the original label, Decca, $24.99 on that. Cheech and Chong is in shrink wrap. The vinyl's in VG condition, $17.99 for Cheech and Chong. VG condition, $17.99 in shrink wrap. And the Moody Blues, they're getting their nightly appearance early tonight. The Moody Blues, to our children's children. The Moody Blues is in VG Plus condition, $9.99. Tracy Yother on The Who Tommy, that's so to Tracy Yother. Scott Oman on Cheech and Chong. Orlando Martinez, You Were Second. And Simon and Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water. That is on the original label, VG Plus condition, $9.99. Metallica is a final call to Sean Druin for $25. That's surprising. Seattle 89 Volume 1, 2LP, final call. Docking has one bid for $40 to Matthew Kopis. That's a final call. New bid on Metallica for $26. Point Blank, second season. Point Blank is in VG Plus condition, $12.99 for Point Blank. Also, REO Speedwagon, High Infidelity. REO Speedwagon's in VG condition, $9.99 for REO Speedwagon. And Heart, self-titled. Heart is in VG condition, $9.99. Michael Peveler on PT. PT was something I don't see in here. But first we have, or that might be for Point Blank. We'll find out. And then, before we go any further, Metallica did get new bids. I said 26, and then we had another 26, and then 30, then 27, then 30, then 29, then 35. Vince Laino on REO Speedwagon. That's so to Vince. Docking got a new bid for 41 with Jason Short. Charlie Lear first on Heart, then Jason Jones, then Dirk Ballman, and then Jamie McCord said B&B. B&B was I'm not for sure. And then we had Heart, and then another Heart, then another Heart, and then another Heart. And Michael Peveler wants Point Blank. Wow, that was a lot of claims for Heart self-titled. I've got Charlie Lear, and then I have Jason, Dirk, Hector, Rick, Jeff, and Jamie. 6 different people next on Heart. That's wild. Jefferson Starship, Earth, VG Plus condition, $9.99 for Jefferson Starship, Earth. VG Plus $9.99. And Bob Seger, Stranger in Town. Bob Seger is VG condition, $12.99 for Stranger in Town. Bob Seger. Also Boston, Don't Look Back. That's in VG condition. Boston's in VG condition. It is the first label. Michael Rudolph wants the Simon & Garfunkel, the OG of that. Tony Freeman wants Bob Seger. That's so to Tony Freeman. Let's get a third auction started, actually. I got some stuff here that is actually tagged and ready to go. And the first one is called Chicken Foot. Man, there's usually a lot of people asking for this. Chicken Foot is, I think that's Sammy, let's see, that's Sammy Hagar, John Bonham, or Jason Bonham. Let me see the lineup on this. Hold on a minute. I forgot the exact lineup for this band, but it's Chicken Foot. It's a 2009 USOG. It's Chickenfoot, 2009 USOG. It has the original inner sleeves. Both LPs are VG, VG Plus for a 2009 US pressing. Has some sleeve scuffs, some marks. We'll call them VG overall, 2009 US. And we're going to get this started for $35. That's called Chickenfoot. $35 on that. That is now ready for auction. That is a 2009 pressing on that. Chad Smith on drums. I think that's right. Brian Lacey, you were second on Bob Seger. Tony Wade first on Boston. And we have Chickenfoot at $35. Now, Metallica is a final call to Shane Devers for $50. Matthew Kopus has Dockin for $45. Matthew Kopus has Dockin for $45. That's the high bids. If anybody else wants in, now is the time. Devo, new traditionalist. Devo is only $14.99. It is in VG condition. VG condition, $14.99. And the Rolling Stones, black and blue. The Rolling Stones is in VG Plus condition, $24.99 for the Rolling Stones, black and blue. VG Plus condition, $24.99. New bid on Dockin for $46, but we are about to sell Metallica. Metallica is a final call for $50. Ghostbusters, who you going to call? The original soundtrack, VG condition, $9.99. Jason's back in on Metallica at $52. Shane Devers, you're out. Steve Miller Band, Fly Like an Eagle. Great check condition titles in here. Steve Miller Band's in VG condition, $9.99. Also, Steve Miller Band, Brave New World. Back-to-back Steve Miller Bands. That's VG Plus, $14.99. Derek Estrada on the Ghostbusters soundtrack. Chickenfoot's now at $48, now $50. Dawkins at $47. Metallica's at $52. Samantha Joe on Steve Miller Band. Samantha, let me know if you want Brave New World or Fly Like an Eagle, or you can have dibs on both. Samantha wants Fly Like an Eagle. Sell that to Samantha Joe. That's so do you. Next is Keith Sweat. I'll give all of my love to you. It's in shrink wrap and hop sticker. That is from 1990. It is in VG condition, $14.99. Ghostbusters was sold to Derek Estrada. Jules was second, and John Grace was third. We have Led Zeppelin, The Song Remains the Same soundtrack, 2LP, VG condition, $32.99 for Led Zeppelin, The Song Remains the Same. Josh Tanner first on Keith Sweat, then Tony Wade, then Stacey Brown, then Susie Breedlove. Also America, this is their debut album. It's called America, VG condition, $9.99, original company sleeve on America. And Fire It Up, Rick James. Rick James is in VG condition, $9.99 on Rick James. Seth, there were crates right there. You didn't even have to go back there and get those. Shane Devers has Metallica for $60. That is now a final call. Jason Short, let me know if you want back in. Dockin is now at $48. Matthew Kopus, let me know if you want back in. Jason has the high bid on that, but Jason, you're out on Metallica. And the last bid we got to on Chickenfoot, I see Chickenfoot at $50 with Brian Thurman. $50 with Brian Thurman. That's a final call on across the board on all those. We'll keep going through new check condition stuff. This is Neil Young, American Stars and Bars. VG condition, $14.99. And Elvis Presley, Elvis Country, VG condition, $9.99. VG condition, $9.99. And Walt Disney's Cinderella, that's in VG Plus condition, $14.99 for Walt Disney's Cinderella. Strictly instrumental, Bill Haley and his comments. Bill Haley's in VG condition, $19.99. So Dockin up here at the top, he is out, so that means this is a final call to Jason Short. That is a Japanese pressing. The vinyl's near mint minus and pristine. There is no obi, but it has both inserts with it. It's a very, very nice copy. That is a final call, Dockin, $48. We had a new bid on Metallica for $62, a new bid on Chickenfoot for $55, Susie Breedlove first on Cinderella, Chickenfoot $56, Metallica $70, Michelle next on Cinderella, and then Tim Turner. Led Zeppelin, we have 2 Led Zeppelin albums in here unclaimed. What is currently wrong on planet Earth? There's 2 vintage OG Led Zeppelin albums in here left unclaimed. First is The Song Remains the Same, VG condition, live Led Zeppelin, $32.99. And then we have an OG copy of Presence, VG Plus condition, $34.99. That's where we're at on both Led Zeppelins. Matthew, you the first to ask. You can have dibs on either one. Elton John, Tumbleweed Connection, VG Plus condition, $24.99. That's on the original label. Great music on that, $24.99. Matthew Kopus does want The Song Remains the Same. That's so to Matthew Kopus. Physical Graffiti, a 2LP, VG Plus, $44.99 on Physical Graffiti. Also, Behind Bridget Bardot. Cool sounds from her hot scenes. Wow. VG condition, $39.99. Bridget Bardot record, VG, $39.99. Matthew Kopus wants Song Remains the Same and Led Zeppelin Presence. And then Kevin Brabble said Led Zeppelin. Kevin, I have him down for Song Remains the Same and Presence, but you can have Presence, or excuse me, you can have Physical Graffiti if you want it. He's out on Metallica. Let's go ahead and sell that to Shane Devers for $70. Those are located on, well, you can probably go get them off, I don't know, they're somewhere in the back. John probably has some around his table. Dokken is now also sold. Dokken is sold to Jason Short for $48. There is a metal rack as soon as you walk to the back that has some as well on there we keep. That sold for $48. That was Jason Short on Dokken. And we're still getting bids on Chickenfoot. Chickenfoot is at 56 with Devin Reese. So Devin Reese, you have the high bid on Chickenfoot. Let me know if you want back, or anybody else, let me know if you want back in. That's a 56. Ryan Anderson wants Bridget Bardot. And then Kevin Brabble, let me know if you want Physical Graffiti, excuse me. He said no thanks. So that's still available. We also have Steppenwolf. That's VG condition, $14.99. That is their debut album, original foil cover, Born to Be Wild, VG condition, $14.99. And we have the Dark Side of the Shroom EP, Tricked Out Recordings, Dark Side of the Shroom, VG Plus condition, $19.99. VG, $19.99. All right, so Led Zeppelin then is sold to Scott Oman. Led Zeppelin goes to Scott Oman. Chickenfoot get new bids, 57, 60, 61. You did see a Devo. The name of the album is New Traditionalist. It is in VG condition, VG jacket, $14.99. Let's get some new auctions going. Next new auction is Metal Church, The Dark. Man, great collection. We're still pulling stuff from the Kansas City collection. I'll need some of those as well at some point because I'm re-sleeving stuff tonight. This is Metal Church, The Dark. Wow, let's take a look at it. Kansas City collection. The vinyl is super nice. This has been ultrasonically cleaned already from his collection. We're going to call it EX. It has like one scuff mark right there. Other than that, the vinyl looks very, very nice. That is a $45 start. That's Metal Church The Dark, and that is an original U.S. press, 1986. It has the original company sleeve and the insert. Metal Church is a $45 start. There's the inner sleeve and insert, $45 start on that. We have up at the top, we have Chickenfoot for $61, $61, $61. We have Orlando Martinez on the Dark Side of the Shroom. That's sold to Orlando. Forrest Jensen on Devo, Chickenfoot $65. And we have Casey Sings Out. Casey Anderson, a 1959 mono. VG Plus condition, $14.99. Forrest, you got Devo. And the Sugar Shop. The Sugar Shop is a 1968 pressing, VG Plus condition, $24.99. An original Capitol record, $24.99. So Chickenfoot, we have an out. Grant Peltzer has that for $65. Final call. Metal Church is a $45 start. If anybody wants in on Metal Church, there it is. And then our next LP is going to be, let's see, we have it here. I've got some metal in here. What's new? Great that we have stuff like this before it's all gone, and then it's going to be a rush to get more. Okay, so Metal Church has bids for $45 and $48. We have the Arabesque. That's a soundtrack. Music by Henry Mancini with Gregory Peck and Sophia Loren. VG Plus condition, $14.99. Metal Church is now at $50. Spencer Davis Group's Greatest Hits. VG condition, $9.99 for Spencer Davis's Greatest Hits. And Montrose, Paper Money. Montrose is in VG condition, $9.99 for Montrose. Let's go ahead and call Chickenfoot sold. Chickenfoot is sold to Grant Peltzer for $65. Metal Church is now at $50 and $50. Jason Widener and Brian Thurman both tied. And what do we have here? It's called All Hell Let Loose. It's a 1983 Italian compilation. It is around VG to maybe VG Plus condition. There's currently none for sale listed in the United States on Discogs. It's called All Hell Let Loose. It's a compilation. It has Venom on it. It has Raven. It has Fist, Jaguar, Third Step. All Hell Let Loose. $20 start on that. $20 start on that. That's now up for bid. It's a metal comp. Very interesting cover there. $20 start on that. We have Corey Gaston on SD, Spencer Davis, Forrest Jensen on Montrose, Bill Stewart was second, and we have U2 live under a blood red sky. That's in VG condition, $14.99. U2 live under a blood red sky, VG condition, $14.99. 288 people watching right now. Thanks everybody for tuning in. You can help us get over 300 very easily by doing one thing. Make sure you've hit the like button on Facebook. Make sure you've hit the like button on the YouTube video. I'm going to take a drink of this cherry slush and blueberry energy mix concoction I have made up. And we have a claim for U2 with John Franz. Full action-packed night ahead. Nothing new. All Hell Let Loose is now at 20, 25, and 25. Let's go through this new check condition stuff first. But I am about to sell Metal Church, the Jason Widener, for $50. Brian Thurman, he came in first, so you're currently outbid. Let me know if you want in for more than 50 on Metal Church. Moody Blues to our children's children. VG plus $9.99. Jefferson Starship Earth, that's VG plus $9.99. The Rolling Stones, Black and Blue, VG Plus condition, $24.99 on the Stones, Black and Blue. So the Stones, Jefferson Starship, and Moody Blues. And then Steve Miller Band, Brave New World. That's in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Steve Miller Band. Okay, here's a Tesla record. What are we doing putting this up at $741 without really advertising it? It's called 5-Man Acoustical Jam. The original, the German copy. It is a 2LP. It is a 2LP, and this is Tesla 5-Man Acoustical Jam. The vinyl is beautiful. It is 2 LPs. It's from the Kansas City collection, and it is a $55 start. Tesla 5-Man Acoustical Jam. It has both original under sleeves. It's now going to for bid. Brian Thurman's the high bidder on both auctions. He's at 51 on Metal Church and 26 on All Hell Let Loose. America, their debut album, Horse with No Name, VG condition, $9.99. Fire It Up, Rick James, VG condition, $9.99. Neil Young, American Stars and Bars. Neil Young's in VG condition, $14.99. Elvis Country, VG condition, $9.99 for Elvis Country. Also, Strictly Instrumental, Bill Haley and His Comets. Bill Haley's in VG condition, $9.99. We also have Tumbleweed Connection, a classic Elton John, VG plus $24.99. Steppenwolf was VG condition, $14.99. Their debut album, Casey Anderson, a 1959 mono, VG plus $14.99. The Sugar Shop was VG plus $24.99. And this soundtrack, which is music by Henry Mancini. That's all I'll say. VG plus $14.99. Okay, so Metal Church, we was at 51 and 26. And then Tesla got lots of new bids, 55, 60, 75, 65, 100, and then 150. All Hell got a new bid for 30. Tom Moran first on Elvis Presley. That sold to Tom Moran. Tesla out with Sean. Tesla 175. Michelle wants this soundtrack. And if anybody else wants anything in this bin, let me know. But I'll tell you what is about to sell, Metal Church. There hasn't been a bid on Metal Church. And since Jason Widener said 52 and Brian Thurman said out. So Jason Widener has the Metal Church, the Dark album, for $52. And we are about to sell it, folks. It is about to be sold, folks. Folks, we're about to sell that Metal Church album. All Hell Let Loose compilation is now at $31. Tesla is at $195. I've got new vinyl to go through. We're going to start out with Depeche Mode, Violator. Depeche Mode is a gatefold single LP. This is the US version, $33.99. Personal Jesus, Enjoy the Silence. That is Depeche Mode Violator, $33.99 for Depeche Mode. It is a gatefold, $33.99. All 3 copies are available, and so is Quiet Riot. This is called Alive and Well. Quiet Riot, Alive and Well. 2 LP, red and black splatter vinyl. That brings me up to officially go through my first waiting list for tonight, and let's take a look at that. We have vinyl order, pre-order master sheet. Where is it? Right here. Let's look up Quiet Riot. Quiet Riot. And the waiting list for that was Hector Morin. Hector Morin on the waiting list. I got 2 extra copies on Quiet Riot. If anybody wants one, Hector wants that. And we have 2 copies of Quiet Quiet Riot left, and 3 copies of Depeche Mode. So we have Tesla at 185, 195, 200, 210. And Metal Church is officially sold. That was sold for $52 to Jason Widener. $52 to Jason Widener. That is sold. Did anybody else bid on the All Hell Let Loose comp? The All Hell Let Loose comp is at 31 with Brian Thurman. That is with Brian Thurman. If everybody's done bidding, I'm about to sell it. The other bidder was Ron Bart. Ron, let me know if you want back in. And Tesla has a high bid for $210 with Bubba, 777775. Bubba has that for $210. Quiet Riot's $34.99. We also have Kiss Asylum, $33.99. I can't remember if we had a waiting list for that. I haven't got that sticky note yet. Let me set Kiss Asylum off to the side. Pretend you didn't see that. Unless you just for sure want one, I'll take down your name, but I'm pretty sure there was a waiting list. And then Depeche Mode Speak and Spell, $33.99 for Depeche Mode Speak and Spell, which has Just Can't Get Enough on it. $33.99, $33.99 on Depeche Mode Speak and Spell. And then there's a restock of Kiss Dynasty, $33.99, Kiss Dynasty. That is $33.99. The All Hell Let Loose compilation then is officially sold for $31 to Brian Thurman. Are we done on Tesla? Tesla is a final call. Tesla's at $210 with Bubba. We're about to sell Tesla an original 2LP German pressing of 5-man acoustical jam. Susie Breedlove first on Depeche Mode Speak and Spell. That goes to Susie Breedlove. And we have James Bond themes. 14 all-time classics. Bond, James Bond. And let me figure out if there was a waiting list for this. The waiting list for this was no waiting list. There is no waiting list. So this was just 2 extra copies. There was one from last week, but we've already got it. So that's $29.99 on James Bond. But we did get a restock of the Billy Idol 40th anniversary of Rebel Yell. Billy Idol. There was a waiting list for this. Some of these are already sold. Chad King, Chris Kirkley, Randy Scarborough, Peter Mazzolino, Stacy Brown, David Campbell, and Marnie Wilder. That's 7 people. Chad King, Chris Kirkley, Randy Scarborough, Peter Mazzolino, Stacy Brown, David Campbell, and Marnie Wilder. That's 7 copies. If anybody else wants one, I should have several more. There's 2, there's 4, there's 6, there's 7. These 7 are already gone. These 7 are already gone. There's Billy Idol, Rebel Yell, $39.99. Tesla is sold. That is sold for $210. That is gone. Hope Tony Wade was done bidding. I don't think he actually said out, but I got to sell that to Bubba for $210. That is sold. Tesla 5-man acoustical jam. Bubba, you get that for $210. Dustin Riviera is getting a Billy Idol. We'll go through that bin one more time very quickly. But first, let's get some new auctions going. We have Wasp Inside the Electric Circus. This is a, give me 1 second, I'll tell you. Wasp Inside the Electric Circus. This is a U.S. original pressing of Wasp Inside the Electric Circus. The vinyl is extremely nice from the Kansas City collection. $35 start on that. $35 start. This is Wasp Inside the Electric Circus. It has the original inner sleeve with it, and that's a $35 start. That's now for auction. Here's what's left in this bin. First thing we have is the Depeche Mode Violator, $33.99. Quiet Riot, Alive and Well, $34.99. Also, Depeche Mode Speak and Spell, $33.99. Kiss Dynasties, $33.99. 14 all-time classic James Bond themes, $29.99. And then the Billy Idol Rebel Yell 40th Anniversary Edition, $39.99. $39.99. If anybody wants anything in there, just let me know. That was a fast bin. That was crate number 1 of 2. All right, of new vinyl for tonight. As far as new stuff, let's go through this bin right here. I think I got us some more new check condition stuff. I usually go through all that first. Let me take a quick peek at it. See what's in here. Always great titles, for sure. And, yep, let's go through these. Let's see what we have. Let's see what we have in here. We have 1 bid on Wasp. That's $36, and that is a final call. How much will the Kiss Solemn be if there's no waiting list for it? It is $33.99. $33.99. Those are pretty much available if you want one. Pretty much all the 2014 Kiss remasters are all $33.99, with a few exceptions. If it's more than 1 LP, like Alive or Alive 2 or Unplugged, because they're more LPs. We have the Rolling Stones Let It Bleed, a 69 Canadian pressing, VG condition, $24.99. Check out that label. It's a Canadian label. That's the Stones Let It Bleed, VG condition, $24.99 for the Rolling Stones' Let It Bleed. VG $24.99, and All Aboard the Blue Train with Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash is on the original Sun Memphis label. That's VG condition, $24.99. So all of a sudden, Wasp getting lots of bids. Jamie McCord wants a Quiet Riot. Let's sell Jamie McCord a Quiet Riot. I have one left of those. If anybody else wants one, that's sold to Jamie McCord. Quiet Riot's gone. Let me grab some new auctions over here. I have Obsession. Obsession is called Methods of Madness. Obsession is a 1987 U.S. original. It is a VG condition copy. It is going to be a $25 start, and this is Obsession, Methods of Madness. VG condition copy. There's the cover. It's not too bad. We'll call it VG Plus, though. Just a generic wide inner sleeve. Obsession is a $25 start. James Cohorn, back-to-back on the first two records. Johnny Cash and Rolling Stones. Those are sold and sold. We also have Deep Purple, Purple Passages. That's in VG Plus condition, $24.99. Montrose, Warner Brothers presents Montrose, VG condition, $9.99. Wasp has a high bid with Patrick Smith for $45. That's going twice, going three times. Obsessions at $25 with Jason Jones. That's going once, going twice. Big Brother and the Holden Company. Cheap Thrills. This is Janis Joplin. It's on the original label. VG condition, VG condition, $14.99. Piece of My Heart. The Allman Brothers, Win, Lose, or Draw. VG condition, $9.99 on the Allman Brothers. And Head East, Get Yourself Up. Head East is VG Plus, $14.99. Head East is a white label promo. Forrest Jensen says he'll take the Montrose. That's sold to Forrest Jensen. Matthew Kopus on BB for Big Brother and the Holden Company. That's sold to Matthew Kopus. Nobody else bid on Wasp. That's sold. Patrick Smith, $45. Find that kind of surprising, but it's sold. $45. Where's the sleeves at? Here's the sleeves. Wasp is sold, $45. There's two or three other people that I didn't see bids or outs from, but I have to sell it. That's sold for $45. Obsession has new bids for $26, now $27. James Cohorn also getting the Allman Brothers. That's sold to James Cohorn. And we have MLVC, Like a Prayer. VG Plus, $24.99. VG Plus, $24.99. That's Madonna. I was about to say, I think that's Madonna. $24.99. It is. Madonna's VG Plus condition, $24.99. All right, let's bring over a new crate and start trying to fill this thing up. Obsession's getting new bid. Madonna is sold to Travis Wade. We have new bids on Obsession. And let's go ahead and get a new LP up for auction. And this is called Agent Steel. Wow. Got some thrash stuff tonight that we don't see very often. 1985 USOG with the original inner sleeve and shrink wrap. It is about an EX condition record. We're going to start it for $45. It's on the Green Combat label. Agent Steel, Skeptics Apocalypse. Skeptics Apocalypse. It does have the original inner sleeve with it. Agent Steel's in shrink wrap. $45 start. Obsessions is at $32. Can you show the tracks on Quiet Riot? Quiet Riot is called Alive and Well. We have one copy left. Don't Know What I Want, Angry, Alive and Well, The Ritual, Overworked and Underpaid, Slam Dunk, Too Much Information, Against the Wall, Highway to Hell, Sons of the Times, Don't Want to Let You Go, The Wild and the Young, Mama, We're All Crazy Now, Come On, Feel the Noise, Metal Heft, Bang Your Head, Bonus Tracks, 84 Demos, Thunderbird, Love's a Bitch, and Let's Get Crazy. That's a 2LP red and black splatter vinyl, $34.99. Agent Steel is a $45 start. Bob Reiger says he'll take Quiet Riot. If anybody else wants one, I'll have to order you one and put you on a waiting list. The Beatles, VG condition, $29.99 with Tony Sheridan and guest. The Beatles, that's in VG condition, $29.99. Jerry Stone wants Tenacious D, The Pick of Destiny. That was from the very first band we went through, but I still got it. We'll give one to Jerry Stone. Jerry Stone, Tenacious D is sold to you. If anybody else wants one, I think I have another one around here. If not, we'll take down your name. Also, more American Graffiti soundtrack. Lots of music on that. 2LP, VG Plus, $17.99. DK Evans first on the Beatles. And we have Conway Twitty, Hello Darling. That's actually a sealed copy. $14.99. Are we done on Obsession? Jason Jones, let me know if you want back in. Tony Bradford has it for $34. No one has bid on Agent Steel. I think we're pretty below market on that one for a $45 start in this condition. That's a nice copy. Final call for $45. Also, Ruben and the Jets. VG condition, $34.99 for Ruben and the Jets. That's a white label promo. $34.99. Ruben and the Jets, Frank Zappa. And the Best of Spirit, VG condition, $9.99. That's on the original orange Epic label. John Mintzmoyer is in on the Agent Steel at $45. We'll make that a final call. Now we're getting bids, $45, $45, $45. And he's out on a session, so Tony Bradford, that's a final call to you. We have Moby Grape 69 on the original label. VG condition, $19.99. Moby Grape 69. Let's grab a new auction from over here. I have up for auction right now at this moment in time, I have a 12-inch single. Wow, some of these get pretty pricey. I'm pulling this out for the first time. Take a look at this. It's a Metallica 12-inch single promo for Eye of the Beholder. Beautiful. Double-sided promo from And Justice for All. Exceptionally nice copy. Metallica, Eye of the Beholder. It looks like it's unplayed. $35 start. White label promo. Metallica, Eye of the Beholder. In the original jacket, $35 start. That's now up for bid. Agent Steel had bids for $45, $45, $48, $48, and now $50. Stand Back. Here comes Charlie Musselwhite's Southside Band. That's in VG condition. Also includes a Vanguard insert. $24.99 on that. And Roy Buchanan, that's in VG condition, $9.99 for Roy Buchanan, red Polydor label. Metallica has bids for $35 and $40. Obsession is officially sold in to Tony Bradford for $34. Obsession's gone. We have more Obsession albums. We have more Agent Steel albums. We have more Metallica albums. We'll put those up as soon as one of these sells. Right now, Agent Steel's at $56 and Metallica is at $40 with Sean Druin. That's a white label promo of Eye of the Beholder. Joe Louis Walker, The Gift. VG Plus condition, $12.99 for Joe Louis Walker. Also, John Coltrane, My Favorite Things. That's a 1966 pressing. The vinyl's in VG Plus condition. The seams do have some splitting. VG Plus condition, $39.99 for John Coltrane. The Rascals, Once Upon a Dream. The Rascals is VG Plus, $14.99. And Peter Frampton, Comes Alive. Peter Frampton's in VG condition, $14.99. VG condition, $14.99. Metallica has a new bid for $50. Agent Steel has a new bid for $60. American Graffiti. American Graffiti, the cover is about VG condition. It has ring wear. It has spine wear. It has some staining inside of the gatefold. Let's call that a VG minus jacket. Both LPs are in VG plus condition. That's more American Graffiti. That's a 2LP, $17.99. VG plus condition. Metallica's now at $50. Jetstream on Lewis. That is sold to Joe Louis Walker. And then Candice Lindberry on Peter Frampton. That's sold to Candice Lindberry. Agent Steel has a new bid for $61. The name of the Head East album is called Get Yourself Up. It's a white label promo, $14.99. Leonard Cohen, Songs from a Room. Leonard Cohen is $29.99. VG condition, $29.99 for Leonard Cohen. Lisa Davidson wants American Graffiti. We'll make sure Adam Kendall doesn't want it. Adam Kendall, if you don't want that, let me know. If not, we're going to sell it to Lisa Davidson. The Big Hits Now, that's a compilation. That is the Big Hits Now. That's from ABC Dunhill. Grassroots, B.B. King, Steppenwolf, Mama Cass, Tommy Rowe, Three Dog Night, VG Plus $9.99. Kelly Bagwell wants Head East. That's sold to Kelly Bagwell. And Norman Blake, Blackberry Blossom. Norman Blake is in VG Plus condition, $14.99. Are we done on Metallica? Shane Devers had that for $50. Eye of the Beholder. White label promo, 12-inch, final call, $50. Agent Steel, still getting bids, $65, now $66. We have Lisa Davidson on Big Hits. Brian Thurman is second. Adam passes on American Graffiti. That is sold to Lisa Davidson. American Graffiti is sold. And we have Stevie Wonder's Greatest Hits. VG condition, $19.99. VG condition, great music on that. Volume 2. That is fantastic. Stevie Wonder and Carl Perkins, Whole Lot of Shakin'. Boy, that's an early one. A 1958 mono. I was about to say, $49.99. That's something that doesn't come through very often. Whole Lot of Shakin'. That's a 1958 mono. Carl Perkins on Columbia, $49.99. All right, Lisa Davidson on Stevie Wonder. Agent Steel's at $67. I'm going to grab our next auction. Quiet Riot has sold. We have a waiting list going for it now. Larry Drish. It's if you want one, they'll be in before the end of the week. They're $34.99. Lisa Davidson on Stevie Wonder. I've already pulled that. Troy was second. Agent Steel 60. But I'll tell you what didn't get another bid, and it's now sold. Shane Devers gets the Metallica for $50. 12-inch promo of Eye of the Beholder. That is sold to Shane Devers. Thank you. Let's put it back in this very nice 4mm sleeve that it was stored in. We'll put that away. Shane, that's now yours. And Agent Steel's at 68. Let's get some new auctions going. The next auctions. Let's see. We can do another Obsession. I don't recall seeing this one before. Martial Law. An 83 USOG. Martial Law, 1983 USOG. It has Only the Strong Survive, Hatred Unto Death, The Execution, and Martial Law. It's a 4-track EP. It does have the insert. It is extremely nice vinyl, and we're going to get that started for $25. There's the insert, Obsession. The cover's in shrink wrap. That's called Martial Law. Kind of play on words there. They got a bunch of Marshall amps on the cover. That's Obsession, 4-track EP from 1983 in shrink wrap, $25 start. That's Obsession's first debut release, Ken Crooker says. Wow. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had that before. 83 USOG, $25 start. And it's nice. We have Carl Perkins condition. The vinyl's in VG condition. Vinyl's in VG condition. Agent Steel's at 70 and Obsession's at 25. Let's run through those very quickly one more time. First thing I have is Deep Purple. That's a 2LP, Purple Passages. VG Plus $24.99. Conway Twitty, Hello Darling. That is sealed, $14.99 on Conway Twitty. Reuben and the Jets. That's VG $34.99, a white label promo. The Best of Spirit, VG Condition $9.99. I Got a Line on You. Moby Grape 69 is VG $19.99. Roger Ramjet wants the Norman Blake. That is sold to Roger Ramjet. Agent Steel getting bids. Obsession has 3 bids for $25. Let me go ahead and grab a new auction. How about, have you ever heard of this band here? Kiss. Music from the Elder. Music from the Elder is a 1981 USOG PR, what they call a 72 press. There's a 72 down here on the label, right below where it says stereo A-side. This is the original Music from the Elder inner sleeve. The vinyl overall is in about VG condition. That's going to go up for a $30 start. Nice jacket, Music from the Elder. Gatefold, $30 start on Kiss, and that is an OG 72 press. That's now up for bid. We have Stand Back. Here comes Charlie Musselwhite. VG condition $24.99. We have Robert Philippi on CT for Conway Twitty. That's sold to Robert Philippi. We pulled Norman Blake already. Also, Roy Buchanan still available. Just $9.99. VG condition $9.99. John Coltrane was $39.99. A 66 pressing. The Rascals, Once Upon a Dream. The Rascals is in VG Plus $14.99. Leonard Cohen, surprisingly still available. Songs from a Room, VG condition on the original label, 1969, $29.99. And Carl Perkins, Whole Lot of Shakin', VG condition, $49.99. Obsessions at $29.30.31. Looking for a $30 start on Kiss, and we just got it with Mike Locke. Patrick Smith's out on Agent Steel. Jason Jones has that for $71. Very nice copy. Skeptics Apocalypse. That is a final call. If anybody wants in on that, final call. Let's bring over another new crate. Some very cool releases in here. Kiss is at $30. Obsessions at $31. And Agent Steel is about to be sold to Jason Jones for $31. No other bids on Kiss. Final call to Mike Locke for $30. It is Music from the Elder. Original inner sleeve. VG condition. Final call. We have 2 copies of first time ever released on vinyl, I'm pretty sure. Yep. Dave Matthews, his 2003 debut solo, Some Devil, $44.99. First time ever on vinyl, Dave Matthews, Some Devil. I've got 2 copies, $44.99 for Dave Matthews. I've got 2 of those, and I got another restock of Depeche Mode, Some Great Reward. Depeche Mode is $33.99. Some Great Reward. That's a gatefold. It's also new and sealed. That one has, let's see. This is one, People Are People. Yeah, People Are People. I've been trying to mention Depeche Mode, like my favorite 5 songs by them. If I probably were to rank 5, of course, they're probably their top 5 hits. They're spread out over 5 different albums. It's very interesting. So it's like every album I mention, at least that one song that I for sure like. And of course, if you never sit down and listen to Depeche Mode, great music, of course. And I think I only had one waiting list, which we already filled it, and that was Susie Breedlove. So all these Depeche Modes tonight are available, $33.99. And this is actually new from Grateful Dead. I think it's a bootleg. It's from Pink Flamingo, but it was new. But it's from my distributor that never carries bootlegs. One of them has the bootlegs, like Parachute. This distributor never has bootlegs. So I don't know. It must be one of those semi-illegal releases. But it's the Grateful Dead Live 1980. It's a picture disc. And it has a street date for Friday. That is $33.99. So Grateful Dead, it is Live 1980. $33.99. It's a picture disc. I went ahead and got 3 of them. There's 3 of those. Those are technically new. $33.99. All right, so let's go ahead and make sure Agent Steel didn't get another bid. Agent Steel, we'll go ahead and call that sold. Agent Steel sold to Jason Jones for $71. That's sold, $71. Jason Jones, Agent Steel. Now, there's been several people ask, what is the obsession? What's the obsession with obsession? This is called Obsession. Martial Law, their debut release. It's a 4-track EP. It's in shrink wrap. The vinyl's EX Plus. It's very nice. It does have a punch hole up here on top of the cover. It is in shrink wrap. And the last bid that came in on Obsession just came in for $33. $33 on that. And then Kiss had bids for $31. And then we had bids for $32. And then we had bids for $33. And then Which Deep Purple, Which Dave Matthews Band, Kiss $34, Grateful Dead sold to Mike Brangle, Robert Warner on Grateful Dead. We have Steve Campbell on Grateful Dead. All 3 of those are sold. Obsession $33 and Obsession $34. So first, Dave Matthews Band, first time ever on vinyl. There is no original of this. This is it. Some Devil, 2003, $44.99. That's originally when that came out. First time ever on vinyl. Some Devil, $44.99. Dave Matthews. And then Chris Wood Sr. said, Which Deep Purple? It's called Purple Passages. VG Plus condition, $34.99. Excuse me, VG Plus condition, $24.99. I think I answered all the questions there. Vince Laino wants Dave Matthews Band. That's sold to Vince Laino. And then we got a restock of the Beatles, Past Masters. I think there's a waiting list for this because we didn't have them all filled the last time. The Beatles, Past Masters, $48.99. And the last time, I think y'all remember, we had an entire crate of these. We had an entire crate of these, and I sold out, and I've been waiting for the rest of them to come in. Here's the rest of the list that never did get one. Fred Carnell, Paul Brothers, Tony Freeman, Rob Barnoff, and Ken Crooker. That's Baranoff. So 5 people there. Fred, Paul, Tony, Rob, and Ken. So let's count those out. That's the Beatles Past Masters. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The Beatles Past Masters are all sold. Those are gone. Obsession is at $38 and Kiss is at $38. That's our high bids on both auctions. We also got a restock of Accept. Humanoid. Accept is $33.99. That's on blue vinyl from Napalm. Accept is $33.99. Let me look that up right quick. I'm pretty sure there was 2 people. Let me find out here. Accept, and that was Kevin Jordan and Kenny Heathcock. Kevin Jordan and Kenny Heathcock. So Kevin Jordan and Kenny Heathcock. There's 2 copies there. There's 1, there's 2, and there's 2 copies of Accept left. Accept Humanoid, $33.99. Obsession is at $38 with Pop Fantastic. Going twice, going 3 times. Tony Bradford, let me know if you want back in. Kiss is at $38 with Mike Locke. The other bidder was Jimmy LaCroix and Richard Bradshaw. They have not set out yet. Chris Wood Sr. wants Deep Purple from the previous bin. That's sold to Chris Wood Sr. That is gone. And the last thing in here is the new Sturgill Simpson. Doug actually posted a pre-order for this. This is the 10th anniversary. This is the 10th anniversary of Metamodern Sounds and Country Music with obviously an alternate cover there. And let me grab my other cellular device so I can pull up Facebook and read off Doug's pre-order for Sturgill Simpson. Sturgill Simpson is $39.99. Let me read off that pre-order for Sturgill. And let's do that. And Sturgill. And Doug posted this pre-order. Where are you, Doug? There's Doug. Doug Page. Doug Page. This is due out. It's due out right now. We have them in hand. Sturgill Simpson. And this was sold to Letty Collier. Letty Collier wants one. Candace Lindberry wanted 2 of them. And then Matt Barnhill, Cassie Center, Kenny Cates, and Paul Brothers. I've got 3 extras of Sturgill Simpson, Meta Modern Sounds and Country Music. The 10th anniversary edition, Stoughton Old Style Tip-On Jacket, 180-gram black vinyl, High Top Mountain Records, Sturgill Simpson is $39.99. $39.99. All right, so we up at the top, we have Brian Thurman wants an accept. That's sold to Brian Thurman. Kiss got a new bid for 40. Obsession got a new bid for 40. Scott Marchheim wants an accept. Tony Velasquez, I'll have to put you on a accept waiting list. I'll only have 1 extra copy of that, and I'm pretty sure I just butchered your last name. Sorry about that. Shane Devers wants a Sturgill Simpson. And Tony, there was only 2 copies of accept, and you were number 3. But I will get you one. If you're okay with a waiting list, those should be in by the end of the week. Also, Sturgill Simpson going to Justin Randall. 1 new Sturgill Simpson left if anybody wants that. That bin almost got wiped out. Here's what's left. Depeche Mode. Depeche Mode's $33.99. Jerry Stone gets the last Dave Matthews. Jerry Stone also wants Sturgill Simpson. That's sold to Jerry Stone. And that just leaves the Beatles Past Masters. And what I've always told everybody is if you're buying the Beatles albums and you don't have this, then you're missing some songs. Because the Beatles have an entire career for most people, an entire career for most artists right here, and these were not even put on any of their original studio albums. $48.99. Amazing, amazing music. Don't Let Me Down, Hey Jude, We Can Work It Out, Paperback Writer, Rain. That's just the later stuff, and then all the early. From Me to You was not on any of their albums. I Want to Hold Your Hand, the song that kickstart Beatlemania was never even on one of their albums. Just as a single. Michael Fairchild wants one. There's 2, and then there's 3 Depeche Modes there. If anybody wants those, I'm actually just going to keep them right here behind me so I can keep my eye on the Beatles all night. All right, we definitely need to put some new auctions. These have been going back and forth for quite some time, but I think we're almost done. Let me go grab our next crate of new stuff that John has got ready for us today. Let me take a quick peek through it, see what's in here. All righty. Okay, let's see what's in here. I have no idea. I took a quick peek, but I was like, I never really know. All right. Brian Thurman also on the Beatles. Vince Laino on the Beatles. And I have sold out again of Past Masters. I think that makes, let's see, 70, that was another 15. I'm approaching 100 of these I've sold in the last 2 weeks now. We've almost sold 100 of those. We've almost sold 100 of those. Kevin Brabble, you were next on the Beatles. So if you're okay, I'm going to definitely order more. So this is a final call. If anybody else wants more, I'm going to order more. Kevin Brabble, you're going to be first on a waiting list. All right, Obsession. Pop Fantastic's out. Whoever the high bidders are, they're getting it. I don't know if we're who it is or what we're at, but whoever's the high bidders, they're being sold. Edison Toledo gets Obsession for $40. Edison Toledo gets Obsession for $40. It's sold. Peter Marzolino also wants on the Beatles Past Masters waiting list. And I don't know who the high bidder on Kiss is, but whoever it is, they're getting it. Kiss, the high bid is Jimmy LaCroix. He gets it for $40. Chad, the distributor who is stocking me the colds, I have not even told them to ship that order yet. So those hadn't even been released yet. They have them. They're in my cart, or they're in my shelf list, we'll call it. But no, I hadn't even told them to ship those yet. So they won't be here till Thursday or Friday probably. But I know I'm getting them. They're about to send an updated spreadsheet, and we only do 1 shipment a week with that company. So those won't be here till Thursday or Friday. I hadn't even told them to ship them yet because we usually go through their new stuff. I got a spreadsheet tonight with all their new stock. There are certain distributors we get a shipment from almost every day. There's 2 or 3 that we get 1 shipment a week from. They're a little bit smaller, but they carry better stuff, harder to get stuff, and that's the one where we're getting the code record from. Dave Matthews, Paul Brothers on a waiting list for Some Devil. First time ever on vinyl. We got new vintage stuff here. I have all kinds of new auctions like Obsession. This is Obsession, Scarred for Life. Obsession is a 1986 USOG. It has the original company inserts. It's extremely nice. This is also going up for a $35 start. Obsession, Scarred for Life. The vinyl's EX Plus. It has company inserts with it. I said inner sleeves. It has these inserts from Enigma Records, including merch. There's the cover. I don't recall seeing that one too many times. $35 start on Obsession, Scarred for Life. And also over here, we have a Keel record. This is Keel, The Final Frontier. Looks like it has a hop sticker attached to the cover. Let's go through this, and it's going to be a $15 start. This is Keel, The Final Frontier. $15 start on that. Keel, The Final Frontier. Vinyl is nice, EX Plus, $15 start on that. Gold stamp promo, Keel, The Final Frontier, $15 start on that. All right, let's go back up to the top. So 2 people on the Beatles waiting list, Kevin Brabble and Peter Mazzolino. Y'all are on the Beatles waiting list. Obsession and Keel both have bids. First record is The Stones. That's Joe Pass. That's on World Pacific label from 1967, 1999. Joe Pass, that is 1999. That's on the World Pacific label. It has the original company inner sleeve. The Stones Jazz, Joe Pass. That's like the Rolling Stones in jazz, if you didn't get that. 1999. Wichita Falls, Life is But a Dream, or Wichita Fall, that is. That's a prog album from 1968. No condition notes on the vinyl. $29.99 for Wichita Fall, Life is But a Dream, $29.99. Dennis Coffey, Back Home. Dennis Coffey is sealed, $29.99. It is sealed, $29.99 for Dennis Coffey, Back Home. And Jerry Jeff Walker, Reunion. Jerry Jeff Walker is $19.99. Jerry Jeff Walker, Gold Stamp promo, $19.99 on Jerry Jeff. And Billy Vera and the Beaters by request. Billy Vera is sealed, $19.99 for Billy Vera. And Never Look Silly, Ja Viv, Buzz Rock International. That is a Jamaica reggae release. Wise Dub on the back, $19.99. Paul Brothers also wants a Depeche Mode Speak and Spell. I can give you that. Let me go ahead and move around some crates over here. So Depeche Mode Speak and Spell, that sold for $33.99. I've got one left. Paul Brothers gets that one. Obsession has bids for $43, now $45. Keel's at $25. And we have Let's Pretend, Dubin the Physician, Aladdin and the Wonderful Lamp. That is some kind of children's record. $14.99 on that. Also, Augie Myers, Live at the Long Neck. That's $19.99. Augie Myers. And Exception. That is in shrink wrap on the Phillips label, and that is $19.99. $19.99. So we have Keel, we have Obsession, and we have first here going up for auction is Nirvana, the Palace pressing of Nirvana Unplugged. So this has got the Palace hop sticker on shrink wrap. Palace audiophile, 180 gram. This is going up for a $30 start. This is Nirvana Unplugged, $30 start. That is the 180 gram Palace pressing, pressed at Palace, Germany. Sounds amazing. $30 start on Nirvana. That's the Palace pressing. Susie on DIS. DIS was what? And then Michelle Miller on A for Augie or Aladdin, one of the two there. And then Keel has a bid for 26, Obsession 51. Keel 27, Obsession 51. Nirvana has bids for 30. Obsession has bids for 46 and 55. John Cale, Vintage Violence. John Cale is a 1970 Terre Haute pressing, $64.99. John Cale, Vintage Violence, $64.99. That's a Columbia 2i, $64.99. That's a 1970 Terre Haute. There is some cover damage at the bottom, $64.99. Michelle and Susie both said Aladdin, so DIS and A. So Susie is first on the Aladdin record. That is sold to Susie. And then Obsessions at 56. And we have Lonnie Brooks Hot Shot. That's $12.99. Lonnie Brooks Hot Shot. That's on Alligator Records. $12.99 for Lonnie Brooks. And Kim Carnes, Barking at Airplanes. Kim Carnes is $9.99. Obsession has bids for 55 and 56. Keel is at 27 with Rick Peabody, and Nirvana has that one bid with Paul Beal for $30. That's the Palace pressing of Nirvana Unplugged. Final call on that. We have Olivia Newton-John, Clearly Love. Olivia Newton-John is $9.99. $9.99. Kim Carnes sold to Pam Murray. That is sold to Pam Murray. We have Johnny Winter, Saints and Sinners. Johnny Winter is $19.99. Saints and Sinners. That's on Columbia, $19.99. Obsessions at 58. Nirvana is now at 40. Hobo Flats, Jimmy Smith. Jimmy Smith is $24.99. That's a gatefold on the black Verve label, $24.99. What year's the Nirvana? The Nirvana is a 1990, I don't really know. Let's take a look at here. This is, I don't really know. I don't have the year on this one. It's got to be fairly recent, 180 gram pressed at Palace. It's one of the more recent imprint versions, but I don't have an exact year for you. Obsessions at 58, Nirvana's at 40, Nirvana 39. We have an out on Keel, and we have a bid, more bids on Obsession. So the Keel album is definitely what's about to be sold to Rick Peabody for $27. We have Quincy Jones, Walking in Space. Quincy Jones is $24.99, Walking in Space. Also, Berlin Airlift. Berlin Airlift is $14.99. Berlin Airlift, $14.99. And Down Home Blues, a 2-record set, $22.99. Down Home Blues, 2 LP, that's a compilation. ZZ Hill, Bobby Bland, B.B. King, Johnny Taylor, Johnny Winter, $22.99 on that. And we have Caribbean Guitars, that is Chet Atkins, $9.99. Chet Atkins on that. Keel is about to be sold. It is going to be sold. I'm reaching for it. Rick Peabody gets that for $27. Keel going to Rick Peabody for $27. That's being sold. Let me put that away. Obsession, last bid was Edison Toledo at $64. Chris Flynn, you're out at $61. Troy Robinson wants the blues comp I just showed there. And Nirvana is a final call, $40. And that was a new bid with Candice Lindberry. Mark Lent out. Paul Bill says he's out. Just waiting for Mark Lent. We're about to sell Nirvana. Next is the original motion picture soundtrack to The Sporting Club. The Sporting Club is $19.99. That's the soundtrack to that. And The Leather Nun, that is a 12-inch single from 1988. It's a promo, $9.99 on that. $9.99 on that. Quincy Jones, this is $29.99. Gula Matari. Quincy Jones on A&M Records. Gula Matari, $29.99. And Rider on the Rain, music by Francis Lay. That's original soundtrack from the film, $19.99. Nirvana's at 56 with Mark Lent. So Candice, you're out. Travis Wade on LN for Leather Nun. That is sold to Travis Wade. And Journey Within, the Charles Lloyd Quartet, a 1967 white label promo, $24.99. So Obsessions between two people now, Chris Flynn and Edison Toledo. Edison, you're back out on Obsession. Chris Flynn has that for $65. Nirvana is at 46 with Mark Lent and Candice is out. So that's a final call. And we have Lonnie Brooks, Wound Up Tight. Lonnie Brooks is $12.99. On Alligator Records, that's $12.99. And Philip Walker, Blues. Philip Walker is a 1988 East Coast Blues record, $14.99. Edison says he's out. Chris Flynn gets Obsession for $65. Chris Flynn, you get the Obsession LP for $65. That's sold to you. Let me put that away. That's sold to Chris Flynn for $65. And because Candice said out on Nirvana, that's sold to Mark Lent for $46. Their Nirvana Palace pressing sold to Mark Lent, $46. That means we need some new auctions. And the first auction I have in here is Omen, Nightmares. Omen is a 1987 EP. It has the company Enigma inner sleeve. It is very nice, EX Plus condition, $25 start. This is Omen, Nightmares, $25 start. 3 tracks there on side 1. We have the original company inner sleeve and 3 tracks on side 2. EP, almost an album, $25 start. Just probably 2 more tracks and they could have said that's an LP. Omen, Nightmares, that is a $25 start. VG Plus jacket, doesn't look too bad. That already has a bid for $28. Let me step over here and pull something out from the unadvertised bin. We love the unadvertised bin. That's all kinds of what we call nice little surprises. Let's see what we got going on here with Quiet Riot. This is called Metal Health. Quiet Riot is in about VG Plus condition. It has some scuffs and a few marks on it here and there. It has some of those bubbles in the vinyl as well. Those typically don't affect playback. We'll call that VG or VG Plus because of that. Quiet Riot, Metal Health, $25 start. That's now going up for bid $25 start. If I can get it back here in its sleeve, that is a $25 start. That's going up for auction. Okay, Omen's at $28.30. Quiet Right's a $25 start. Gary B.B. Coleman, the best of Gary B.B. Coleman. That's a 1990 blues rock album. $29.99 for Gary B.B. Coleman. $29.99. Also, Kenny Neal, Bio on the Bayou. That's $14.99 for Kenny Neal. Bio on the Bayou. The Jacksons, Torture. I don't know if I recall seeing that too many times. It's a 12-inch single from Victory. Gold stamp promo, $9.99. $9.99. Up at the top, we have Omen for $28.30. We have Quiet Riot at $25, $25, and $30. Kick Axe, welcome to the club. Kick Axe is a gold stamp promo, $19.99. Welcome to the club. Kick Axe, that's a buy it now for $19.99. Mojo Blues Band and Dana Gillespie and the Boogie Woogie Flu. That's a 1982 Australian blues album, $26.99 for Mojo Blues Band, $26.99 on that. Also, Essex Green. That's a 1999 indie pop album, $39.99 for Essex Green. And Space Art. Space Art is a 77 French synth pop album, $39.99. Omen has bids for $28 and $30. Quiet Riot has bids for $25 and $30 as well. Those are final calls. And we have Luke Rosenberger on KA. That's for Kick Axe. That's sold to Luke Rosenberger. Anybody else on that bin? I think I'm just going to read the titles that's left in there. Tommy Flowers wants Kenny Neal. That's sold to Tommy Flowers. Both auctions are at $30, and we're about to sell them. Final call. Forrest Jensen has Quiet Riot for $30, and Jason Jones has Omen for $30. Hector, you're out. We're about to sell both of those. Quiet Riot has a new bid for $35. I'm just going to read the artist that's left in here. I'm just going to leave the artist that's left in here. If anybody else wants any information, just let me know. Roger Ramjet said Quincy Jones. That was right here. Let's see. Quincy Jones, this one right here, Roger Ramjet. Is that the one you want? I'll go ahead and put it over here for you. Here's what's left in here. We have the Stones Jazz, as in the Rolling Stones in Jazz by Joe Pass. Wichita Fall, Life is But a Dream. That's a prog album from '69. Dennis Coffey, Back Home. Jen Cast wants Stones. That's sold to Jen Cast. Also, Jerry Jeff Walker, Billy Vera and the Beaters. Buzz Rock International. We have Augie Myers, Exception. John Cale, Vintage Violence. Lonnie Brooks. Also Olivia Newton-John. Johnny Winter. Jimmy Smith. There's another Quincy Jones, Roger Ramjet. There's another one, Walking in Space. I'll make sure and figure out which exactly one you want there. There's two in there. Berlin Airlift, Chet Atkins, Caribbean Guitar. Also The Sporting Club, Rider on the Rain, Journey Within, Lonnie Brooks. We have Philip Walker, Gary B.B. Coleman, Jackson's Torture, Mojo Blues Band, the Essex Green, and Space Art. Now, I don't think anybody else bid on Omen. I'm going to go back up to the top. Omen has still that one bid with Jason Jones. Jason, you get that for $30. Now, Quiet Riot doesn't have any other bids since Freddie Milford bid $35, and I was making sure Forrest Jensen, you're done bidding. Forrest, if you're done bidding, the high bid on that is $35 on Quiet Riot Mental Health, and we are about to sell it. It's Quiet US and First Pressing. Yes and yes. We have Roger. We got him with the Quincy Jones he wanted. So this one's still available if anybody wants it. And how much was Chet Atkins? Chet Atkins was $9.99. Forrest Jensen says he's done. That means Quiet Riot is sold to Freddie Milford for $35. Quiet Riot is sold to Freddie Milford for $35. That means we have 2 more, maybe 3 more, or possibly I'll run 10 more auctions up all at the same time. We can do that right now. That sounds pretty good to me. 10 auctions going at once. Quiet Riot is sold for $35 to Freddie Milford. Next auction is Onslaught, the Forest. This is Onslaught. It's a 1986 US original. It has the combat label. It's a VG Plus condition. It is a $35 start, and this is Onslaught, the Forest. VG Plus condition, $35 start. Onslaught, the Force, $35 start. That is an 86 US original on the Camouflage Combat label. Johnny Winter price. The price on Johnny Winter. The price on Johnny Winter. Saints and Sinners, $19.99. Our next auction over here is going to be Agent Steel. Mad Locust Rising. A 1986 UK EX Plus condition. Currently none for sale listed on Discogs. $35 start. This is Agent Steel. $35 start. Onslaught, and then there's Agent Steel. A beautiful copy. EX Plus vinyl, pretty close to near mint minus. No condition notes on the jacket. $35 start on that. All right, some metal auctions. Great deals tonight. Being back there, sold on the auction block. Bunch of unadvertised metal for tonight. That's always good. If you hop on, you never know what to expect here. I'm going to mute my mic right quick. We like to tell everybody, you don't want to miss a Coletco sale, because sometimes even when we don't have like a bin posted, you know there's going to be great records. That's what we do here every night, every single night. I'm going to go through one crate right quick over here, which I think has some great stuff. It's only got a few titles in it, but it has some stuff I want to show one more time, especially this Nightwish album before I officially make a post on it. Onslaught and Agent Steel both had bids for $35 and $35. Did I miss any other metal auction? That's all we've been selling tonight. Yep, you've missed about probably 20. Yes, you have. First record is Nickelback, All the Right Reasons. $33.99. Nickelbacks, All the Right Reasons. New and sealed, $33.99. If you're not familiar, Saving Me, Photograph, Far Away, If Everyone Cared, Rockstar. $33.99 on that. For Nickelback, we have Pearl Jam Unplugged. This is the complete MTV Unplugged concert, plus some bonus tracks. $39.99. So it's MTV Unplugged, and then there's actually another part of a concert on here for $39.99. That is on red vinyl. Pearl Jam Unplugged, one of our best-selling records probably we've ever had. Kick Axe is being put back. Luke says he already has it. If anybody wants Kick Axe, welcome to the club. It's a gold stamp promo. It's $19.99 if anybody wants it. Agent Steel has bids for $36 and $40, now $41. Onslaught only has one bid, though, for $35. That's a final call. There's Pearl Jam Unplugged. We have Primus. That's Anti-Pop. We have sold a lot of Primus lately. There's, Anti-Pop for $39.99. Kick Axe is sold to Brian Thurman. Kick Axe is sold to Brian Thurman. And we have Primus selling the Seas of Cheese. This one, when it goes out of stock, as soon as it's not available for me to order, everybody starts asking for it, and I can't get them. I have one copy right there, also of Anti-Pop. This is that Nightwish album I was talking about. It's called Once. It's a 2020 remaster, clear with white and purple splatter. It's a new reissue of it, the new reissue of that remaster that came out last Friday. Nightwish Once, $36.99. I've still got 2, 4, 6 of those. John Howard wants Primus Anti-Pop. That's sold to John Howard. We're about to sell Onslaught for $35, and Agent Steel's at $41. That means Steve Badette, you're out, and Dave Sibler is the high bidder on Onslaught. We're about to sell that to him. And, of course, Pink Floyd Animals Remaster. You got to have this. Dogs, what an epic song. That crate is full. Let me swap out bins right quick. So tonight, if you're just hopping on, we got new stuff we're going through right now. I'm about to go through our other crate of new vintage stuff. All kinds of auctions. I didn't even want to read titles because, I mean, there's 3 full crates over here. Some stuff we got ready. Some stuff I'm just kind of showing and selling. Pink Floyd Animals Remaster, $34.99. Onslaught is sold for that one bid for $35 to Dave Sibler. Dave, that's sold to you for $35. Nice pickup there. Onslaught is sold to you for $35. I'm about to sell Agent Steel. I haven't heard back from anybody else. Brian Thurman has it for $41. I still got, here's the other Depeche Mode. A Broken Frame. Depeche Mode is $33.99. A Broken Frame. Still got 3 of those. And I've put them all together. We had a lot of people who pre-ordered and didn't pay when we canceled all those orders. And that is Stevie Ray Vaughan presents, Martin Scorsese presents The Blues. I have these in stock. They're numbered on the back. They're on blue vinyl. First time ever on vinyl, $64.99. And all of a sudden, I've got 5 copies on hand. I also have Corrosion of Conformity for $38.99. America's Volume Dealer. White Lion, Fight to Survive is $33.99. Temple of the Dog is $49.99. Jeff Buckley Grace, last copy. And then there's the new Black Keys album, Ohio Players, $33.99. Red vinyl. Our next auction is going to be called Cold Sweat. Whoa. This is... I think some people have been asking for this. Cold Sweat Breakout with Hype Sticker. It's a 1990 U.S. original with a promo stamp. The vinyl is extremely nice. EX Plus. There's none for sale listed in the United States. This is going to be a $55 start. It has the Hype Sticker. All killer, no filler. Cold Sweat Breakout. $55 start on that. Agent Steel got a new bid for $42. Brian Thurman, you're now outbid, and Alan Montgomery wants White Line. Alan Montgomery gets White Line. I'm going to put the Black Keys over here with the other Black Keys albums. Cold Sweat is a $55 start. That was just a quick run through of some of those. If anybody decides you want anything in there, just let me know. Let me go over here and grab another crate of new vintage stuff to go through right now. And the first thing is, let me do a quick flip right quick, see what's in here. John's got us some more hip-hop singles. Those are there, and let's see here. I'm familiar with that. That's always an album some people's asking for. Okay. Looks like a pretty good batch here. Let's go through them. Let's see what we have. All right. Cold Sweats at 55. Final call. And Agent Steel did Brian Thurman set out. Steve Baudette, I'm going to sell it to you for $42. Steve Baudette, you get that for $42. Agent Steel. Now, Cold Sweat has one bid for $55. There is none for sale in the United States. And the last one sold in the United States was $75 5 months ago. We have this one at $55 with Tony Bradford, and this one is superb. Essentially near mint minus with hop sticker. It's only at $55. It's a final call. That is a final call. We also have another Agent Steel coming up for auction. This is Agent Steel Unstoppable Force. This is a 1987 US original with the inner sleeve. It's also EX condition. It's going up for a $30 start. Agent Steel Unstoppable Force, combat camouflage label, original inner sleeve, $30 start on Agent Steel Unstoppable Force. That is now going up for auction. Next LP is Los Lobos, Shakin' Shakin' Shakes. That's a 12-inch single. Los Lobos, $9.99 for Los Lobos. Steve Miller Band Anthology. Steve Miller Band is $32.99. That's a 2 LP compilation. Steve Miller Band, $32.99. And Let's Pretend, Beauty and the Beast and Princess Moonbeam. That's another children's record. That is $14.99. Let's Pretend, $14.99. Thank y'all. Have a good night. We have Cold Sweat, a new bid for $60 of Greg Lapey. Agent Steel, we're looking for a $30 start on that. Susie Breedlove on Disney. I think anytime Susie sees a kid's record, she comments the word Disney, which I guess is somewhat of a fail-safe, but she was first either way. That's sold to Susie Breedlove. We have Herbie Hancock, Thrust. Herbie Hancock is $39.99. That's called Thrust. No condition notes on that. Very cool cover. Herbie Hancock, that is a 74 Pittman press for $39.99. And Steve Miller Band, Living in the 20th Century, $14.99. Steve Miller Band, Living in the 20th Century. Not all kids' records are Disney records, though. So, but I don't think I have ever shown a kid's record and Susie's not bought it. I'm talking about, there was one night she bought literally an entire crate full of them. She was first on literally every one of them. I was making everybody say the titles, and she was still first on every single one of them. Dawkin, Under Lock and Key. And I believe Dawkin, oh, hold on a second. This is the one that's signed. Timeout. I got to have that looked at. I think it's signed by Don Dawkin. I can't sell that right now. I will sell it soon, though, I promise. Instead of Dawkin, let's do a Wasp. This is Steve Vai. I've got a Steve Vai record. I'm jumping all around. This is Steve Vai Flexible. Steve Vai Flexible. This is got a really nice jacket. This is on the green label here. I just had one of these the other day. There's multiple different versions of these. This is on a green label here with this cover that I'm about to show you again. It looks very clean. Steve Vai is going to be a $25 start. Steve Vai Flexible. There's a look at the jacket. There's a couple different covers. I think this is technically the third one, but to me it's the neatest one. $25 start on that. $25 start on that. Also, Cold Sweat has bids for $64. We have Agent Steel for bids for $30, $30, $33, $33, $35. We have Moth the Hoople's Greatest Hits, $19.99 for Moth the Hoople's Greatest Hits. Did I miss any of the claims there? We have Herbie Hancock, Steve Miller, Moth the Hoople's Greatest Hits. The Lone Ranger original radio broadcast. The Lone Ranger is $19.99. And we have Cops and Robbers special radio station dance promotional record. Cops and Robbers is a 1986 yellow vinyl, $49.99. $49.99. That's a wild shade of yellow. Brian Thurman is at 65 on Cold Sweat. So Brian Thurman's at 65 on Cold Sweat. Tony Bradford, you've been outbid. Now it's at 65 again with Greg Labey. Agent Steel just got a bid for 37, and Steve Vai is a $25 start on Flexible. $25 start. Cold Sweat still getting new bids. We have Let's Pretend, The Little Mermaid in 1 eye, 2 eyes, 3 eyes. $14.99 on Let's Pretend. We have Augie Myers, Finale in Lights, 1977. Augie Myers, 1999. Also, Matterhorn, the Louis Bellson drum explosion. Matterhorn is $14.99. $14.99. Matterhorn, the Louis Bellson drum explosion. Michelle Miller on L for Let's Pretend. She was first to that one, Susie. You were second. Steve Vai has bids for 25. Cold Sweat has a new bid for 68. And what was the Cops? That was called Cops and Robbers, Special Radio Station Dance Promotional Record. It is $49.99. Cops and Robbers. I don't know a lot about that other than what I just said. Sweet Black Angel, Earl Hooker. Earl Hooker is a 1969 Pittman press, $39.99. Earl Hooker, $39.99. Cops and Robbers. I don't, is it the Stones? I guess, well, that certainly looks like Charlie Watts and Mick Jagger. I guess it is. Is this the Stones? Memphis, Tennessee, Rollover Beethoven. Man, is it a Stones boot? I really don't know. It looks like the Stones now on the cover. Please destroy upon receipt the BBC documentary, The Rolling Stone Story. It looks like it, yeah. It looks like it's the Stones here. I didn't even really realize what was going on. At first, I thought it was like some kind of like, it looks like, I didn't even pay attention to the cover. It looked like some people out on the street getting like beat up by cops. But now that I've looked at it, it looks like it's the Rolling Stones on stage, and some girl is attacking Mick Jagger, and there's a cop coming to like rescue him. So, yeah, it's on yellow vinyl. It's numbered. It says your copy, number 79, limited to 100. So, yeah, it's a Rolling Stone, some kind of bootleg, I guess. I really don't know. Carol Puckett said sold. All right, Carol was the first to inquire about it. Nice pickup. I'm going through these so fast, never seen them before, and I thought it was like some kind of, just at first glance, it looked like some kind of fighting going on the street. I thought it was like some kind of punk record, Cops and Robbers, hardcore punk record, but it's the Stones, and that's sold to Carol Puckett. All right, so that's sold to Carol Puckett. Jennifer Schrader wants Earl Hooker and LR. So Earl Hooker is right there, and LR for Lone Ranger. Those are sold to Jennifer Schrader and Jennifer Schrader. Let's update these auctions. Cold Sweat, I see 2 outs. Tony Bradford has it for $72. Cold Sweat is at $72 with Tony Bradford. Agent Steel, Sam Squatch has it for $40. That's a final call. And then Steve Vai still has just that one bid. That's pretty surprising. $25. Fred Carnell, he has it for $25 still. Flexible, green label, nice. Final call. We have Mint Tattoo. Mint Tattoo is a 1969 hard rock album, $39.99. Also, we have The Loved Ones, Better Do Right. The Loved Ones is $64.99. It's a 1994 sealed record, which is mod, $64.99. I asked first about LR. Can I see the Lone Ranger album front and back? I did not see that comment. Let's see here. Lone Ranger. This is the Lone Ranger original radio broadcast. It is $19.99. There's the back, the Lone Ranger original radio broadcast. Danny, if you want it, it's sold to you. If not, I'm going to keep Jennifer Schrader's name on it. Steve Vai has new bids for 26 and 27. Boy, this is heavy. What do we have here? $64.99. The Black Angels, Directions to See a Ghost, Light in the Attic Records from 2008, $64.99. Interesting. $64.99. So instead of the Lone Ranger going to Jennifer, give it to Danny Thomason, the Lone Ranger. That's sold to Danny Thomason instead. Steve Vai get new bids, but Cold Sweat didn't. Let's sell Cold Sweat then to Tony Bradford for $72. Cold Sweat is sold. Agent Steel also did not receive a new bid, so I'm going to put it away. And that was Unstoppable Force. And Black Angel is sold to that last bid, or excuse me, Agent Steel sold to Sam Squatch for $40. And now Steve Vai getting new bids, 27, 30. Fred Carnell back in at 31. And that means we have Steve Vai going up. And let's see what else I have back here behind me. Next back here behind me is Concrete Jungle. Wear and Tear. Concrete Jungle, a 1988 USOG. It has the shrink wrap on the vinyl. It's EX condition. It's going to be a $25 start. Concrete Jungle, Wear and Tear. $25 start. Concrete Jungle, Wear and Tear. $25 start on that. Concrete Jungle, that's in shrink wrap. That is now going up for a $25 start. How much is the Black Angels? The Black Angels is $64.99. Light in the Attic. It looks like it's some kind of 3LP, tri-fold. Black Angels, Directions to See a Ghost. Yeah, some kind of Light in the Attic reissue. That is $64.99. Alrighty, so up at the top, we have Concrete Jungle at $25 and Steve Vai at $35. Richard Harris, A Tramp Shining. Richard Harris is $19.99. Also, The Other Side of Life, The Moody Blues. The Other Side of Life is $12.99. The Other Side of Life, $12.99. We also have Linda Ronstadt, $16.99. $16.99, Linda Ronstadt. Paul Bowles, our very own Paul Bowles, says he needs this unless Edwin wants it. Edwin Blom, if you want the Black Angels, it's yours. If not, we're going to set it aside for Mr. Paul. Just let me know. Edwin says go for it. Paul, that's so do you. $8,000. It's only $8,000 to Paul. God Bless Tiny Tim, $34.99. That's in shrink wrap. $34.99. Ron Phillips on Linda Ronstadt. Steve Vai's at $40. Concrete Jungle has one bid for $25 to Fred Cardinale. Pajama Slave Dancers. That is $19.99. How about Pajama Slave Dancers? We also have, this is another odd looking record. This is Modest Mouse, $29.99. I was about to say, I think I've seen this before. Strangers to Ourselves, Modest Mouse is $29.99. Where does John find these records? You never know what's going to be dug out of the back, right, Paul? Paul works there. He's never even seen that Death Angels or Black Angels, whatever we just sold. There is so many LPs in the back, we have no idea. Somebody said, can you let me know what's coming up for auction? Adam Kendall. I cannot, because I don't know what's coming up for auction myself. If I did, I would let you know. But we do have Triumph coming up for auction. This is called Rock and Roll Machine. I don't recall seeing this too many times. Triumph Rock and Roll Machine. Beautiful vinyl, $15 start. $15 start. Triumph Rock and Roll Machine. That's now going for bid. $15 start. Mike Massey wants the Pajama Party. Sell that to Mike Massey. And then, it's not the Pajama Party. That's an Annette record. This is Pajama Slave Dancers. That's sold to Mike Massey. Fred's out on Steve Vai. Fred Cardinale. Mouse is $29.99. Modest Mouse is $29.99. Death on Lee Highway. Death on Lee Highway is a 1973 bluegrass album. Death on Lee Highway, $19.99. And Dean Martin, more than 30 of his greatest hits. $26.99. $26.99. Triumph has bids for $15, $15, and $20. Bob Seger working on those night moves. About a VG cover, $24.99. Bob Seger. All right. So, Concrete Jungle, just that one bid, sold to Fred Cardinale for $25. He was out on Steve Vai. Steve Vai's at $40 with Brian Thurman. We're about to sell that to Brian for $40. I'm going to go ahead and put up another almost said another jungle. This is Concrete Jungle. Now, Triumph is at $20, and we have Steve Vai's about to be sold. What's the Wasp? We got all kinds of stuff. I will give you some teasers. Let's see here. I've got White Tiger, which we sold one of those last night. White Tiger, which has Mark St. John on it. We'll put another one of those up. I have White Line. I have Tees. I have TNT, Tangier, Sword, Trance, Toy Royce. Is that what that says? Gravestone. We've got some Godsmacks in here, Venoms, Wasp, more Keels, more Metallicas. Over here, I've got about 30 different Rush albums. I've got Aerosmiths. I got Aussies. I've got UFOs. I've got a few Rainbows. I've got some Queen's Rock. I've got 38 Special. So there's enough stuff here to keep us busy for about, I don't know, 2 or 3 years. There's about 2 or 3 years of stuff in here. There's about 7 different Wasp items here. I'll go ahead and pull one of them out. I'm kind of familiar with this one. Whew, I'm out of breath. All right, so let's go back up to the top here. We have Triumph at 21. We have Triumph at 23. And we have Fred Carnell wants Modest Mouse. That's sold to Fred Carnell. Steve Vai is sold. Steve Vai is officially sold to Brian Thurman for $40. Ron Phillips is now the high bidder on Triumph. Rock and Roll Machine. Triumph is at $23 to Ron Phillips. $23 on Triumph. We have Wasp, 95 Nasty. Wasp, 95 Nasty. $25 start. Let's take a look at Wasp. Nice. This is Easy Living, Flesh and Fire, and 95 Nasty. EX Plus Vinyl. Wasp is now going up. $25 start. This is, I believe, a UK. Most of these singles are UK, or is this actually US? This actually may be US. Yeah, that's US. $25 start on that. Speaking, that's exactly the new high bid on Triumph, $25. And we had this last night, White Tiger. We had a VG copy. This is White Tiger, self-titled. It's in shrink wrap. Boy, this one looks pristine so far. And yeah, there's Mark St. John, who was, of course, one of the guitarists in Kiss. The vinyl looks exceptional. Very nice. Let's put that up for a $25 start. That's what we started the VG copy for late last night. White Tiger, $25 start. We was auctioning that at like 11 o'clock last night. Michelle Miller said she got the Dean Martin. Let me go back up to the top, make sure I didn't miss anything else. Michelle Miller put DM for Dean Martin. That is true. And then we have Triumph at 21, 23, 25. Wasp is at 35, and White Tiger is at 30. We have Beast Luxuria. Beast Box Luxuria, a 1990 UK synth pop, $19.99. Beast Box Luxuria. I think I'm somewhat getting that correct. It has an original inner sleeve with it, $19.99 on that. And Elvis, Legendary Performer, $14.99. This is actually really cool. Unreleased songs and outtakes from like 1956, 1957. I never did, this picture, you think it's like something from the 70s, but it's actually really early tracks from Elvis, $14.99. Travis Wade on Beatbox, that's sold to Travis Wade. Also, we have Triumph at 26, White Tiger at 33.37, and Changes, David Bowie, 40th Anniversary Edition. This is sealed. David Bowie is $29.99. That's Changes, 40th Anniversary Edition, sealed David Bowie, $29.99. White Tiger is at 33.37. Fred Carnell, you were second on Beast. Triumph. The last bid we had on Triumph was Darren Wallace at $25. I'm about to sell Triumph. Nope, Ron Phillips bid $26. Ron Phillips bid $26. Ron Phillips bid $26. We have Freddie Milford first on David Bowie. That is sold to Freddie Milford. We have Wasp at 36, and White Tiger, I think, is at 43. Also, Steeler. Steeler is $39.99. Steeler, $39.99 for Steeler. Very nice. We usually auction that one. $39.99. And Heatwave, Greensleeves Rhythm Album, number 9. This is a reggae dancehall comp from 2001 UK, $19.99. Elephant Man, Capleton, Mr. Vegas, Sizzla, Hawkeye, Lexus, Beanie Man, Harry Toddler, Mad Anju. Before I go any further, I'm going to take a drink of very caffeinated water. All right. First, all three auctions are still getting bids. The first to Steeler was Paul Richards. Paul Richards, you get Steeler. John Mitzmore, you're second. Herb Albert, what is that? Rotation, a 1979 clear vinyl pressing from Rise. Never seen that before. $19.99. Nashville City Limits compilation, sealed from Columbia House. Mississippi Delta by Bobby Gentry, the first track, $14.99. Country Dynamite is sealed, $14.99. And Let's Pretend, Alibaba and the 40 Thieves and White Cat, $14.99. That will be sold either to Susie or Michelle Miller. Sold to Michelle Miller. I just did like one of those Jedi tricks. Seth, you ever watch Star Wars? Oh, that's right. Seth has never watched a Star Wars movie before. Oh boy. All right. First, we have a final call on Triumph. Darren Wallace is at $28. Jason Widener is at $30. Jason Widener is at $30. Jason Widener is at $30. Okay. That is a final call. Next is Wasp. That is a U.S. original Rock and Roll Machine. Actually, it's a U.S. reissue of Rock and Roll Machine. This album was previously released as AFL 1-2982. Still don't get it very often. Rock and Roll Machine. Wasp is a U.S. original 3-track. It's called 95 Nasty. It has 2 other tracks on it. Final call. The high bid on Wasp. Right now, I'm showing Brian Thurman at $36. Brian Thurman, $36. Wasp. And then White Tiger. The last bid that came in on White Tiger was Brian Thurman for $47. That's where we're at. Now, the next question was CD Tracks, Country Dynamite. Give me 1 second on that, Jason, because there's several on there. It's Country Dynamite. There's 20 tracks. Before I do that, we have, can someone please give me a favor? I need some money to buy medicine. No, we're not giving you money. T's coming up for auction, possibly. Stephen Free wants both sealed country comps. Give me 1 second on that, because we got to make sure if he wants the other one. And White Tiger's at $48. We have an out on Triumph. So we're about to sell both of those. Yeah, not watching Star Wars is like saying you've never sung the national anthem or never given the Pledge of Allegiance. Same thing. It's like, that's the most, you've got to do that. White Tiger's at 48. White Tiger's at 49. White Tiger's at 50. Wasp is at 37. So it looks like Triumph is about to be sold then. The last bid was Jason Widener at $30, and we're about to sell it. All right, Jason Francis, he passed. Sell both of these sealed country comps then to Stephen Freyu. Yes, he wants both of the sealed country comps. Sell those to Stephen Freyu. Have you ever watched? No, I've seen Harry Potter. No. I know I have. I'm a Harry Potter fan. What are you talking about? Triumph is officially sold. Triumph is officially sold then. Triumph is done. This is, before that we get too buried here in the comments, Jason Widener for $30. Now, this is sold for $30. Now, I want to do that because the feed is moving. We got 3 auctions. They're all still getting bids. We got questions. We got comments. We got remarks. We got people in foreign countries begging for money so they can buy medicine, which is obviously a scam. They probably have more money than us. White Tiger's at $51 and condition on Elvis Presley. Condition on Elvis Presley. This is $14.99. $14.99. Elvis, legendary performer. No condition notes on it, Tom. $14.99. Elvis Presley, legendary performer, volume 1. $14.99. All right, let me take a drink of water. We're going to recap this bin, and then we've got more stuff to go through, of course. All right, Tom Moran gets Elvis. Chad, I've never sung the national anthem. That's because you live over there in Dutchland. This is the United States here. Wasp is a final call. Devin Reese is at 51. Wasp is at 40. That's where we're at. White Tiger's at 55 now with Hector Morin. These bids have been so out of place, it's really messed me up. There'll be like 55, 54, 53, and then a 60, and then there'll be a 35 and a 40. And it really messes me up. They come in very odd. I think people bid before they see the next bid, and then some people's got delayed connections. Some people's connections really fast, and it really messes me up. So White Tiger's at 55 of Hector Morin, and Wasp, and I have to go hunt for these. Wasp is at $40. So Los Lobos, Shakin' Shakin' Shakes, that's $9.99. $9.99 on that. Steve Miller Band Anthology, $32.99. Who has the bid on Wasp at $40? I'm showing Brian Thurman at $40. Brian Thurman, I'm showing you at $40. Herbie Hancock, Thrust. Herbie Hancock is a 74 Pittman, $39.99. Steve Miller Band, Living in the 20th Century, $14.99 for Steve Miller Band. And Martha Hoople's Greatest Hits. Martha Hoople, Greatest Hits, $19.99. All the young dudes. Corey Gaston wants Los Lobos. That's sold to Corey Gaston. We have Augie Myers, Finale in Lights from 1977. That's $19.99. And Matterhorn, the Louis Bellson Drum Explosion, $14.99 for Matterhorn. And Mint Tattoo. Mint Tattoo is a 1969 hard rock album. Has this like die-cut window cover, $39.99. And The Loved Ones, Better Do Right. The Loved Ones is sealed, 1994, $64.99. White Tiger is sold. White Tiger is sold to Hector Morin for $55. That's sold to Hector for $55. Yeah, Rob Show, you better be careful. We'll invade you over there in the Netherlands. You're messing with the stars and stripes here, buddy. There's a reason we don't have free health care here. It's called F whatever fighter jets. Wasp is sold to Brian Thurman for $40. This is sold to Brian Thurman for $40. Peter says he'll be in tomorrow to pick up. Thank you for that information. I will let them know. Richard Harris, a Tramp Shining. Richard Harris is $19.99. And the Moody Blues, The Other Side of Life, $12.99 for the Moody Blues. Our next auction is, I have no idea. We have, let's do something here. I actually got tagged. Well, I got some stuff here that's actually ready to go. This is, oh, great, Tesla, of course. This is the Exploited. This is the Exploited, live at the White House. This is a 1985 U.S. pressing. It is the same year as the original, but the third press, different labels. Combat had a series there where they were doing a lot of different labels. So this is the camouflage label here. It is about a VG Plus condition, and it's going to go up for a $20 start, and that's the Exploited. Live at the White House, $20 on the Exploited. So that's going up for auction. That's an 85 U.S. pressing, $20 start on that. And then we have Tesla Mechanical Resonance. Tesla Mechanical Resonance in shrink wrap. Tesla is a 1986 US OG. It has the inner sleeve. It has the shrink wrap. It's in EX condition. It's a $35 start. Tesla Mechanical Resonance, $35 start on that. It has the original inner sleeve. There's Nikolai in his laboratory trying to harness wireless electricity, which they said he was secretly killed over. They said he had some kind of Tesla had some kind of secret thing about electricity, and that's why they had him killed. We have God Bless Tiny Tim in shrink wrap, $34.99. God Bless Tiny Tim in shrink wrap. Death on Lee Highway, $19.99. That's a bluegrass album. Night Move still available by Bob Seger, $24.99. Also Herb Albert and Heatwave. Herb Albert, some kind of clear vinyl rotation single, never seen that before. And then this is a reggae comp. So that's what we have there. Tesla has new bids. Exploited has new bids for 21 and 25. And Tesla's at 45 and 45. Michelle Miller wants the Herb Albert there on clear vinyl. That is sold to Michelle. All right. Let's see here. Chris Bryant says he'll take the Night Moves. That is sold to Chris Bryant. And I'm going to move these over here with the other stuff. All righty. Now, we have a crate of records to go through. If that's surprising to you, then you are obviously not familiar with what we do here. Let's see if I can find it. It's one of these right over here. I'm going to have to move some stuff around to get to it. We're going to be starting some discount stuff a lot earlier than normal. And I think this is one of the first ones right here. Yep, this is one of the first ones. I got some stuff here that's not too old, that's pretty recent. We're about to knock out for 50% off while we keep some of these great auctions. So that's kind of what I have tonight far as if I do have any kind of agenda, the agenda is I've got plenty of auctions to keep us busy for a long time, a lot over here, a lot of them unadvertised and unmarked. We're going to be going through some discount. My goal is to sell as many records as possible every night. So kind of when I get through the new stuff, I start doing discount stuff. So we're about to do discount stuff right now. So this can be some like 50% off stuff. Tomorrow, just looking ahead, we're going to have more auctions. We're going to have more new records. I think Seth's over here getting auctions ready as we speak. I'm going to work on some tonight as well. And then Paul and Laura are here tomorrow. They will be probably adding additional supplements to our auction inventory. And then they will be marking some records. And then we should have a big shipment of new vinyl show up tomorrow as well. And it should be that way for the rest of the week, honestly. So what is tomorrow? Wednesday? Yeah, starting tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wednesday. That's always a big day. From tomorrow there on, there should be some big new vinyl orders. But I'm here to sell these records. We got our bins full. I've got crates stacked up everywhere. I've got to start selling some of these. So first thing we're going to do is start discounting them. These are going to be discounted. They're going to be sold. Whatever the price is on the back, that's the price it is. First, Exploited's at $35. And we have Tesla at $80. So Tesla's at $80 and the Exploited's at $35. That's what I'm seeing. Unless Hector, his T is for the Exploited. I don't think it is though. I think that was maybe a late bid on Tesla. I'm showing Tesla at $80 and Exploited at 36. So if I tell you the price on a record, that is the price after the discount. There's some stuff here I think we've already been through once, so time to clear out some of this. And then we'll probably do another crate of new vinyl. And then possibly some buy it now best offer. But here's Traces by the Classic 4, $6.50. The Classic 4 with Dennis Yost. That's called Traces. The price on that is now $6.50. $6.50. Don Williams, New Horizons. Don Williams, the country Don Williams. That's $5 on Don Williams. And we have John Evangelis, Private Collection. There's been some people telling me I need to listen to John Evangelis, but that is $5. John Evangelis, $5 on John Evangelis. Also, we have 12 Original Artists, Volume 2, $7.50. 12 Original Artists, Volume 2. B.B. King's on there. The Jacks, Etta James, Joe Turner, Jimmy Witherspoon, $7.50 on that. Okay, next auction. We're going to get 3 going then. I do have some other Tesla stuff over here. But first, I have... What else do I have? We hadn't done this right here yet. Oh, boy. Flying High Again. Ozzy Osbourne. Diary of a Madman. Flying High Again. This is a U.S. original press on Jet Records. And boy, the vinyl is, yes, the vinyl is exceptional. Extremely clean from the Kansas City collection. Ultrasonically cleaned. Ozzy's a $35 start. Diary of a Madman. There's the plastic inner sleeve. There's the insert. Randy Rhoads lead guitar. That is incredible. $35 start on Ozzy. USOG. That is now up for bid. Now, we got several things already sold out of here. By the way, Tesla's at 90. Exploited 40. Tony Lewis first on Traces. Tesla 95. All 'em Die wants the Volume 2 hits. That's sold to All 'em Die. Tom Moran first on Don Williams. Larry Drish was second. Ozzy has bids. And we have Bobby V meets the Ventures. Bobby V meets the Ventures. $7.50. Somebody's been asking for Ventures albums every night. So the Ventures, John Evangelis, also Dennis Yost in the Classic 4. This one has their hit song on. It's Stormy. Stormy is $6.50. That's Golden Greats by Dennis Yost in Classic 4. Jean-Luc Ponty, A Taste for Passion. Jean-Luc is $5. Jean-Luc is $5. A Taste for Passion. Doing some big discounts here. And Grandpa Jones, Picking Time with Grandpa Jones. $6.50 on old Grandpa there. Exploited has a high bid of... The high bid on Exploited is Steve Koch at $40. Steve Koch has that for $40. Tesla is at 95 with Terry Watts. 95. Ozzy's at 60 with Robert Philippi. Jim Sedal is first on the ventures. There's an update on our auctions. Jim Sedal first on the ventures. We have Hoyt Axton, Life Machine. Hoyt Axton is $5. That's called Life Machine, Hoyt Axton. Also, Chris Christopherson, Easter Island. Chris Christopherson is $7.50. That's in shrink wrap. Chris Christopherson. Michael Murphy, Lone Wolf. Michael Murphy is $5. Lone Wolf, that's on an orange original label. And Charlie Rich, very special love songs. Charlie Rich is $5. Larry Larson said he's already bid $97 on Tesla a long time ago. Larry Larson's in on Tesla for $97. That's what I was talking about. Bids get out of place and then another one comes in late and it really messes me up. Tesla's at $97 with Larry Larson. Aussie's at $62. And the Exploited just got a new bid for $42. Vince Laino on JR. JR was for, if we already pulled that, Vince, JR was for, I'm not for sure. And then Lisa Davidson on Chris Christopherson. Jackie Reynolds on Charlie Rich. Vince was JR for Jean-Luc Ponty, perhaps. Stephen A. Young on Michael Martin Murphy. We'll go ahead and pull that. Aussie has a new bid for $70. Aussie has a new bid for $70. And we have Tom Jones live at Caesar's Palace. Tom Jones is $10 live at Caesar's Palace. $10 on Tom Jones. That's a 2LP. Gatefold. Cool in the Gang, In the Heart. Cool in the Gang is $7.50. And Men at Work, Cargo. Men at Work is $12.50 on Men at Work, Cargo. Vince said that was for Hank Jr. There's not a Hank Jr. in here. There wasn't a Hank Jr. in here. Corey Gaston on TJ for the Tom Jones Live at Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas, Nevada. We had a new bid on Tesla for $100. Terry Watts bid $100 on Tesla. That's the high bid. Exploited is now back in with Steve Koch at $45. And the high bid on Aussie is $72. $72 on Aussie. Robert Philippi, you're out. Jackie Reynolds wants Cool in the Gang. That is sold to Jackie Reynolds. That's sold to Jackie. We also have The Best of Bread. Great music on here. $7.50. Maybe I'ma Want You. $7.50. We have Wings, Back to the Egg. That is VG Plus condition. $7.50 on Paul McCartney and Wings. $7.50 on that. And The Soul Survivors. This is VG condition, $7.50. Has their hit song Expressway to Your Heart on it. Jerry Conklin first on Paul McCartney and Wings. We have a new bid on Aussie for $75. Larry's out on Tesla. That means Terry Watts has that for $100. That's a final call. And Exploited, Orlando's out. That means we're about to sell Steve Koch Exploited for $45. We have Bob Dylan, Blonde on Blonde. Now just $17.50. It's a 2LP VG condition. Bob Dylan, $17.50 on Blonde. Dan Fogelberg, The Innocent Age. That's now just $5. It's a 2LP gatefold. It feels like it has a book with it. I'll check if anybody wants me to. And then another Dylan. This is called New Morning. VG condition, $6.50. Paul Oakley first on this Dylan. I'm assuming y'all wanted this one. That's so to Paul, Amber, Tim, and Chris Bryant wants Dan Fogelberg. Let's go ahead and sell first Tesla, though, for $100. That is sold to Terry Watts for $100. Let's get some new auctions going. Like I said, nothing but surprises tonight. There are a few records we actually tagged. I will read y'all those, and then some of the other stuff I'm going to try to get to tonight. But first, we just got a new bid on this very, very nice copy of Diary of a Madman. We just got a new bid for $80 of Robert Philippi. And the Exploited is also sold. The Exploited is sold to Steve Koch for $45. Now, before we go any further, I don't want to kill the roll we're doing on this half-off bin, so let me go shoot through a few more LPs. We have the Sting soundtrack, VG Plus condition, $7.50 on the Sting soundtrack. Blondie is now just $17.50. Parallel Lines, original on her sleeve, one of her classic studio albums, and the Madison Avenue Werewolf, Stan Freberg. That's now $6.50. So Ozzy is at 90 with Robert Philippi. That's a war between Robert and Samantha Joe. Before I go any further, we have Trouble, which I'm going to put up right now. Another Trouble. We have Demon. We have something Youth. I can't make that one out. DOA and Eric Church. Let's see what's going on with this Eric Church box set. And then we have Trouble as well. So Price on Blondie. Blondie is $17.50, VG Plus condition, $17.50. The record guy. If you don't want it, William Warner does. Trouble, the Skull. Trouble, an 85 US original with the inner sleeve, VG Plus EX, $45 start, metal blade, Trouble, original inner sleeve, 45. I don't recall seeing this one too many times. Trouble, the Skull, $45 start on that. Now going up for bid. And then we have an Eric Church box set. Don't recall seeing this before. This is a 2021 US numbered box set, limited edition 3 LPs on splatter vinyl. 500 autographed copies were sold at CMA Fest. Do you have to open it to find out? Okay. Sev says he don't think it's autographed. Do you have X-Wave vision? Okay. Sometimes it's an insert. Evidently, some of these are signed or something. I'm not really for sure. But we're going to start it for $40. It's a 3 LP splatter vinyl Eric Church box set. Eric Church, $40 start, sealed. Some kind of autographed variant on some of those. Don't really know what's up with that. But we have, this is Blondie, and it is sold to William Warner. Ozzy's at $100. Trouble's at $45. Looking for a $40 start on Eric Church. Billy Swan, back to the half off stuff. Everybody lock in. Billy Swan, I Can Help. Billy's a white label promo, $5. Ray Charles, Love and Peace, $10 on Ray Charles, Love and Peace, $10 on Ray Charles. And Stampeders, New Day. The Stampeders is $6.50. The Secret Life of Harper's Bazaar. Harper's Bazaar is $7.50. And Gable and Lombard, music from the original motion picture soundtrack, Gable and Lombard. That's a soundtrack, $10 on that. Trouble has a bid for $45. Eric Church has bids for $40, $40, and $50. Larry Drish first on Ray Charles. Ozzy's a final call to Robert Phillippe for $100. The soundtrack to Butch Cassidy and Sundance Kid, that's now $8.50. Burt Bacharach doing the music. Gin Cast on Gable, that's sold to Gin Cast. We have Bob Dylan, a rare batch of Little White Wonder. Bob Dylan is $17.50. The Who, Face Dances. This has the poster with it. No condition notes with the original inner sleeve and poster. The Who is $12.50 now. Paul Oakley on the Bob Dylan. Let's pull that for Paul. That's the rare batch of Little White Wonder. Eric Church now has a bid for $60. And Trouble just has that one bid for $45. We're about to sell Trouble. The Many Moods of Duke Ellington. Duke is now just $5. I'm reaching for Ozzy. 3, 2, sold. Robert Phillippe, Diary of a Madman. Extremely nice copy. Let's put that away, and I'll get something else rolling in just a second. But first, we have Derek Porter on The Who. That's sold to Derek Porter. Lisa Davidson on Duke Ellington. Eric James was second. Trouble got a new bid for $48. I didn't figure we were done on that. And the Eric Church is at $65. We have Harper's Bazaar, I'm Feeling Groovy, featuring the 59th Street Bridge song. That's on the original gold label, $7.50. And Foreigner, Head Games. Foreigner's now just $10. No condition notes on that. $10 on that. Getting bids on both auctions. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. Don't think the battery's died. It hasn't. And I'm going to step over here and dig out our next auction. Let's see what we have. Everybody, let's see. What is this? Aha. Blow Up Your Video by Alternate Current, Direct Current. Original company sleeve. Beautiful vinyl. A US original. AC/DC. $35 start. Atlantic inner sleeve. Now going up for auction. Nice jacket. $35 start. All right, let's lock back into some more half-off LPs. First, though, Trouble was at $48. Eric Church, $65. Eric Church, $75. Jason Winder first on Foreigner. And then Samantha Joe. Then Jim Sedal. Then Tim Jensen. New bid on Trouble for $50. And we have Sandy Miles at 40 on AC/DC. The Rolling Stones, now just $12.50. Some Girls, Elvis, $15. From Elvis Presley Boulevard, it's on the original tan label from 76, $15 on that. John Lennon Shaved Fish, $12.50, original inner sleeve. The vinyl is pristine. John Lennon Shaved Fish, and Ian Deary and the Blockheads, Laughter. Ian Deary is now $7.50. Great titles in here. Doing a random half-off bin. I'm notorious for doing this. Discounting records that shouldn't be discounted. We have Eric Church at 50, Trouble at 52, AC/DC at 40, now 50, Jason Franz on the Rolling Stones, Tom Moran on Elvis Presley, Bill Stewart next on the Rolling Stones, Jerry Conklin on John Lennon, Thomas Ujar on Ian Deary. Eric Church is now at 80, Cooking with Fats. That's a 2 LP Fats Domino compilation, just $10. No condition notes. Update on Trouble, Jerry Conklin's at 52. Update on Eric Church, Vince Laino was the first person to bid 80. That's called Heart and Soul. It's a 3 LP box set sealed. AC/DC's a final call for $50 to Robert Philippi. Van Morrison, Hard Nose the Highway. No condition notes. Unipack sleeve, now $17.50. Does have a little bit of a blip right there on the cover. No condition notes though. Van Morrison. I've been listening to some of his music lately. I love Van Morrison. Derek Porter put Van, and I think he meant Van. That's so to Derek Porter. Van Morrison. Shiloh, Neil Diamond. Classic. $7.50. Shiloh. No one has connected the dots either. You can connect the dots, and it makes out Neil Diamond. Also, Kentucky Woman on here. Solitary Man. Monday. Cherry. That's a good one. Derek Porter got Van Morrison. We have Derek Porter first on Neil Diamond. Sandy was next, then Tony Lewis. We have info on AC/DC. This is an original press of Blow Up Your Video. AC/DC. It's a USOG from 1981 or 1988. 1988. It has a high bid of $50, and we are about to sell it. We're also about to sell the Eric Church. It has not got a new bid since Darren Wallace or since Vince Laino bid $80. And Trouble, the last thing I said on that was $56. Aja, Steely Dan, $17.50. That means it's $17.50 off. It's not the first press. It is a vintage copy, no barcode. That's like a mid-80s, or a late 70s press of that one. More so a late 70s. Duty Honor Country, that's an address of General of the Army Douglas MacArthur. $10 on that, Douglas MacArthur. We have Museum, It's Gonna Take Forever. Museum is $7.50. I don't know a lot about Museum, but it's $7.50. Michael Pender, The Promise. Michael Pender is a gatefold, $7.50. That's on the Moody Blues label, Threshold, $7.50 on that. Also, Jimmy L. Webb, Words and Music, $10 on that. Okay, now we have Michael Pender, we have Steely Dan sold to Jason Franz. Eric Church is sold for $80. That is sold to Vince Laino for $80. Trouble is gone. Trouble is sold to Jerry Conklin for $56. Hope we were done on that one. We are now. Trouble sold for $56. Somebody must have outbid Robert on AC/DC because he has bid $55. So AC/DC is now at $55 with Robert Philippi. It was at $50. He had it for a final call. We're going to say final call again. AC/DC. Yep, Samantha Joe bid $51. Okay, my feed glitched there for a second. I can see stuff on my monitor. Okay, I said now. Andy McLean. There it is. Samantha Joe. I got you. So, yeah, that is at 55 now. Andy McLean out on Trouble. So we did sell that to the right person. Corey Gaston wants GW or JW. Corey Gaston was for Jimmy Webb. Bob Panozniak wants the Fats Domino. And let's go ahead and put up some new auctions. But first, Samantha Joe, let me know if you want to bid again on AC/DC before I sell it. Next LP I have in here tagged and ready to go is DOA, Let's Wreck the Party. DOA is a 1985 USOG. It's an EX condition. It's going to be a $15 start. It's DOA, Let's Wreck the Party. $15 start. DOA, Let's Wreck the Party. EX Plus condition. That's now going up for bid. Samantha says pass on the AC/DC. So that's sold to Robert Philippi for $55. Extremely nice copy there. I have more AC/DC, more Rush, more everything. We're first going to tag that. DOA has bids for 15, now 25. Chris Bryant has that for 25. And let's put up some new auctions. There's one. How about Judas Priest? Sounds good to me. How about Kiss? Awesome. Let's see what's going on here with Judas. Judas Priest. Screaming for Vengeance. The vinyl is in VG minus condition. $10 start. There's the original inner sleeve. VG Plus cover. It is a US original, low grade vinyl. $10 start on that. There's Judas Priest. Next is a 1975 USOG of Dress to Kill, Kiss. VG vinyl, VG minus cover, $25 start. VG vinyl, VG minus cover, Dress to Kill, $25 start. There's our next three auctions. All right, continuing with half off. Rockets. Rockets is $6.50. The Sheer Attraction of Finney Tribe, I Want More, $7.50. Jack DeJohnette Special Edition Irresistible Forces, $6.50. Rachel is $7.50. Gatefold, $7.50. High Tension 12-inch Disco Mix Single, $6.50. Robert Kraft Retroactive, $8.50. West, Bruce, and Lang, Why Don't Ya? VG Plus, $7.50. West, Bruce, and Lang. Senor, this is $10. Senor and Koss on Reprise Records, $10. DOA, $25. Chris Bryant, Final Call. Judas Priest, 10, 13, 10, 10, 15, 15, 20, 17, 20, 25. Kiss, no bid, looking for a $25 start. Bill Stewart wants West, Bruce, and Lang. Patrick Smith, you were second. Rick Wakeman, The Myths and Legends of King Arthur and Knights of the Round Table, $10 on that. Rick Peabody's in on Kiss at $25. William Warner has Judas Priest for $25. Those are both final calls. Johnny and Joe, Kingdom of Love. Johnny and Joe is $5. Also Joy, Apollo 100, featuring Tom Parker. Joy, $5. Bob Dylan, Planet Waves, VG Plus, $12.50. Planet Waves. The cover's not bad. I graded it VG Plus. Not bad whatsoever on Judas Priest Screaming for Vengeance. Let's go ahead and sell Chris Bryant DOA for $25. That's sold to Chris Bryant. Judas Priest has a new bid for $27. Patrick Smith wants Joy. That is sold to Patrick Smith. Kiss, no other bids on that. Sold to Rick Peabody for $25. Rick, Kiss sold to you for $25, less than what we had it originally stickered for. I had some stuff here that was pulled out that was originally stickered. That sold for $25 though. Judas Priest still getting bids as I expected. And we have, let's see, I got a few more records left in this bin that was tagged. I'm trying to figure out what this one says. Give me 1 second. Wasted Youth. Wasted Youth. I knew it said youth, but I couldn't make out that first word. It's a Wasted Youth album. A 1988 USOG. It has the insert. The vinyl's in EX condition. It's going to be a $30 start. This is Wasted Youth, $30 start. It is a 1988 US original pressing. $30 start on Wasted Youth. There is a saw mark down here on the bottom of the cover. That's now going up for auction. Wasted Youth, $30 start on that. Judas Priest is now at $30. Back up to the top, back to the bin, half off stuff. Lou Reed, now just $17.50. Lou Reed, $17.50. The Rolling Stones with poster, Emotional Rescue with poster, $17.50 on that. And Jackson Browne, Hold Out, $10 for Jackson Browne in shrink wrap with the original inner sleeve. We have another record by Trouble. Trouble is an EP. It's a 1984 US EP. It's an EX condition. It's going to be a $25 start. This is Trouble. It's called Assassin and Tales of Brave Ulysses. That's a Cream song. Yep, that's an Eric Clapton Cream song. So this is actually more so a single, 2-track, Trouble. Never seen this before. 1984 US. Discogs has it as an EP though. $25 start. $25 start on that. Judas Priest is at 31. John Franz first on the Rolling Stones. And then Ron Phillips, your second. Chris Bryan first on Jackson Brown. Wasted Youth has a bid for 30. Judas Priest has a bid for 35. And we're looking for a $20 start there on Trouble. $20 start there on Trouble. Still got Lou Reed. Wings, Paul McCartney in shrink wrap. Original inner sleeve, $17.50 on Wings. Exceptionally nice. Shrink wrap. Inner sleeve, $17.50 on Wings. We got Yes Tormato. That is a Friday Music remaster. Now just $12.50. Nice gatefold. Remastered. Yes, $12.50. And Mark Farner, no frills. Mark Farner is sealed. Mark Farner has never been opened. He is now $10. It's a sealed Mark Farner. $10 on that. So Judas Priest still getting bids. We have bids for 35, 36. Wasted Youth is at 30, now 31. Final call to get a bid in on Trouble before I sell that for $20. Buy it now. True West, TV Western. True West is a 91 alternate rock album. That's $7.50. Also, Psychedelic Rhythm and Blues Review. I have to check the label. It's a garage album. $10 on that. $10. And it's called, I have to check the spine. It's called here we go, the Cave Manish Boys, Get a Load Of. Get a Load Of, the Cave Manish Boys, $10. Edwin Riviera is at 20 on Trouble. Kenny Heathcock is on MF for Mark Farner. And Derek Porter said Psych. And that was for, it's not actually a Psych record. I may need to, y'all may want to let me know for sure. It's the Cave Manish Boys. It's actually billed as a garage album. But if you do want it, Derek, you're first, and then Bob Panozniak. All right, are we done on Judas Priest? I think we are. 36, and Trouble's at 20. Derek Porter says he'll still take it. All right, that's sold to Derek Porter. That's sold to you. One more record, then I got to swap out Ben's. The Mighty Mofos, Show Hard. The Mighty Mofos is an 88 garage album. $7.50 on the Mighty Mofos. That being is full, let me swap those out right quick. If you're just joining us, we got great auctions going on. Still got pretty much like classic rock and metal stuff for the rest of the night as we finish up some of these new arrivals. Classic rock and metal, pretty much all surprises. I think that's why we still got 285 people hanging around with us. It's been very busy. Same thing all week, and if you're new, we do this every night. We're going to be live again tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. We got pretty much a lifetime of inventory in the back part of our store, and we put out new stuff every day. So if you're watching from like sometimes all night, we show nothing but new records. If we really have all the crew here at the same time, like John and Paul and Laura and Seth's marking stuff and I'm marking stuff, sometimes we've been known to show new stuff all the way till midnight, which we will for auctions. Right now, we're going through some stuff we've already shown. They're 50% off, though, just trying to clear out some dens. We've all of a sudden built up a lot of inventory. We've bought a lot of records lately, and guess what? Paul leaves later this week. Paul's going to buy a lot more records. He's buying some big collections in Florida, Georgia, Ohio. We're going to have a lot more. Whenever he comes back, it's going to be quite interesting. Quite interesting. We're going to have brand new stuff. We still got about 12 crates, maybe 14 back there, of nothing but metal auctions. That's all this week until they're all gone. We're going to be putting out new metal stuff. So that's what we do. And then about an hour, maybe an hour and a half, we're going to start going through movie posters, autographs, lobby cards, Hollywood memorabilia. That's going to be going on in about an hour, maybe hour and a half. That's what we're doing now. That's what we're going to be doing the rest of the week. Late last night, I threw out a few cassettes. Tonight, I might throw out a few CDs. That's where we're at. That's what we do. First thing, though, we just sold a $200 record on Discogs. That's good. What record was that? Must have been something pricey. We do have stuff listed on Discogs. A lot of the high-end stuff that don't sell here, we put on Discogs. Judas Priest. Let's go ahead and sell these auctions, though. Let's kind of reset. William Warner, you get the Judas Priest for $36. Let me put that in a new sleeve for you. That's sold to William Warner for $36. And I'm going to make that the first record in this new bin. We have Wasted Youth. Wasted Youth is got a new bid with John Martinez for $35. That just came in. And Trouble is at 25 with Edwin Riviera. Final call. Jerry Conklin never did say out. And then we had the Mighty Mofos. That's so to Bob Panozniak. Then the Record Guy. And then Mark Lent wants True West. And let's keep rolling here. We have Jesse Hill, Golden Classics. Jesse Hill is sealed from 1989. Just $10 on Jesse Hill. Excuse me. 3 o'clock, 13th Dream. 3 o'clock is a 1991 UK pressing. $12.50 on 3 o'clock. And Spooky Tooth, You Broke My Heart, So I Busted Your Jaw. $12.50. Spooky Tooth, You Broke My Heart, So I Busted Your Jaw. $12.50 on that. We have Lisa Davidson on JH, Jesse Hill. We have Tommy Flowers on 3 o'clock. And Wasted Youth. Wasted Youth is, I sent out. Let's go ahead and sell that to John Martinez for $35. And let's go ahead and sell Trouble for $25. That way we can do all new auctions. What's the price on Rachel? Recap. Yep, we got a lot to do here. But first, Trouble. Let's go ahead and tag that to Edwin Riviera for $25. Nobody go anywhere. Don't get sleepy. Just call out of work tomorrow. They don't need you anyway. Just say you were sick. You stayed up late last night buying records, though. Henry's Choice gets Spooky Tooth. Actually, you know what? I might need you to go to work so you have money to pay for them. That actually might be better. Let me first go ahead and do the price on Rachel before it gets too deep. We have Rachel, $7.50. Rachel is $7.50. $7.50 on that. It is self-titled, and it is a gatefold. There's that. Let's do a quick recap of that bin. I may just read some titles, but I'm going to go ahead and put up Demon, The Plague. Boy, I don't know if I've ever seen this album by Demon. This is an 83 U.S. original. It has the original Atlantic inner sleeve. It has a gold stamp promo. It is extremely nice, and it is going to be a $20 start. Demon, The Plague. Very nice, $20 start. Gold stamp promo. Promo strip, Atlantic inner sleeve, $20 on that. $20 on that. Chad, if you keep buying records, the shop will never get empty. I don't want it to get empty. If this shop is empty, then we are in very bad shape. Rachel Bob Panasniak says he will take it. That is sold to Bob Potato Sticks. Demon is a $20 start. That's called The Plague. That's now going up for auction. And let's go over here. You can never run out of records if you're in business to sell them. If you're in business to sell records and you run out of records, then you are in a very bad situation because you constantly have to have stuff up for bid. Constantly. Okay, next auction though. We have a Keel record and we have a, you know what? Let's put up another Aussie. Okay, Tommy Flower says he doesn't need the 3 o'clock. That's okay. I'll make that the first record in here. 3 o'clock is still available. It's called 13th Dream. If anybody wants it, it's $12.50. I'm going to read these titles right quick. If you want to know a price, they're half off. That way we can go up through another bin. John Evangelis, Dennis Yost in the Classic 4, Jean-Luc Ponty, Grandpa Jones, Hoyt Axton, Men at Work, Bread, Soul Survivors, and Bob Dylan. Several there that should have sold. Dylan, Soul Survivors, Bread, Men at Work, the Dennis Yost, John Evangelis. Let's introduce some new auctions, though. We have Keel, The Right to Rock. Keel. This is a U.S. original. Let's take a look at the vinyl. It's nice. Keel is a $15 start. Demon has 3 bidders for $20. Jerry Conklin, Andy McLean, and Lazarus. Jerry Conklin was first. Keel, nice jacket, just a little bit of a crease right there. $15 start. Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz. Look how nice the font looks on this one. Looks very different. Very nice looking copy. Let me take a look at it here. Is this a Japanese? This is a Japanese pressing. That's why. I was about to say, this looks so much nicer than any other U.S. copy I've ever seen. This is a Japanese Blizzard of Oz. It has the Japanese insert with it. There's the Japanese inner sleeve. Mr. Crowley, Crazy Train, Suicide Solution, I Don't Know, and yes, the vinyl is near mint minus and typical pristine Japanese. Just a little bit of humidity spots right there. $35 start. That's a OG Japanese Blizzard of Oz. That's now up for bid. All right, we do have Men at Work. So did David Campbell. These are 50% off. So David Campbell gets that for $12.50. Patrick Smith gets bread for $7.50. If you want to go ahead and claim something, you can. Or if you want to know the price, just ask. We're just reading the titles. Melissa Bailey, You Were Next on Men at Work, and Derek Porter, Soul Survivors. That has their hit song, Expressway to Your Heart. It is $7.50. It is in VG condition. $7.50 VG condition. Next in here was the Sting soundtrack, the Madison Avenue Werewolves, Stan Freberg, Billy Swan, the Stampeders, Harper's Bazaar, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid soundtrack, Harper's Bazaar, Duty, Honor, Courage, Duty, Honor, Country. That's Douglas General MacArthur's spoken word record. Museum, Michael Pender, Rockets, The Sheer Attraction of Feeney Tribe, Jack DeJohnette, and a high-tension 12-inch disco single. Derek Porter says he will take the Soul Survivors. That's so to Derek Porter. We have Sting. It was VG Plus, $7.50. VG Plus, $7.50. High bid on Demon, $35. High bid on Keel, $40. High bid on Ozzy, $50. We're at 30, 40, and 50. That's the high bid on all three auctions. Michael Rudolph will take the Sting. That's so to Michael Rudolph. Next is Robert Kraft, Retroactive, $8.50 on Robert Kraft. We have Senor and Koss, Rick Wakeman, Johnny and Joe, Planet Waves, Lou Reed, Wings, Shrink Wrapped, very nice, and Yes Tormato, a Friday Music remaster. I'm going to mute my mic very quickly and take a drink of water. All right. Yes is so to Bob Panozniak. Stephen E. Young, I've already sold it. Lisa Marachi, we've already sold bread. There's been no new bids except on Demon. Demon's at 35. Keel's a final call for 40. And Ozzy's a final call for 50. Anybody else want anything in here? I'm going to keep them right here behind me, actually. So if anybody decides you want anything, they're just right here behind me. I'm going to go ahead and condense these crates so I figure out I got to keep these new arrivals separate from this stuff here so I don't get anything mixed up when we're doing some recapping. But all 4 crates of new vintage stuff from tonight is now into 1 crate, which we will probably recap some of it later and do buy it now best offer on those. Bob wants Wings. That's so to Bob. Ozzy has a new bid for 55. Demon hasn't had a bid in a while, and Keel is definitely about to be sold. Let me swap out bins. So those, still some great titles in there. After tonight, I'm probably going to start making some of my, what we call flip crates. Flip crates are where I go through all of our bins, and instead of making them half off or buy it now, I actually discount them at a set price. I think y'all have seen those before, where I'll say, okay, everything in here is a certain price. I'm going to start making some of those probably tonight for the rest of the week's shows. Very quickly, it won't take long, because the only thing we have left in new vinyl is this right here. Here's all the new vinyl that came in for tonight's show. More big restocks for Depeche Mode, Some Great Reward. Depeche Mode's $33.99. People Are Peoples on that one. Depeche Mode Violator, Enjoy the Silence, $33.99. Depeche Mode Speak and Spell, Just Can't Get Enough. There's 3 different Depeche Modes. We got a restock of Kiss, Dynasty, $33.99. I Was Made to Love You, 2000 Man, Hard Times, that's $33.99. James Bond, 14 all-time classic themes. Goldfinger, Goldeneye with Tina Turner, Live and Let Die with Paul McCartney, A View to a Kill, Duran Duran, The Living Daylights, Aha, Thunderball, Tom Jones, From Russia with Love, Tomorrow Never Dies, License to Kill, The Man with the Golden Gun, Lulu. That's James Bond themes. And then we've got in stock, before they're all gone, the 40th anniversary of Billy Idol's Rebel Yell. It's a new 2LP expanded with unreleased tracks, new to this, $39.99. Let's end some auctions so we can put up some new stuff. Demon is sold to Jerry Conklin for $35. That's sold to Jerry Conklin for $35. Ozzy is sold to Patrick Smith for $55. Ozzy is sold to Patrick Smith. That was a Japanese pressing of Blizzard of Oz. Very, very nice. That's going to sound incredible. That is sold for $55. Patrick Smith. Let me put away Ozzy back in his very nice 4mm protective sleeve. And then Keel, that has been a final call for a long time. David Campbell got that for $40. Now, we got to get some new auctions going. I'm going to go ahead and swap out crates, bring over some more vintage discount. Yes, Tim, we will be doing some movie posters now, but Keel is sold to David Campbell for $40. All right, we got 3 Billy Idols, Mike Torres, Stephen Young, and Lazarus. That's all that's in there. So that was mostly Depeche Mode restocks and Billy Idol. Billy Idol, James Bond, Kiss, and then the 3 different Depeche Modes, which we never can have enough. The name of that song is Just Can't Get Enough. We never can get enough Depeche Modes, it seems like. All right, let me go ahead and find the next bin of discount stuff we're going to do, which I think is over here next to me. Let me see what this stuff is. Had all this laid out Sunday night when I kind of reorganized the store. I had all this stuff laid out, but some of it's got reshuffled already. I think it's this one right here. Yeah, this has got a little bit of everything. It's got some of that very unusual stuff from New Orleans, and then it's got some very recognizable titles as well. So, yeah, let's go through here and just see. Let's just see what's in here. Yep, let's see what's in here. The price is going to be half off sticker. Half off sticker. Did I get a Billy Idol? Yes, you was on a waiting list, David. I had you on a waiting list. We'll go ahead and show this right now because everybody can already see it. 50% off. Bruce Springsteen box set. Now just $20. The 5 LP box. 5 LPs, $20. I've always said it before. Bruce stuff is expensive. New vinyl. If he came out with a 5 LP reissue of this, it'd probably cost $250. This is an original. No condition notes. $20 on Bruce Springsteen. Let's go ahead. We've been asked to put up some swords for a long time. I don't know anything about these, so we're going to put them up for auction and see what happens. I think we have, let's see what we have here with, let's see what's going on here with this Aerosmith. Give me 1 second. Make sure this is the, okay. Awesome. And here we go. One more thing. I need one more thing here. Let's do the, is this sealed? Okay, let's do this here. Awesome. Okay, 3 great new auctions. First, in the 50% off bin, Derek Porter on Bruce Springsteen. That's sold to Derek Porter. Then Melissa Bailey. Then Tim Jensen. Then Brian Thurman. Then Kevin Cassidy. The 3 o'clock, that's Alternate Rock. Alternate Rock. And we have, let's go back up the top. I don't think I've missed any other questions. If I haven't answered any questions, you may need to send them again, okay? If I've missed a question, just let me know. Do you have any more Pearl Jam Unplugged? Pearl Jam Unplugged is $39.99, yes. Here's Sword, Sweet Dreams. I don't know anything about it. We're going to put it up for a $35 start. Sword, Sweet Dreams, $35 start. No condition notes on the vinyl. Gold stamp promo on the back. Just a generic plastic inner sleeve. $35 start on that. Jason Jones is in. Like I said, if I've missed a question, I'll try my best to answer it. Just send it again. Tesla is sealed. The Great Radio Controversy. This is those Record Store Day Black Friday editions on purple vinyl. Sealed Tesla, $35 start. And then Aerosmith, their debut album. It does have Walkin' the Dog, not Walkin' the Dig. No Walkin' the Dig. It does say Walkin' the Dog. The vinyl's in VG Plus condition. It is their first album. It is a nice jacket, VG Plus on the vinyl. $35 start. There's Aerosmith. So there's Sword, there's Tesla, there's vintage debut Aerosmith. Bob Podnosniak wants a Pearl Jam Unplugged, one of our best-selling titles. It's on red vinyl. It is a bootleg, or also known as an unofficial. It is new and sealed, $39.99. Amazing vocals there, Eddie Vedder. All right, let's go through this half-off bin and see what's in here. There's a wide range of titles. First thing we have is the Left Bank, Voices Calling. That's an 86 UK pressing of the Left Bank. $10 start. Excuse me, $10 is the price. $10 on Left Bank. Hangman Records presents live from Chatham, The Milkshakes. The Milkshakes is an 87 UK pressing. $15 on the Milkshakes. $15 on the Milkshakes. The Walker Brothers in Japan. The Walker Brothers is $17.50. That's an 87 UK. The Walker Brothers, $17.50 live in Japan. We're doing some 50% off titles here. The Nomads, Uptight. The Nomads is now $32.50. That's $32.50 off. The Nomads, $32.50. Gary Usher, Barefoot Adventure, the 4-star sessions. That's a Sundazed reissue in mono. $15 off makes it $15. All right, let's get updated here. First, we got lots of bids on Sword, lots of bids on Tesla, and I think a few bids on Aerosmith. First, let me pull the claims out of here. George H. gets the Left Bank. That is sold to George H. George H. also gets the Milkshakes. Bob P. was second, and then Neil R., and then Tesla bids, and then George H. also on Gary Usher. That's sold to George H. And Tesla is at $85 with Terry Watts. That's the new high bid, sealed, Great Radio Controversy. Over here we have Sword. The last bid on Sword that came in was Tony Bradford at $58, but Jason Jones had already bid $58. The high bid on Aerosmith is $35 with Rick Peabody. Rick Peabody has Aerosmith for $35. That's a final call. That is the only bid, final call. Tesla just got a bid for $100. We still got the Walker Brothers and we still got the Nomads. Next is Sea Dog, Scott Madry. That is a private press soft rock album. It is $18.50. Scott Madry, Sea Dog, $18.50 on that. And Robert Plant, Shaken and Stirred. Robert Plant, original inner sleeve. No condition notes, just $10 on Robert Plant. I'm going to go turn off the air conditioning. It is getting quite cold in here, yes. It kicked off earlier, but it hasn't any time recently. All right. Since I'm walking by the Pink Floyd bin, let me grab a Pink Floyd record we hadn't shown in a while because I hadn't stocked it in about a month because I hadn't shown it in new arrivals, but I need to show one. Surely we can sell at least one copy. This original came out in 1994. It's not cheap to find an original. We've auctioned them before for $100, $150, $200, $250. This is the new 2LP remaster, official press. There are a lot of bootlegs of this out there. Pink Floyd, The Division Bell. This is new and sealed, $49.99. Pink Floyd, The Division Bell. I can honestly say it sounds quite great. The Division Bell, Pink Floyd. That's new and sealed, $49.99. The original came out in 1994. What do you want from me? Taking it back, coming back to life. All right, so there's Pink Floyd. There's Robert Plant. I'm sure somebody wanted that. But first, we had Tesla at 100. Sword was at 65. Aerosmith 40. Tesla 102. Sword 66. Larry Drish first on Robert Plant. Then Stephen Young. Then Sandy Mile. And we have Sword 68. Peter Mazzolino on Pink Floyd. There's one sold. 4 left if anybody else wants one. That one sold to Peter Mazzolino. Sward's at 70. So Sward 70, Tesla 102, Aerosmith, final call, Robert Philippi 40. Back to the half-off bin. Mickey's Theodoriaxis. What did I just say? That's a soundtrack from 1977. That is $10. Mickey's Theodoriaxis. Something like that. $10. Also, Jean-Luc Ponty, A Taste for Passion. We had one of these in the other half-off bin. There's another one. Jean-Luc is $5. We have Jonathan Livingston Seagull, As Told by Richard Harris, $10. That is a Jonathan Livingston Seagull narration by Richard Harris, $10 on that. Somebody said, do you have any Oxygen? Do you have any Jimi Hendrix? The answer is yes, I do. Can I show them to you right now? No. Could they possibly be in this bin? Yes. Should you be ready to buy a Jimi Hendrix record if one was to pop up? I would have your thumbs ready to type Jimi Hendrix, because there could be one literally right here, and we're about to show it, and it will sell very quickly. So I hope you're ready to claim it. The debut album by Charlie Sexton, $7.50. Charlie Sexton, now just $7.50. These are all half off the original sticker. Kenny Rogers is $5. Kenny Rogers is $5. And She Loves You, The Liverpool Kids, Beatle Mash, The Liverpool Kids from 1964. One of those records capitalizing on Beatlemania. You could put the word Beatle on anything back then and somebody would have bought it. Billy Preston, The Kids and Me. Billy Preston, $10. Speaking of the Beatles, there's the 5th one. Billy Preston, he played on the Beatles album. We have 52nd Street, Tell Me How It Feels. 52nd Street is $5. Billy Preston playing the keyboards on Don't Let Me Down, playing the keyboards on Get Back. Sward still getting bids. Tesla still getting bids. Aerosmith still getting bids. The next new claim in here was George H. on Charlie Sexton. That's sold to George H. Neil Rigler on Billy Preston. That's sold to Neil Rigler. Sandy Mile was second. And we have Pointer Sisters Gold Mine. Pointer Sisters is $5. The Pointer Sisters Gold Mine, that's $5. Graham Parker is $5. Graham Parker and the Shot Steady Nerves. Olivia Newton-John, Soul Kiss. Olivia Newton-John is $5. Cindy Jones, you were next on Billy Preston. Debbie Winston on the Pointer Sisters. Lisa Davidson, you were second. We have Uncle Jim's Music. There's a song in this. Uncle Jim's Music's from 1972. That is $12.50. Michael Rudolph first to the Kenny Rogers. That's sold to Michael Rudolph. Debbie Winston on Olivia Newton-John. Sward is now at $75 of Lazarus. Tesla is a final call to Terry Watts for $120. And the Aerosmith album. The Aerosmith album is with Robert Philippi for $45. Rick Peabody, you're out. Robert Philippi has that for $45. Dream On. Next is Milton's. Milton Nascimento. Milton. We'll just call him Milton. That's a Latin jazz album. $10 on that. New bid on Sward. New bid on Tesla. New bid on Aerosmith. All 3 auctions just got new bids. The Renegade Story, including the original hit, Cadillac. $12.50. The Renegade Story. That is a 78 German pressing, a garage album, $12.50. Jason Fraz wants Milton. And then Jim Sedal. George wants the Nomads from earlier. That's a big one. The Nomads. That was $64.99. Now it's only $32.50 sold to George H. The Nomads. That's now sold. Tesla just got a new bid. George H. wants the Renegades. That's sold to George H. Half off titles in here. Got a wide variety of genres for sure. Sward's at 80. Tesla's at 130. Next is Rampin' Ronnie. That's Ronnie Hawkins. That's a 78 Canadian press. Ronnie Hawkins, now just $10. That's called Sold Out. Ronnie Hawkins, Sold Out. $10 on that. Wild Billy Childish and his famous Head Coats Live. That's a 94 UK garage album. $10 on that. Also, Shake It For Me. Shake It For Me, the Soma record story. That looks like a compilation of artists that was on the Soma label. That is sealed from 1998. Now just $15. That's probably got some great tracks. Some of those 45s not too easy to get. $15 on that. Garrett Cypert was next on the Miltons, or Milton. And then George got the Renegades. Sward had bids for 80, 81. Tesla, 140. George H. on the Childish. Neil Reigler, you were second. Bob was next. And then George first on the Soma compilation. All right, so where did we get to on Aerosmith then? Rick Peabody's at 46, and that means Robert Philippi. Let me know if you want back in on Aerosmith. He did outbid you on that one. Next is the Boss Martians. Move. The Boss Martians, a surf record, now just $10. The Boss Martians, $10 on that. Somebody asked for surf music earlier. There's the first one I've seen tonight. Levi, the Fun Sessions. Levi is an 83 rockabilly album. $10 on Levi, the Fun Sessions. And the Sharks, Phantom Rockers. The Sharks is a psychobilly album, an 83 Holland. $10 on that. Jim Sedal on the Boss Martians. That's so to Jim Sedal. There is a new bid on Aerosmith for 48 with Robert Philippi. Rick Peabody, you're out. Andy McLean second on Boss Martians. We also have an out on Tesla. That means Chad King has this for 140. That's a final call. And Jason Jones, the other bidder on Sword's out. Jason Jones has that for 81. That's a final call. George H. first on the Sharks. That's so to George H. We're doing a half-off bin. A lot of stuff here from that New Orleans collection. And Lee Ritenour, Rit 2. Lee Ritenour is now just $5. That's on the Electra label. Lee Ritenour, $5. The Swan Silvertones. I'll Keep On Loving Him. That's a 1974 pressing. $10 on the Swan Silvertones. I'll Keep On Loving Him. $10. Julie London, Feeling Good with the Gerald Wilson Big Band. Julie London is now just $10. Julie London, $10. Boss Boss, George on Sharks, and Cindy Jones on Lee Ritenour. That's sold to Cindy Jones for $5. Couple more records, and then I'm selling all three auctions because Rick is out on Aerosmith. Two more records. First, Julie London sold to Cindy Jones. Little America, Fairgrounds. Little America is $10. Fairgrounds, Gold Stamp promo, Little America, $10 on Little America. And ZZ Top, now just $12.50. No condition notes. $12.50 on that. Larry Smith next on Julie London. Chris Riddings on Little America. That's sold to Chris. Let's first do the Tesla. The sealed Tesla is sold to Chad King for $140. That's sold to Chad King for $140. Chad King, that's sold to you. Sword is also being sold right now. Sword is sold to Jason Jones for $81. Sword is gone. Sword is sold. $81. And Robert Philippi's getting the Aerosmith. Aerosmith is sold. It's gone as well. Robert Philippi, $48. Robert Philippi, $48. That is Aerosmith. Sold. Robert Philippi, $48. All right, now let's go through some more claims right quick. We have Derek Porter first on ZZ Top, then Bob, then Michael, then Chris, then Chad, then Derek, then Josh, then Michael, then Matt, then William, then Jim, then Sandy, then Jim. We have our next auction. Actually, this is going to be a quick buy now. We have another Tesla. We have a Tilt, which we had last night. Tilt was unadvertised. And I have another AC/DC. But first, we just sold one of these. If anybody wants one for that same price, another sealed Tesla, the last one, $140. The same price as the last one. Maybe the backup bidder wants it, $140. It's a first come, first serve, $140. That's what the last one sold for, $140. There it is. I have another one sealed. Next auction is AC/DC. This is called Fly on the Wall. Fly on the Wall, AC/DC. $35 start. This is a club copy of Fly on the Wall. It has the original AC/DC inner sleeve. The vinyl is exceptionally nice. $35 start. EX Plus, Near Mint Minus vinyl. This is a nice copy of Fly on the Wall. Larry, you were second to Julie London. You were second on Julie London. You can buy a Tesla right now. I figured the other bidder, who was at 100, it sold for 140. I figured Terry would want it. Terry bid 130. Terry, I know you stopped at 130, but that one sold for 140. There's another one. Here's another Tesla auction. I'm running low on Tesla albums. We had like 2 or 3 last night. We've had 4 or 5 tonight. I think from that collection, We're running low on Tesla. This is one of our last copies here. Mechanical Resonance. Mechanical Resonance is a U.S. original in shrink wrap. Nice. The vinyl is about EX condition. Side 1 has some scuffing on it. Side 2 is probably better at EX plus. $45 start on Tesla. We already have a bid on AC/DC. There's a copy of Mechanical Resonance. And we had a Tilt album last night. It did very well. Here's another one. This is called Stick Into Yours. Tilt. Tilt. Stick Into Yours. No condition notes. Looks new. $35 start on Tilt. $35 start. It has an insert with it, and the jacket is exceptional. Now, before we keep going through this half-off bin, I got to get everybody re-locked in. I'm going to put away the Pink Floyd Division bells. We sold one. If anybody else wants one, they're $49.99. Since I'm putting that one away, I'll step over here and grab Wish You Were Here, probably our best-selling new sealed Pink Floyd album. Outsells Dark Side of the Moon. It outsells The Wall. It's Wish You Were Here. That's the new remaster of it. It is $33.99. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, $33.99 if anybody wants a copy of that. All right, I don't think we missed anything else in there. Let's go back through some more. We stopped at ZZ Top, so that was like 9, 12 people wanted that one. Let's go back through the bin. Uriah Heep. $10 on Uriah Heep, Wonderworld. So I'll tell you the price. That is the discounted price, $10 on that. Now, Tony Bradford put Tease. Was that a request? And I don't think I've missed anything else. There's Uriah Heep. $10 3, 1988, $10 3. This is called Eden Alley. $10 on $10 3. $10 3. The Astronauts Competition Coupe. That is a Sunday's reissue from 2008. It is sealed. Now just $13.50 on the Astronauts. Of course, that's a tough OG to find. Cream. Cream is $17.50. What do we have here? Some kind of foreign compilation. It's from 1987. I know for sure that's Cream, though. Bird Brain Records. Might be some kind of live bootleg. I really don't know. I know for sure that's Cream, though. $17.50 on Cream. And the Ohio Players Contradiction, now just $10. Gold stamp promo. Ohio Players with original on her sleeve, $10. Boy, we've had a batch. Oh, I just had a slip up. A batch of great records. Esther Phillips, Capricorn Princess, $5 on that. I said a BITCH of records. A batch of records. I'm going to have to go get a water break after that one. Oh my gosh. Sorry everybody from that faux pas. I just said a very inappropriate word live on Facebook in front of a couple hundred people. I am so embarrassed. Not really. I have said much worse on here. I've read some titles of some albums. I've read titles of albums that probably my mother would be ashamed of. But she's okay with it. She understands it's my job. I've read some titles that I'm like, boy. Okay. Let's go back up to the top. We have up at the top, if my pastor knew some of these records I was selling, he'd probably be a little disappointed in me. He'd probably be like, Chad, what is some of the stuff you're distributing across the country on your live Facebook sales? AC/DC's at 35 of Tony Swanson. Then we had a bid for 40. Tesla had a bid for 50. AC/DC 41. Tilt's at 35. AC/DC 45. Tilt at 51. David Campbell first on Uriah Heep. That is sold to David Campbell. Curtis Marachi was second. Tesla had a bid for 60. George H. first on the Astronauts. Then Jim Sedal. Cindy Jones first on Cream. And then Larry Drish. Slicker Van Slyke on Timbuk. That's sold to Slicker. We have Murphy Stillman on the Ohio Players. Then Cindy Jones. Then Davey Winstead. Tilt has a bid for 61. We have Tesla at 65. We have Tesla at 61. Tilt is at 36. And we have AC/DC. So we have AC/DC Fly on the Wall The last bid on AC/DC Fly on the Wall that came in on my monitor here was Melissa Bailey. Melissa Bailey at $45. So we're going to move that to a final call. Rick Peabody said he meant to bid Tesla at 51. So let's do an update on Tesla. Larry Larson had already bid $65 though. That's why I thought yours was 61. It was just out of order. Larry's already bid 65 on Tesla. And then Tilt, Brian Thurman was at 36, but I thought I already saw something higher. I've got you at 36 then, Brian. So Brian Thurman has Tilt for 36. So that's where we're at. Brian Thurman, you're actually still the high bidder on Tilt for 36. Tesla's at 65, and Melissa has AC/DC for 45. Don't let the priest look at my collection. There are probably some of y'all's collections where a priest would have to come in when I buy y'all's collection. We'd have to have a priest come in and like bless your house before I leave with your collection. I have sold some very demonic records. Circus, oh boy, I hate this word here. It looks like calliope, but I know that's how you not say it. Circus is $7.50. Circus is $7.50 on Circus, $7.50 on Circus, and Nat King Cole, Love is a mini splendored thing. Nat King Cole is $5. Love is a mini splendored thing. T-Bone Burnett, Trapdoor. T-Bone is $7.50, just like George Costanza. T-Bone, $7.50. T-Bone Burnett, $7.50 on that one. And High Rise, Psychedelic Speed Freaks. That sounds interesting. That is a 97 Japanese pressing on yellow vinyl. Now just $20. High Rise, Psychedelic Speed Freaks. Wow, you don't think about psychedelic music being speedy, but that is from Japan. You never know. We have up at the top, Tilt had a new bid for 37. We have Cal IOP. We have Tilt at 40. George H on High Rise, the Psych. Orlando was second. And we have Robert Warner second. And then George, you were first to that. We have Bliss Band. This is Dinner with Raul. Bliss Band, a 78 white label promo, $7.50. Boy, that's a busy cover. There's a lot going on there. $7.50 on that. Bliss Band. And the Dickies, Stukas over Disneyland. The Dickies is an 83 punk record, now just $22.50. I know somebody's going to grab that. The Dickies is half off. That means it's $22.50 off. 15 Jets, Rockin' Years, an 89 UK Rockabilly, $10. 15 Jets, $10 on that. And Come Together, the Mike Curb Congregation. That is now $5. $5 on that. Now, nobody else bid on AC/DC, so we can go ahead and sell that to Melissa Bailey. Melissa, you get AC/DC for $45. That is sold to Melissa Bailey. Tesla got a new bid for $70, and they're still bidding on Tilt. The last bid that came in on Tilt was $41. And then George H. was first on the Dickies. That is sold to George H., then Paul Oakley, then Lazarus. Derek Porter wants 15 Jets. That's sold to Derek Porter. Cindy Jones wants Come Together, then George H., and then Michael Rudolph put Nat. That has to be for Nat King Cole. It is. That's sold to Michael Rudolph. All right. Now, Tesla, we have an out. That's a final call then to Larry Larson. We're talking OG Mechanical Resonance, $70. And the last bid on Tilt, Brian says now he's out. The record guy has it for $41. Those are final calls. Now earlier, after I had my faux pas, I stepped over there and got a bottle of water. I'm now going to start drinking it. I mean, that word is in an Elton John song that I read quite often. You know, nothing too crazy there. 106 WLAC FM, I Believe in Nashville, a 1986 Nashville radio station compilation, $10. I Believe in Nashville. I guess it's a compilation. What's on here? It actually may be, I don't know. Something to do with Nashville, though, and something to do with WLAC FM 106. That is $10. And the first commercially successful recordings. Wow, that's pretty cool. This is now $12.50. What is this, wax cylinders? Yeah, I guess this is early music. What is this, 1880 stuff here? Classical and popular rarities from original Edison, Berlin, and North American disc and cylinders. Wow. So yeah, that's some early stuff there. That's going to be like some of the first ever recorded music sold. $12.50. That's a whole box full of it. Linda Ronstadt, Prisoner in Disguise. Linda Ronstadt is $5. And Larry Raspberry and the High Steppers. Larry Raspberry is $7.50. And Detroit with Mitch Ryder live at the Hill Auditorium, April 1972. That's now $13.50. Tilt is officially sold. Let's go ahead and sell that to the record guy for $41. All of a sudden, we got new bids on Tesla. Danny bid $71. Larry bid $75. I'm putting away Tilt. We still got lots of auctions to get to. We had those up for a while because those were some good ones. But guess what? There's more on the way. I don't know if we've even knocked out. We had 3 full bins up here. I think they will fit into 2.5. We've sold a lot, but still plenty more to get to. Jim Sedal wants the classical recordings. Yeah, that's sold to Jim Sedal. Paul Oakley was second. Sandy Mile wants the WLAC. No, that was wax for the wax cylinders. Never mind. Cindy Jones wants Linda Ronstadt. Leslie was second. Then Debbie Winstead. Cindy Jones on Mitch Ryder. And Jim Hickson wants T-Bone. T-Bone Burnett. That's what George wanted his nickname to be. And then they end up naming him Coco. Coco the monkey. George is getting upset. Oh boy. We have, going up for bid, right now, another Sword LP. Interesting. Metallized. Sword. Nice. Let's take a look at it. $45 start. This is called Sword Metallized, a 1986. No condition notes on the vinyl. Covers in shrink wrap. It does have a punch hole. $45 start. Tesla's at 76. Tesla's at 78. Scott Maudry Sea Dog. Scott Maudry Sea Dog, Bob, was $18.50. EX condition, a 76 Private Press soft rock album. $18.50 on that. Some of these I've never been through. This must have been some stuff when I think this is when I was out of town or not here. I'm not for sure. But I don't remember any of these. Rocky Erickson and the Explosives picture disc. Look at that. $25, half off of $49.99. An 87 UK. That is $25. And the Nomads, Nomadic Dementia, the best of the first 25 years, now just $25. Now just $25. The Nomads. Whoa. Led Zeppelin is not supposed to be in the half-off bins. I'm sorry, Led Zeppelin. It's now just $20. Coda. Led Zeppelin is $20. I'm going to have to take a break after that one. I feel like I just did something evil. I just discounted a Led Zeppelin record 50% off. Oh boy. Whew. Wow. It's beautiful too. Okay, what happened here in the comments? Tesla had a bid for 78. Sword had a bid for 45. Bob does want Sea Dog. That's sold to Bob T. Paznacniak. We call them sometimes potato sticks. He said he was okay with that. We have Tesla at 80, Sword at 50, Tesla at 85, Sword at 65. Debbie Winstead wants the picture disc. Debbie Winstead collects picture discs. She's going to take the Rocky Erickson. That's not bad music either. George H. wants the Nomads. That's sold to George H. Chad Van Horn on Led Zeppelin. That's sold to Chad Van Horn. Then Cindy Jones. Then Rick Peabody. Then Derek Porter. Then George Scherer. Then Luke Rosenberger. Then Michael Fairchild. Can I see the punch hole again? It's a pretty big punch hole. That's a that's a 45 caliber entry wound there. That is a pretty big punch hole on the cover. That is then Bob next on Zeppelin, then William Warner, then Danny Thomason, then Larry Drish, and then Swords at 69, and Sean Fairweather, you were number 17 on Led Zeppelin. Sword is at $69 with Tony Bradford. The final call on Tesla again is 85 of Larry Larson. Danny Thomason, we're just waiting on you to bid again or say out. That's where we're at. How much was Led Zeppelin? It was $20, Gabriel, but you're number 18th in line. We have Deep Purple. Who do they think we are? This is now just $15 on Deep Purple. Now, boy, that's another really nice. What are these records doing in here? $15 on Deep Purple. These are so nice. What's going on? That's an OG. We have Street. Street is a folk rock album from '68. Now $13.50. Street. Circle of Ill Health. That is a 1990 Canadian garage album. $7.50. And The Secret Society from 1999. That is $12.50. One more than I'm selling Tesla, and I'm putting up 2 more auctions. Downliner Sect, live in the 80s. A garage album, an 86 Swedish pressing, $7.50. Up at the top, Sword had a new bid for $70. Sandy Mile first on Deep Purple. That is sold to Sandy Mile. And let me swap out bins right quick, because that one officially, boy, that's heavy. That's got a lot of records. Somebody asked earlier, I just now remembered I didn't answer it, how many records fit into a crate? Well, if we pack one of these tight, about 80 records will fit in one of these crates. If we pack them like really tight for transportation, about 80 records. But for us to flip through them, probably 50, 60. So if we go through a full crate where we're flipping through it, 50, 60 records. And that's for vintage records. These new LPs take up a lot more space. This new Skid Row here, by the way, which is $44.99, Slave to the Grind, that's about the equivalent of 3 vintage LPs because of that spine, $44.99. So Sandy got Deep Purple, then Jim Hickson, then Derek Porter, then Lisa Davidson. Sword got a new bid for $72. Jamie next on Deep Purple. Jerry Conklin first on Circle. Seth just walked out the door. Seth decided it was time for him to leave. Jerry Conklin got Circle, then Bob P., then the Record Guy, then George H. George H., though, first on Sect. Danny's out on Tesla. Blade Singletary on DS. DS was for something. What was DS? And Downlighter Sect, so you were next on that. Sword's at 73. Tesla is sold then for 85. Danny says he set out. Or he said he's been out. Well, it never did pop up on my screen, so I didn't see that. That's sold for $85. You're out, never did show up. But that's okay. We'll sell that for $85. Sword is at 75. Okay. Yeah, these crates are awesome. I'm about to order some more because when we transport records, we use like black tubs, industrial tubs with yellow lids if we're short on crates. But those are really heavy. I think y'all hear me sometimes pulling those things, dragging those things around up here, and they're 250 pounds. They're extremely heavy. Okay, so 2 more records, then 2 more auctions. We're going through half-off stuff here. The Preachers. The Preachers is a punk record from '86. That's now $7.50. And Frank Sinatra, an anthology, A Man and His Music, that's now $12.50. Once again, Lazarus and Jason Jones have an all-out war on the Sword album. Before I go any further, though, let's go ahead and put up a vintage Who bootleg. This is a very desirable Who bootleg. It's an unofficial. It's the Who. It is called the Who Zoo. Very iconic bootleg. It's from TMOQ. This is going to be a $45 start. It's technically the Who live from Ready Steady and also from the vaults of the Makoto Nagata. This is a $45 start. This is the Who Zoo. TMOQ. $45 start. It's a vintage Who bootleg that is now going up for auction. EX Plus on the vinyl, and that's called Who's Zoo. Whoop. Let me get that back in its sleeve. 2 LP, vintage Who bootleg, very desirable. All right, let's go back up the top. Jerry Conklin first on the Preachers, then Craig, and then Cindy Jones on Cindy Jones on I think that was supposed to be Sinatra, and he maybe auto-corrected to Dinah. So we're going to give Cindy Sinatra, then Jetstream, then Lisa, then Michael, then Cindy did say Frank, Sword 78, the Who 45, 50, 50, Sword 82, Who 52. Let's get a third auction going as well while we wrap up this half-off bin and then recap it. I'm looking through. I think we have, yeah, we got some. We'll do these tomorrow. I got a ton of Metallica stuff, but we gotta We got some OG Metallicas, like newer OG Metallicas, like Load, if you consider that newer. Hardwire, Death Magnetic. We're going to do those tomorrow because I got to really figure out what we have. But I do have another Wasp, IF Like a Beast. Let's run that. Somebody asked earlier. So here's Wasp, Animal. Music for Nations. It has some scuffing right there. We'll call it VG Plus or EX. Show No Mercy and Animal, F Like a Beast. That's going to go up for a $25 start. We'll call it EX. There's Wasp, $25 start. All right. Now, Secret Society. Leslie Holt, the price is now $12.50. Yeah, we'll do another half-off bin after this for sure. We're on a roll with these. Party with the Dead, the Rip Men. Party with the Dead, green vinyl, sealed from 2001, now $20. Now $20. Moody Blues, On the Threshold of a Dream. $5 on the Moody Blues, On the Threshold of a Dream. Jean-Luc Ponty, Civilized Evil. Jean-Luc Ponty is $5. Jean-Luc, Civilized Evil. Hillbilly Hellcats, Rev It Up with Taz. That's a rockabilly album, now $18.50. And Teenage Shutdown, 19 top teen punk stop classics. I'm a No Count. That's a rare garage punk compilation of 60s music, it looks like. Now just $17.50. Now $17.50. Okay, so we had Sword, Who, and Wasp. Sword was at 85. The Who had bids for 55 and 55. Sword had a bid for 86. Wasp got a bid for 40. Sword got a bid for 90. The Who got a bid for 55. Wasp got a bid for 50. Leslie Holt will take the Secret Society. That's sold to Leslie Holt. Sword at 91. Wasp is at 60. Wasp is at 55. Sword is at 90. Neil Rigler on Teenage. That is sold to Neil Rigler. And then Rick Peabody wants Rip. And that was the... that might have been that comp, right, Rick? Or was it for the Hillbilly Hellcats? Rev It Up. He might have wanted Rev and he got auto-corrected. And then George, you were next on Teenage. And then Susie possibly is second or first on this one. We'll put that over there in pending. And then Michael Fairchild, you were next on the count. John Gala next on no count. Then Debbie Winstead. And then the Who has new bids for 57, 56, Wasp 61, and then he says in that crate. So that was, yeah. Well, let me just ask you this. No, it's this one right here, the Rip Man. Okay. That means that's sold to him, and that means Susie gets the Hillbilly Hellcats. I got you now. Okay, and the last record's actually a 10-inch, and it's Moss Rock and Roll 26 rare 60s teen punk artifacts. Now $32.50. Now $32.50. A 2006 Spain that was originally sold at Waterloo, and now it's $13.50. That's a 2LP 10-inch. 2LP 10-inch, $32.50 on that. Okay, now Sword just got a new bid for 96. Wasp just got a new bid for 75, and the Who just got a new bid for 65. Wasp is the original UK pressing. Wasp is the original UK pressing. London down here, Music for Nations. It's on black vinyl. It's on black vinyl. G. Purnell on Moss Rock and Roll. And that was $32.50. It was $64.99. That's sold to Jeannie Purnell. Okay, Sword, 98. The Who, 70. Wasp, 75. Boy, that bin was a workout. We have sold 4/5 of everything in there because that bin was packed. These are half-off sticker. Let's go through it one more time. We got another half-off bin to do after this. All of a sudden, we've sold more here in the second part of the show than we did at the beginning of the show for sure. We've sold a lot of records here in this last leg of the show, especially some great auctions that's being put up. Let's go through these one more time. We have Cold Sweat Management is Wendy Dio. Was that a record that's in here? Cold Sweat Management? Let's go through these records one more time. We have the Walker Brothers live in Japan in 87 UK. The concerts from 1968. The Walker Brothers, now 1750. Another new band coming up after this. The Mikis Theodorakis. That record. That's $10 from 1977. Jean-Luc Ponty is $5. Jonathan Livingston Seagull, as told by Richard Harris. That's $10. We have She Loves You. Beetle Mash, the Liverpool Kids. $10 on Liverpool Kids. 52nd Street, Tell Me How It Feels. That's $5. 52nd Street. Graham Parker was $5. Also, Uncle Jim's Music. There's a song in this from 1972. That's $12.50. And Ronnie Hawkins is $10. 78 Canadian pressing. Swords at $98. Jason Jones, You're Out. The Who is in EX condition. The vintage Who's Zoo, desirable bootleg. Paul Oakley's at $75. Peyton, You're Out. Curtis, You're Out. And Wasp, well, we're moving that definitely to a final call. No one has bid since Danny Thomas is $75. Final call. Next is George on Beetle. That's Beetle Mash. That's sold to George H. Next is Levi, The Fun Sessions. That's a rockabilly album. Levi is $10. The Swan Silvertones, I'll Keep On Loving Him. The Swan Silvertones. That's on Hob is Gospel. That's a gospel album. Yeah, that's a gospel album. $10 on that. Esther Phillips, Capricorn Princess. That's now $5 for Esther Phillips. Circus Call Iope. This is, I think that's literally like, you know, it's going to sound like circus music. You probably hear that machine in your head when you think of like walking through like or going to a circus. That's what that is. That's a very cool label. It's got a St. Gaudens $20 gold piece on the, is that actually on the label? No, it's not actually on the label. That is $7. We'll call that circus music. Bliss Band, Dinner with Raul. That's a white label promo. That is Bliss Band, $7.50. 106 WLAC FM, Nashville, $10. Larry Raspberry and the High Steppers, $7.50. Street is a folk rock album from '68, now $13.50. The Moody Blues is $5, and Jean-Luc is $5. Now, can we end anything? The Who still getting bids, 76, 77, 78. Sword still getting bids, 99. Cindy Jones wants the Esther Phillips, sold. Sword's at 102. Wasp is at 78. Cindy Jones wants the 106 Nashville record. That is this right here. And then Blade Singletary wants the Bliss Band. That is sold to Blade Singletary. Michael Rudolph wants the Moody Blues. Anybody else before I bring up a fresh crate? It is currently 10:32 p.m. Central Time here in Middle Tennessee, where we're broadcasting from at Coletco headquarters, Lebanon, Tennessee. Lebanon if you're local. And we're about to go through another half-off bin. And it looked like there's some good titles in that. I am going to do a final call on this crate, and all three auctions are still getting bids. We'll put up 2 or 3 new fresh ones as soon as some of these get done. I'm going to put all these right here behind me. If anybody decides you want anything else in there, just let me know. I'm going to put this empty crate right here. We're probably going to, we're still selling records hot and heavy. When I run out of stuff to show, which is technically impossible, but I'll say whenever I feel it's time, we'll go ahead and move over to movie posters and other random collectibles. We ran into some really good stuff last night, and hopefully we run into some more tonight. But first, let's go through this bin. We have the Who still getting bids. We have an Out on Wasp. Danny, I'm going to make that a final call to you again for $78. And Jason Jones, let me know if you want back in on Sword. Lazarus has it for $102. Let's go through another half-off bin, fresh crate here, and what I just caught a peek of, really good titles. Are you sure? Nobody watching. 251 people. Nobody needs a brand new copy of Pink Floyd Dark Side, or Wish You Were Here. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. If this cover looks unfamiliar, this is how it was originally packaged. The actual cover is white, where the two people are shaking hands and one of them's on fire. If that rings a bell with you, that's that album there. All right, let's keep going. Half off LPs. First, Country Gazette Live. That's now $5 for Country Gazette Live. Doing some discount stuff late here tonight. Country Gazette. Carla White, Mood Swings. Carla White on the Milestone label. That's $7.50. And Jefferson. Jefferson is $5. Jefferson is $5. Jefferson is $5. Also, Keith Jarrett, My Song. Keith Jarrett is a promo copy. $10 on Keith Jarrett. That's called My Song. That's on the ECM Jazz label. A variety of country songs, Reno and Smiley. Reno and Smiley is $5. A variety of country songs. John Clemmer, Magic Moments. John Clemmer is on the Chess label. It's a 2 LP, now just $5. George H. wants country. Country Gazette, so did George H. Sword, Jason Jones, are you done bidding? Final call to Lazarus, 102. The Who is at 80 with Peyton H. And Wasp is officially sold then for $78 to Danny Thomason. Danny, I can officially call that now, sold you for $78. That's Wasp. All right, they're still bidding on The Who. I'm waiting for one person on Sword. The Who just got a new bid for 82. Cindy Jones wants to John Clemmer. That's sold to Cindy Jones. Jason's back in on Sword at 103. Trip Through Hell, CA Quintet. This is now $37.50. Now, the originals of this is thousands of dollars. This is a very expensive original. They actually just reissued it again as a single LP. This is on a 2 LP on red and blue. That makes it $37.50. That should not be discounted. That's called Trip Through Hell, CA Quintet. CA Quintet, Trip Through Hell. That's a very, I think it's under the genre of psych. I know this. I know Paul likes it. So if y'all's musical interests usually line up with Paul, then I think that's definitely worth it for the $37.50. Here's our next auction. It's Keel, self-titled. Keel, self-titled. Another Keel record going up for a $15 start. The Who's get new bids. Sword's get new bids. Keel by Keel is a $15 start. EX Plus vinyl, VG Plus jacket. It actually is a gold stamp promo, and somebody's put the hop sticker on the back. Somebody has put the hop sticker on back. George H. gets the CA Quintet. John Gollin, you're second. Keel right off the bat, 3 bids. Philip Bailey, Inside Out. Philip Bailey is $5. Inside Out on Philip Bailey. Roche and the Sarnos. Understanding Sarno. That's a UK pressing. Now $17.50. Now $17.50. And Spiritual Beggars. Spiritual Beggars is a Swedish pressing. $20 on Spiritual Beggars. Interesting. $20 on that. They're still bidding on The Who. Curtis just came in at 85. David Campbell's the high bid on Keel at 20. Rick, you tied him. Luke, you're out. And Sword, Jason's out. We're about to sell it to Lazarus for 105. Paul McCartney, Give My Regards to Broad Street. This is now $10. Paul McCartney had a film out. It's called Give My Regards to Broad Street. This is the film. This is the soundtrack to that film. $10 on Paul McCartney. No condition notes on the vinyl. Jackets VG Plus. $10 on that. Keel now at 25, 22, now 30. The Who is at 90. And Shaky Sam. Shaky Sam is a Netherland pressing. Shaky Sam, $15 on that. Cindy Jones on Paul McCartney. Keel's at 35. And Wizard's Brew, Roy Wood's Wizard. Wizard's Brew, VG Plus, $10. That is a top loader, gatefold. Roy Wood, $10 on that. And Rabbit, WRABIT, gold stamp promo. Rabbit is $5. $5 on that. Doc Holliday, Modern Medicine. Doc Holliday is $7.50. Modern Medicine by Doc Holliday. Tombstone, Netherlands pressing, $7.50. Sword is officially sold. Sword is officially sold to Lazarus for $105. That is sold to Lazarus for $105. Let me get that in a new sleeve. The one it was in was kind of dingy, and we're going to put it in a brand spanking new sleeve. 105. That's sold to Lazarus. Let's move down The Who, which has a new high bid with Peyton H for $90. Keel had bids for 35, 35, and 40. George H. on the Roy Woods Wizard. That sold to, I just said it. That sold to George H. And then Keel has bids for 50, 45. Jim Hickson, you were second on Roy Wood. George H. first on Rabbit. Blade Singletary on Doc Holliday. Luke next on Rabbit. And then Kevin Reese next on that. And the Who Zoo. The Who Zoo is at 90 with Peyton H. And I think we're just making sure Curtis is done bidding and Keel's at $65. Los Contentos is $7.50. $7.50. Okay, now somebody's asked for this a bunch. I don't know. This is kind of like Sword. I don't know a lot about it. I have a feeling we have the buyers on to bid on it, so I'm going to put it up. It's called Teeze. T-E-E-Z-E. Teeze. T-E-E-Z-E. The vinyl appears to be in about VG condition. $35 start on Teeze. T-E-E-Z-E. The cover's VG minus. It's got a lot of creases and wrinkles around the corners. I don't know, but I've had 2 or 3 people ask for it a couple times. So there's that. The Who still getting bids. Keel still getting bids. Pink Floyd is $33.99. The Collins Kids introducing Larry and Lori. That's now $12.50. It's in mono. It's a Carrollton press. The Collins Kids, $12.50. Boy, James Brown, an 83 French pressing, 1983, beautiful vinyl, just $17.50. Just $17.50 on that. George H. first to the Collins Kids. That's so to George H. We have the Creatures of the Golden Dawn. An Incident at Owl Creek Bridge. The Creatures, $15. A 2006 pressing. That's a garage group. And Sammy Lawhorn, After Hours. Sammy Lawhorn is a 1980 French pressing. $12.50. Sammy Lawhorn. $12.50 on that. Okay. Now, Tony Bradford was one of the requestors for Teeze. He's at $35. Keel's at $75. And then the Who just got a new bid for $98. But before that, we pulled the Collins Kids. Cindy Jones put IN. Cindy Jones on IN. And Cindy, IN was for... You might have got auto-corrected on something, Cindy. You put IN. I don't see an IN in here. And then first to James Brown was George Scherer. That wasn't auto-corrected. I was about to say, I think you got auto-corrected on James Brown. JB got auto-corrected to IN. So Cindy on James Brown, then George Scherer, then George H., then Bob Riger. The Who got a new bid for $98. Rodell, you were next. And then Jeannie Pinnell on Los Contentos. That's so to Jeannie Pinnell. And we have the Who at $100. And Keel is about to be sold to David Campbell for $75. Just making sure Rick Peabody's out. And Teeze is about to be sold for $35. Final call. The acrylic tones. Above the Streets and Houses, the acrylic tones is a 97 UK mod record, $7.50 on the acrylic tones. Going through some half-off stuff here. We have Highway Child, Rick Neufeld. That's a sealed record from 1971, $10 on Highway Child. And the Pop Rivets, MT Sounds from Anarchy Ranch. That's a white vinyl pressing, a 2004 UK. It's Punk, $10. Punk, $10. Neil Rigler on acrylic tones. Then Paul Oakley, Blade Singletary on Highway Child. George H. on the rivets. Those are all sold. Curtis, you're out. Curtis, you're out on the Who. The Who is on black vinyl. The Who's on black vinyl. We have Keel is officially sold then to David Campbell for $75. David Campbell gets that for $75. And Teeze is sold to Tony Bradford for $35. Tony Bradford, you get Teeze for $35. Tony Bradford, that's sold to you for $35. Okay, now, the Who's still getting bids, and Pop Rivets and Donnie Watson was next on TPR, which I think was one of those other records that sold, right? The Pop Rivets, yeah. All right, let's keep going through some half-off. Then I'm putting up 2 new auctions. We have Jimmy Reed, Got Me Dizzy. Sealed. Now just $13.50. Jimmy Reed. The Falcons, You're So Fine. The Falcons is $10. And Kydra, Here I Am, I Always Am, or excuse me, Kyra. Kyra is a garage album sealed from 98 UK. 12 tracks from Kyra of the Headcoats with the backing by the Headcoats. That's now $20. I will see if I have that Omen record. I don't recall seeing it in here. I've got a batch of Metallicas for tomorrow night. I have 2 more Wasp. I may or may not show those tonight. I have the best of White Lion. That sounds interesting. Let's put that up. I think I remember when these came out from Friday Music. I know they're not in print anymore because I would have ordered them. I would have them in stock. This is the best of White Lion. Yeah, I remember. Probably, we bought this collection from one of our customers. He probably got this from us. The best of White Lion. Gold vinyl from Friday Music. 2 LPs. They are near mint. They've been ultrasonically cleaned. Nice gatefold jacket. $35 start on White Lion. Gatefold. The best of White Lion. It's from Friday Music. We all know they do a really good job. $35 start on that. Ken, I do not see that Omen record, at least in that first bin. I'll check in just a second. Larry Drish on JR for Jimmy Reed. That's sold to Larry Drish. We have Larry Drish on SL. SL was Sammy Lawhorn. That's sold to Larry Drish as well. Cindy Jones wants the Falcons. Retro Class Entertainment on Kyra. And then George H. was next. The Who has bids for $126, $130. And then White Lion has bids for $35, $36, $40. Sonny Terry, Robbing the Grave. Sonny Terry is $10. Robbing the Grave. The Mojos, Working. The Mojos is a 1982 UK. $10 on The Mojos. Giant Sand, Long Stem Rant. Giant Sand is actually a Southern rock album from 1989. Now just $15. Giant Sand. We have Leaving It All Behind. That looks like a compilation. It is. $17.50. Tracks from The Toads, Young Men, Cult, Scepter, Sound of Randall, Improper Bostonians, Savages, Keepers, LA Teens, Rain, Castles, Guillotines, Gallows, more and more. That's called Leaving It All Behind. Those comps are always popular. One more. I'm going to do a final call on The Who, update White Line, and put up a new auction. I almost kept this. If somebody doesn't buy it now, it's only $15. A soundtrack I've never seen except for this one. The Big Valley. $15. That's now $15 on the Big Valley. Original soundtrack. That's, I think, the only one I've ever seen of those. So, Curtis did say out on The Who. That leaves Peyton H. with Who's Zoo for $130. Final call. White Line had got up to $40 with Patrick Smith. And then George H. on Giant Sand. That's sold to George H. White Line's at $42. Derek Porter next on Big Sand. Neil Rigler on Leaving It All Behind. And then George H. White Line $45. Michael Rudolph next on Big Sand. White Line $45. And then Big Valley sold to Michael Rudolph. Yeah, Michael Rudolph on Big Valley. Then Rydell, then Debbie Winston. White Line's at $45 of Tony Wade. And The Who is sold then to Peyton H. for $130. Who's Zoo? $130 on that. Nobody wants the other Tesla. $140 buy now. That's what the other one sold for. Sealed Tesla. Great radio controversy. I had that laying over here off to the side. It's on purple vinyl. Record store day. $140. That's what we sold the other one for. I have TT Quick. And I have... What do I have? I got way too much over here. I know that. Well, we're bringing out great stuff. Let's just keep bringing out great stuff. If we're bringing out great stuff, we're just going to keep bringing out great stuff. All right. There's that if anybody wants it. White Line's at $50. New auction. AC/DC Powerage. Let's take a look at AC/DC. AC/DC Powerage. Let's take a look at it. This is a Canadian pressing. I think it's OG Canadian. The vinyl is in VG condition. It has some pretty noticeable scuffs and marks on it. We'll call that VG. $20 start. It's a Canadian press of Powerage. Oh, cool. It has a record flap flat with it as well, like a record store display. So, or a record store display. So, $20 start on AC/DC. White line's now at 51, and we have TT Quick. TT Quick from the Kansas City collection. Very, very nice vinyl. $25 start. Metal of Honor. TT Quick. $25 start on that. All right, let's go through some more half-off stuff. We have Trilogy 3. I'm beginning to feel it. Trilogy 3 is a 1970 white label promo. $20 on Trilogy 3. I'm beginning to feel it. A white label promo. $20 on Trilogy 3. Attack. Final Days. Attack is a 2001 Italian pressing. Sealed. $25 on Attack. $25. Sonny Rollins, Easy Living. Sonny Rollins is now just $10. Going through more half-off titles. And Gunshot, The Fireballs. The Fireballs is on gold vinyl. That's a Sundays comp reissue. Sundays, The Fireballs, $10. White Line was at 55. Neil Rigler first on Trilogy 3. George Scherer next. Then John Gollin. Then George H. TT Quick has a bid for 25. George Scherer on Sonny Rollins. Then Cindy Jones. Then Billy Underwood. Then Donnie Watson. George H. first on the Fireballs. And nobody wanted Attack, which was called Final Days. Previously unreleased 1967 and 1968 material by these freak beat heroes of the late 60s swinging London scene with a bonus 7-inch audiophile remaster, deluxe gatefold, complete history by John Mojo Mills, and that is sealed, now $25. That's called Attack, Final Days. Sold to George Scherer. AC/DC does have a bid for 20. White Line is definitely a final call now for $55. Jason Short, let me know if you want back in. Patrick still has that for $55. And TT Quick still has that one bid for $25. Carla Thomas on Stack. Somebody just said, some soul, please. Here's Carla Thomas. VG condition, $7.50. VG condition, $7.50. And Tony Joe White, homemade ice cream. A white label promo, $17.50. Tony Joe White, $17.50 on Tony Joe White. And Toussaint McCall, Make Love to Me. That is now, big discount on that one, $32.50. That means it's $32.50 off. It's a 1976 soul funk album, $32.50 on Toussaint McCall, Make Love to Me. We also have Buck D.D. Black. We had one of these the other night. Mississippi Blue Mass. That's a funk soul album as well from 1973. VG condition, $12.50. Sorry, my son was for Sunday Fireballs. Okay. Sunday, hold on a second then. We may have a, my son was for Sunday Fireballs. I don't see my son was for Sunday Fireballs. I don't see that in here. I still either way, I think somebody was first to it anyway, Donnie Watson, if I'm reading this correctly. White Line just got a new bid for 56. Cindy Jones on Carla Thomas. That's sold to Cindy Jones. George H. on Tony Joe White. And let's sell the TT Quick. Only $25. Tony Bradford. That's sold to you for $25. Tony Bradford. Medal of Honor. TT Quick. Only one bid. I figured that one would do a little bit more. And AC/DC only got one bid for $20. And that was with Rick Peabody. Rick, you get the OG Powerage with the record flat. I usually sell those record flats for like $7. You get the whole deal there. And Patrick's out on White Line. That's because Jason Short just bid 56. That's a final call. Let's go through this bin. Keep going through this bin. Half off albums. Clyde McPhatter, Rock and Cry. Clyde McPhatter is now $7.50, VG Plus condition. Charlie Hayden, Liberation Music Orchestra. Charlie Hayden, VG Plus condition, $7.50. Joshua Fox, a 69 rock album, VG condition, $7.50. Joshua Fox, VG condition, $7.50. Radio Birdman, Radios Appear, an unofficial punk album, $12.50 on Radio Birdman. Blood and Chocolate, Elvis Costello, no condition notes, $12.50. Also Kansas Leftoverture, wow, $10. Wow, Bob Seger, Brand New Morning, now just $25. We never get that. It shouldn't be discounted. It is in VG condition. It is Canadian, but that album has never been reissued. Bob Seger. Whoa. White Line, sold. Jason Short, $56. How many records? Dave, I answered that just a second ago. You must have hopped off. I will answer it again, though. When they're completely full, like with vintage LPs, 70 or 80 records when they're packed full of vintage or pre-owned. Now, if you're storing new records in there, the spines on the new records are a little bit thicker. Like I said, that spine on that Skid Row record is about the equivalent of 3 vintage LPs. So, yes, they take up a little bit more space. So, it depends on what kind of records, and it also depends on how tight you want to pack it. So, when we move these for transportation, we usually calculate, especially if we're going to buy somebody's collection, we're like, well, they've got about 80 crates of 80 records. So, we kind of use that math for that. So that's the kind of formula we go by. All right, White Line is sold, and that's gone. And that's sold to Jason Short for $56. Okay, now we had a big run there. First, we had a George H. on Hayden, which was Charlie Hayden. That sold to George H. And then Cindy Jones was second, and then David Hoy. And then Paul Oakley on RB, Radio Birdman. That sold to Paul Oakley, then George H., then The Record Guy. Larry Drish first to that Bob Seger. And then Jerry Conklin on Kansas. That sold to Jerry Conklin. Cindy Jones on Elvis Costello. And then George X next on Seger. Then Samantha Joe next on Kansas. Then Brian Thurman next on Bob Seger. And then Chris Bijak next on Bob Seger. Let's put up some new auctions. We're going to recap this half-off bin one more time. Let me see what else I can run up for auction. Somebody's back here in the back I don't know a lot about. I do have a 3 Days Grace album. This comes in and out of print. Well, actually, let me hold off on these because some of these may... Well, no, that's not an OG. I'm about to say some of these may be OGs, which means they would be very expensive. I have a UFO album. And I think this is... do we have any Elvis buyers on? I got a pretty tough to get Elvis LP here. And the best of Judas Priest. I like the sound of that. Here's 3 more great records. Priest, UFO, and 3 Days Grace. Let's put these up. First, we have 3 Days Grace, and I'm pretty sure this has several hits on it. Let's see if I recognize them. Pain, Over and Over. Some of their biggest songs, I'm pretty sure, on that album. Somebody might have to help me out. 3 Days Grace, I'm pretty sure some of their biggest songs are on this album. This is a 2016 pressing, it looks like. Very nice vinyl, EX Plus, $25 start on that. That's 3 Days Grace. That one's called 1X, or at least it has some of their hits on it. There is that. There's the inner sleeve. 3 Days Grace, $25 start. That's going up for auction. We have UFO. This is called Obsession, UFO. Let's take a look at it. Animal I Have Become. That sounds very accurate. This is in VG Plus condition. Obsession does have some marks on it. $15 start on UFO. Obsession, $15 start. VG Plus condition. And then the best of Judas Priest. The best of Judas Priest. These are usually German or Holland or UK. This one's Italian on the gold label. This is an Italian. It looks like it's also in VG Plus, maybe EX. The best of Judas Priest, $25 start. We'll say conservative VG Plus. To me, it probably looks like it's going to play like EX. The best of Judas Priest, $25 start. Let's go through this bin one more time. And then I think we got time to knock out maybe another one like that. I mean, we have some buyers absolutely very much interested in some of these titles. I have another crate. Let me take a peek at this one. Oh, yeah, this next crate for sure. We'll do another one after this one. There's definitely some instant sellers in there. We'll try to knock that one out. So let's very quickly go ahead and do a recap. Of course, we'll keep auctions running. Make sure I didn't miss anything here. And the first record left in here was Carla White. That was on the Milestone with guest Lou Tabakin and Joshua Breakstone. Carla was $7.50. Jefferson was $5. Keith Jarrett, $10, a promo copy. That was on the ECM Jazz label. A variety of country songs, Reno and Smiley, $5 on Reno and Smiley. Philip Bailey, was $5. Philip Bailey. Rocher and the Sarnos, a UK import, $17.50. Spiritual Beggars was $20. Spiritual Beggars, $20. Shaky Sam, that's a Netherlands import. Shaky Sam is $15. The Creatures of the Golden Dawn, that's $15, a 2006 garage title. Sonny Terry, Robbing the Grave. Sonny Terry, only $10. It's still available. Also, the Mojos working. The Mojos, 82 UK. The Mojos, $10. Toussaint McCall, $32.50. Make Love to Me. Buck D.D. Black, Funk Soul Album from 73, VG $12.50. Clyde McFadder, VG Plus $7.50. And Joshua Fox, $7.50, VG condition. Let's update all three auctions, and I'll put up a new crate. First, we had 3 Days Grace for $25, UFO for $20, Three Dog, I keep wanting to say Three Dog Night. 3 Days Grace $25, 3 Days Grace $25, so three people, or actually David Campbell bid $35. Judas Priest had bids for $25, $26, UFO for $18, 3 Days is at $38. George Scherer on Buck. Derek Porter was second. Jamie K wants Joshua Fox. And let's do another half off. All right, let's do another half off. Yes, one more bin. I'm going to condense this. So we've been through 3 half off bins, and everything that's left fills up just a half of a crate. That's pretty incredible. We've knocked out several titles there. That's why I was doing this, trying to make room to store all these other LPs. Got to get them sold. We only have a lifetime of inventory in the back to process and price. Plus, we got new collections coming in. Usually, you'll see me right after we start buying some new collections. I'll start getting crazy on prices. 3 Days Grace is at $38. UFO is a final call for $18. So 38, 18. And the Judas Priest is only at $26 with Jason Short. The person we bought that off of, they had a price tag on it for $45. Final call for $26. Let's go through another half off bin. Let's see what's in here. I have no idea. We're about to find out. The Chariot, long live. The Chariot is now $27.50. That's half off of $55. It's a 2011 numbered white and black splatter. That is $27.50. Rick Peabody said he bid $20 on UFO. That's not on my screen. You must have got lagged out or something or glitched. Rick Peabody's at $20 on UFO. New bid on Judas Priest for $30. The Chariot, Judas Priest now at $31. The Legend of Jesse James, $17.50 with Levon Helms, Johnny Cash, Emmy Lou, Charlie Daniels, $17.50. Smokey Robinson live. That's a live concert in Washington, D.C. from 1972. Smokey Robinson is $12.50. And Chet Atkins, Country, after all these years, Chet Atkins is $5. No condition notes on any of these so far. Toucan Can Do It Too. That is the Amazing Rhythm Aces. That's $6.50. And Country Songs I Love to Sing, Eddie Arnold. Eddie Arnold is $5. Country Songs I Love to Sing. The Spiritual Beggars from the last crate. You got it. Let's pull that right now before I leave it. That I didn't have a genre on that one. It looks kind of psyche. I don't really know, though, but we'll put that in there. That was the first new claim from The Record Guy. That's so to The Record Guy. Judas Priest is at 31. Brent Ribley on JJ. JJ was Jesse James. George H. on Smokey Robinson. We have Jetstream second. Judas Priest out. 3 Days Grace is sold for $38 to Tim Jensen. Tim Jensen, you get that for $38. Tim Jensen, that's sold to you for $38. Thank you, Tim Jensen. UFO is at 20 with Rick Peabody. So I need to confirm then Richard Bradshaw, do you want back in? Because Rick Peabody did bid 20 and Judas Priest is at 31. That's where we're at on that one. All right, so keep going through this half off bin. We have the real George Kirby, $7.50. The real George Kirby, $7.50. George Scherer says, I got Smokey Robinson. Yes, you did. I thought that's what I said. Brent Ribley got Jesse James. George Scherer got Smokey Robinson. Tim Jensen got 3 Days Grace at auction for $38. That was the last three in there. Peter, Paul, and Mary, $5. Album 1700. Peter, Paul, and Mary. Dean DeWolf, folk singer. Dean DeWolf is $10. Also, Les McCann, Unlimited, in person. Les McCann, $5. We have the Jamaica Boys, Gold Stamp promo. The Jamaica Boys is $5. That's a Gold Stamp promo. Earl Thomas Conley. Earl Thomas Conley, $6.50. Picture Perfect, Boy Crazy, $5 on Picture Perfect. And Ray Parker Jr., Woman Out of Control, $7.50. Michael Rudolph first on PPM. That's Peter, Paul, and Mary. Cindy Jones was second. George H. on Dean. That was Dean DeWolf. UFO is sold for $20 to Rick Peabody. Rick, let me get that in a new sleeve for you. That's sold to you for $20. Let me get that in a new sleeve. And that means Judas Priest is about to be sold. I feel like I've set a final call for $31 a few times. And that is with Jason Short. It's at $31. We're about to sell it so we can put up some new, fresh items as we continue this bin of half-off stuff here. But first, Tom Moran wants Earl Thomas Conley. That's sold to Tom Moran. We have Bunny Siegler, Let the Good Times Roll. That is sealed. Bunny Siegler, now just $12.50. The Birth of Rock, that's a compilation, $7.50. And Too Much Too Soon, original soundtrack, Too Much Too Soon, $12.50 on that. Judas Priest is sold. It's gone. Jason Short, $31. Figured that one would do a little bit more. Jason, that's sold to you, though, for $31. Let me put that in a new sleeve for Jason. And let's go ahead and grab some new stuff right over here. If you claim anything, just let them roll in. I'll get caught up as soon as I introduce these next auctions. Here's this Elvis record I was just hinting at a moment ago. Get it out of its jacket here. I have, let's see here. Here's another 3 Days Grace. I Hate Everything About You, Home and Just Like You. Yeah, I think this one's got even more hits on it. And then I think this is a Deep Purple. Bow to Your Masters, Volume 2, Deep Purple. I think this is let me figure out what this is first. I'm not for sure. I might wait on that. And then let me figure out what this Queen's Rock is. Okay, I know what this is. All right. Here we go. So, check this out. Very cool. You've seen a lot of different volumes of Elvis Golden Records, right? They did multiple volumes. Elvis Golden, the second one was called 50 Million Fans Can't Be Wrong. And then there was Volume 3, Volume 4, Volume 5. I don't know if there's a Volume 6. But this is the very first OG. The first pressings had this blue font. It's normally white. It's got this baby blue, light blue font, Elvis Golden Records. This is 1958. This is 1958. Elvis in mono. It's in about VG condition. It is in about VG condition. We're going to put it up for a $25 start. This is 1958 mono. It's in an RCA inner sleeve. It's Elvis Golden Records Volume 1, which also has an incredible track listing. $25 start. Elvis Golden Records. That's now up for bid. Now, Queen's Rock is called Empire. This is a very high quality reissue from Friday Music on red vinyl. Red vinyl. Queen's Rock Empire. Red vinyl. There's 2 LPs. Queen's Rock Empire. Gatefold. $35 start on that. 2 LP red vinyl from Friday Music. And then here's another 3 Days Grace. This is their debut album, self-titled. I Hate Everything About You, Home and Just Like You is on here. 3 Days Grace. That's going up for a $25 start. $25 start. All right, let's keep going through these. But first, we had a few claims. George Scherer wants Birth of Rock. That's sold to George Scherer. And we had Brian Thurman second, Cindy Jones, and then Jared Inc. on LM. LM for Jared Inc. was... Jared Inc. What was LM? LM. Les McCann. Is that right, Jared Inc.? Susie was 5th on Birth. Elvis at 25. 3 Days Grace at 25. Queen's Rock is 35. All right, finishing up the half-off stuff here. Wilson Pickett, Ms. Lena's Boy. Wilson Pickett is $10. Half-off stuff here. Steve Martin, Let's Get Small. Steve Martin is $7.50. Sophie's Choice, original motion picture soundtrack. Sophie's Choice is $10. Corey Gaston on Wilson Pickett. That's sold to Corey Gaston. Pedro the Lion, It's Hard to Find a Friend. That's a 2001 pressing on gray marbled vinyl. Pedro the Lion, $20 on that. Queen's Rock is at $35. Tim Jensen was first on 3 Days Grace at $25. David Campbell, you're second. Elvis is at $25 with Tom Moran. And the band, Stage Fright, that is sealed. It's a 50th anniversary remaster sealed, now just $17.50. Craig Thomas on Pedro the Lion. Queensryche has another bid for 35 and then 36. Jetstream on SM. SM was for Steve Martin. Larry Drish on B for Band. Then Cindy Jones, then Paul Oakley. Regina Tabor has Elvis for $27. And Craig says never mind on Pedro the Lion. That's going back in the bin. $20 if anybody wants that. That's okay. I think there was nobody else on it. Genuine Dillard and Clark. VG Plus condition, $15. Genuine Dillard and Clark. It's actually called Through the Morning, Through the Night. $15 on that. Queensryche's at 37. 3 Days Grace is at 28. Tom Moran, you're out on Elvis. Regina has it for 27, just FYI. Nielsen, The Point, with the booklet, EX condition, $11.50. Dillard and Clark, so to Brent Robley. That is so to Brent Robley. Dillard and Clark. Also Dylan by Bob Dylan. This is $16.50. EX on the vinyl, $16.50 on Dylan. And Bakersfield, Vince Gill and Paul Franklin. Wow, that's now $37.50 off, which makes it $37.50. Vince Gill from 2013. Low production on that one. Cindy Jones first on Nielsen. George Scherer, oh, wrong record. Cindy Nielsen first on Cindy Jones, not Cindy Nielsen. Cindy Jones first on Nielsen. George Scherer first on Dylan. Cindy Jones next on Dylan. Brian Bauer says Bakersfield. Brian Bauer, that's sold to you $37.50. 3 Days Grace is at $30. Brent was next on Bakersfield. Queensryche is at $40. Elvis is at $30. That's where we're at. This crate is officially full. Let me swap them out right quick. Oh, there also went my knees. That didn't feel too good. All right. Queensryche, Elvis, and 3 Days Grace all getting new bids. Keep going through some half-off stuff here. First, we have Al Jarreau breaking away. Al Jarreau is $6.50. I got another copy. Wow, they're both in shrink wrap with hop sticker. Al Jarreau. War, the music band. War, the music band. $15 on that. $15 on War, the music band. We also have the Kinks, State of Confusion. The Kinks is $7.50. And Joni Mitchell, Court and Spark. VG condition, $5. Joni Mitchell, Court and Spark, $5 on that. Original Oldies, Volume 11. Original Oldies is $5. That's called Volume 11. And Rock Cooter Jazz. Rock Cooter Jazz is $7.50. I'm about to sneeze. Nope, it went away. I was ready to mute my mic. Nothing happened, though. All right, so Elvis got a new bid for $30. Regina, you got outbid. Queensryche was at $48. David's out on 3 Days Grace. Brian Frenfrock has it for $30. 3 Days Grace, $30. Elvis got a new bid for $33. Cindy Jones says she'll take War. Susie was first, but she said pass, so War is sold to Cindy Jones. Jerry Conklin on the Kinks. That is sold to Jerry Conklin. And then Cindy Jones first on Oldies. That is sold to Cindy Jones. Jamie Kay first on Joni Mitchell. Cindy Jones on Rock Cooter Jazz. Regina's out on Elvis. We have an out on 3 Days Grace. Queensryche is at 41 with Danny Thomason. Melissa Bailey, let me know if you want back in. Al Jarreau, a MoFi pressing. Original master recording. Al Jarreau is now just $25. That's called All Fly Home. The Beatle Beat featuring I Want to Hold Your Hand. That's by The Bugs. The original Liverpool Sound. Another one of those records to capitalize on Beatlemania. Somebody probably went to the store and thought they were buying some kind of Beatles record, and they got home and got very disappointed. Next is Jay Giles, Ladies Invited, $10 on Jay Giles. Everything You Always Wanted to Hear by Dion and the Belmonts. Dion and the Belmonts, that's $5. We have The Fifth Dimension, Loves, Lines, Angles, and Rhymes. The Fifth Dimension, $16.50. So we have an out on Queensryche, 3 Days Grace also supposed to be sold, but I want to just clarify, Elvis is at $40 of Tom Moran. We're about to sell it. George H. on The Bugs. That's sold to George H. Joshua Vogt on Dion. We're going to call him Joshua V from now on. Joshua V on Dion and the Belmonts. Elvis got a new bid for $43. Tom Moran second on Dion. And Brian Thurman on Jay for Jay Giles. But we can go ahead and sell Queensryche. This is sold then. It's done to Danny Thomason for $41. That was the Friday music pressing. Let me get that in a new sleeve for Danny Thomason. That sold for $41. And 3 Days Grace is also sold. I'll have to scroll up just a tad and get that winning bid. This is sold to Danny, though. Let me put that in a new sleeve. Friday Music red vinyl pressing. And the 3 Days Grace, it's gone. It's now sold to Brian Frenfrock for $30. Brian, that's sold to you. They're still bidding on Elvis. That's the OG pressing of that with the blue lettering in mono. 1958, Elvis Gold Records. It's at $43. Saloon Sinclair. Saloon Sinclair is $7.50. And Chicago Hot Streets. Chicago is $5 on Hot Streets. You know, actually, not too long ago, I would have not predicted the market for Elvis records would be this popular. I mean, 4 or 5 years ago, we actually had a lot of Elvis records that we had trouble selling. And I just want to say, probably in the last 3 years or so, we've seen like a completely different shift. I mean, it's where like when I see Elvis records in the back, I tell them, I was like, this might as well be just a box of cash here because we could sell them instantly. It's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing, actually. I mean, he is the best-selling artist of all time, but it's really like we can't keep his records. It's incredible. So, I mean, we used to have tubs full of them. Our stock on Elvis is getting quite low in the back, especially for the hard-to-get stuff like that. Here's a random, I don't know a lot about this, but it's called Trance. It was over here in the metal bin. Power Infusion. Power Infusion. It's called Trance. It looks like this guy's plugged up. He's getting an IV from a Marshall amp. Trance has got the original inner sleeve with it, and it is a $35 start. Trance, Power Infusion. Beautiful vinyl, $35 start on that. We have Derek Estrada on Chicago. Derek Estrada on Chicago. Elvis is a final call for $45 because Tony Wade's out. Back to the half-off bin, Tommy Two-Tone. Tommy Two-Tone is VG plus $750. And Bob Dylan's in shrink wrap with hype sticker, Slow Train Coming. Slow Train Coming, VG $13.50. I love Elvis's early stuff. It's rock and roll, you know, Jailhouse Rock, You Ain't Nothing But a Hound Dog. I mean, those are great. And then he's got some of that other stuff in the 70s. I mean, it's, yeah, I mean, he's got, there's some stuff I'll have to pass on. I can't say I love every, I'd be lying to say I love every Elvis song I've ever heard. But there's some pretty good stuff that I'm like, yeah, this is good. I love the original rock and roll stuff for sure. Scorpion, Savage Amusement. Who said we're done with metal auctions? We're not. Scorpion, Savage Amusement. This is now going up for bid. It is a, let's figure out what it is. I think it is, I don't know. It's Savage Amusement. We're about to find out. It has the original inner sleeve. Wow, the vinyl is fantastic. I believe this is original. 1988. $35 start. It looks all good to me. $35 start on Scorpion, Savage Amusement. $35 start. Michael Fairchild on Tommy Two-Tone. That is sold. We also have Rocky, the original motion picture score. Now $13.50 for Rocky. Rocky is $13.50, the original motion picture score. The soundtrack to 3 Days of the Condor. That's from 1975. It's $15. $15 on that. Early Steppenwolf live at the Matrix, 1967. VG condition, $750. Tony Wade first on Rocky. That is sold to Tony Wade. Also, Pat Benatar, Get Nervous. Now just $5 for Pat. Glenn Fry, No Fun Allowed, $750. George Thayer on the 3 Days of the Condor. Brent Rively, You Were Second. Another Aja. This one's now just $12.50. Steely Dan Aja, VG plus $12.50 on that. Lisa Davidson first on Pat Benatar. Neil Rigler first on Steppenwolf. Let's go ahead and sell Johnny Silva. You were second on Pat Benatar. Melissa Bailey first on Aja. Let's go ahead and sell Elvis. Elvis is at $45. Yeah, I was always curious if his music would remain timeless across the generations, but it looks like it has because I look at some of the people buying this stuff and they're quite young compared to his original. You got to think, I mean, his original audience is getting pretty up there in age, but I'm seeing a lot of, you know, what I consider much, much younger people buying Elvis records. So you got to think his original audience, if you were a teenager in 1958, you know, that was a few years ago. So I think his music's going to remain timeless with us. It looks like it's approaching that. It's for long we'll be saying 100-year celebrations for Elvis music. Trance has no bid. We're looking for a $35 start, And David Campbell is the lone bidder on this very, very nice copy of Scorpions with the original inner sleeve. Only $35. Final call. Trance is a German heavy metal band. No bid, looking for a $35 start. And Novak, the fifth word. Novak is a promo copy. EX condition, $6.50. EX condition, $6.50. Let's go through this bin one more time. It is a half off crate. Let's go through them one more time. Great titles in here still. Some stuff left unclaimed. These are half off the sticker. The price, I'm telling you, is the price. The Chariot is $27.50. The Chariot is $27.50. Chet Atkins is $5. Chet Atkins is $5. The Amazing Rhythm Aces is $6.50. Eddie Arnold, Country Songs. Eddie Arnold is $5. And the real George Kirby, $7.50. We have the Jamaica Boys, $5. We have Picture Perfect, $5. We have Woman Out of Control, Ray Parker Jr., $7.50. Bunny Siegler, Let the Good Times Roll, sealed, $12.50. And the original soundtrack to Too Much Too Soon, that is $12.50. Andy McLean, if you want to bid on Trance, it's $35. Neil Rigler is first on the Novak record. Sell that to Neil Rigler. The Scorpions is now at $40 with Patrick Smith. Larry Smith said that's him. He was a teenager in 1958. What a time to be alive. Rock and roll was being born. We have Sophie's Choice, $10. Original motion picture soundtrack. Pedro the Lion, $20. Al Jarreau, we got multiple copies. $6.50, and that one's $5. Just depending on what day of the week John was pricing it. There's a MoFi copy of Al Jarreau. It's only $25. Fifth Dimension is $6.50. Saloon Sinclair was $7.50. Bob Dylan was $13.50. And Glenn Fry is VG Plus $7.50. Andy McLean, I'm going to go ahead and sell you the Trance for $35. Does anybody else want to bid on Scorpions? Who is the other bidders? Rick Peabody, Curtis Marachi, and David Campbell. Anybody else want to bid on the Scorpions before I sell it to Patrick Smith for $40? Trance is sold to Andy McLean for $35. That's gone, and we're about to sell the Scorpions. I'm going to put away Pink Floyd, $33.99. Anybody looking for a Pink Floyd album? I have Wish You Were Here. I have Division Bell. I have Momentary Lapse of Reason. I have the 2 LP Momentary Lapse of Reason. The Final Cut, Dark Side of the Moon, Relics, a bootleg from 1970 called Montreux, Metal, Adam Hartmother, A Saucer Full of Secrets, Animals, Remix, not The Endless Cloud, The Endless River, Dark Side of the Moon Redo, The Wall, Roger Waters' The Wall Live, Obscured by Clouds, Uma Guma, The Later Years, Delicate Sound of Thunder box set, a collection of great dance songs, more Relics, their debut, Piper at the Gates of Dawn, music from the film More, and I have the Pulse box set. Those are all new and sealed remasters by Pink Floyd. All right. And we have an out, 5, 4, 3, 2, 0. Patrick Smith gets the Scorpions for $40. No clear vinyl Dark Side of the Moon. I wish. We actually have 27 or 37 people on a waiting list. We actually have 27 or 37 people on a waiting list. Those were a one-time pressing, evidently. We're being told it was perhaps a one-time pressing, and I think they're done, unfortunately. I think they're done, unfortunately. So, it's kind of, I think it's kind of like in limbo if they're going to make some more of them. I'll tell you this, though. One of my distributors have already deleted the SKU. Like, you can't even back order them. And that company never deletes SKUs. They'll let you back order stuff. Like, they still got all the Rush albums. I tell y'all all the time, like, Rush, Counterparts, and Test for Echo, Snakes and Arrows, all those are still in print. I can go order 500 of them right now, but there's no guarantee of when they're going to ship, when they're going to press them. They're kind of just awaiting a new repress. Now, sometimes that stuff is back ordered for years, and then they decide to like remaster them, or they put it underneath a new SKU, and so they give it a whole new barcode, and then there's a whole new pre-order process. So those Rush albums are essentially like in print, but I've been back ordering them since 2019, and they've never shipped any of them. So those hadn't been pressed, I think, now in 10 years. That's why they're hundreds of dollars and everybody wants them. Same thing with a lot of titles. We just kind of wait for them to press more. Now, we sold that other one for 140. We sold one of these earlier tonight, a sealed copy. Does anybody want to make an offer on this one? The next backup bidder was at 130. I guess he didn't want it for 140. We sold one for 140. I'm going to probably tonight want pretty close to that. If not, we're going to re-auction it tomorrow. It might bring 95. It might bring 160. Totally up to y'all right now. It's 140 on Tesla. And we may just have like an offer war. Tony Wade's in at 100. I'm probably going to sell it to somebody tonight. Anybody else on anything in this bin? I guess we have a decision to make. We can go through a few more bins. I don't know if I want to go through a whole nother bin of half off. I think we might save that for tomorrow and do some more then, because we've been going through these half off bins for like 2 hours now. We've been going through half off bins for 2 hours, so I don't want to wear anybody out with that. However, we can go through a few more LPs, maybe some buy it now best offer. I can go through some new vinyl, or we can go straight into new vinyl. That is a good idea. Let's go through tonight's new stuff and do it buy it now best offer. That'd be a good way to end tonight. So we have Tesla at 100. Let's go through one more crate. We'll do buy it now best offer on tonight's new stuff. So tonight's new arrivals on sale. Boy, that cop was just going very fast. I bet he was going, I don't want to say, that must be an emergency. That was very fast going by the store. Let's find tonight's new stuff. I think that crate's there. We've already been through the new vinyl twice. Where is tonight's new stuff? Is this it? Yeah, let's go through tonight's new stuff, and I will take offers. It won't take too long because I'm very familiar with what's in here. Can you get Injustice for Jason? Yes, we have that. What new pre-orders came in tonight besides Billy Idol? That's pretty much it. Halloween self-titled Tiger Tails Berserk in the auction bins. I got Tiger Tails right here behind me. Seth's got that tag for tomorrow, Ken. And let's see. Here's some stuff tagged for tomorrow, I think. Halloween self-titled, Motley Crue, Hearing Aid, Heavy Metal soundtrack, the one we were talking about the other night, the cartoon, UTFO, Metal Church, yeah, and Justice for Jason. Right here it is. It's tagged for tomorrow night. And unofficial on gray vinyl. Great White, Tora, Halford, Kurt Hammett. Yep, tomorrow is going to be a great show. Great show. I'm still going to do some stuff tonight, just FYI. But yeah, that's tomorrow. And we have, how much details? It will be auctioned tomorrow. You have Injustice for Jason. I do. It's going to be auctioned. It's definitely going in a hot picture. Where did we get to on Tesla? Very quickly. Terry Watts says he's in at 110. Terry Watts, I think your last bid earlier was 130. Terry Watts, I'll sell it to you for $125. If you don't want it, well, actually, Tony Wade will get first dibs. And then Terry Watts, if you don't want it, then just let me know. But I'm pretty sure you bid 130 earlier. That one's 125. I'll sell it tonight to somebody. Okay, let's go through buy it now best offer. Moody Blues. These are, you can go ahead and buy it, or you can make a best offer. The Moody Blues to our children's children. VG Plus condition, $9.99. I'll put up some new auctions too, more metal stuff. Jefferson Starship Earth, VG Plus condition, $9.99. The Rolling Stones Black and Blue, VG Plus condition, $24.99. The Rolling Stones Black and Blue. And Steve Miller Band, Brave New World, VG Plus condition, $14.99. Steve Miller Band, Brave New World, America, VG condition, $9.99. I've been through the desert on a horse of no name. Larry Drift said 7 on Moody Blues. Sold. Sell Tesla to Terry Watts for $125. Let me get that in a sleeve for you. You get Tesla for $125. So do you. Thank you. Putting that away. We have Cindy Jones on Steve Let's pull that Steve Miller Band, So Does Cindy Jones. These are buy it now best offer. Probably the last crate of the night before we move into movie posters and other collectibles. We have Rick James, Fire It Up. Rick James is in VG condition, $9.99. Neil Young, American Stars and Bars, VG condition, $14.99. Bill Haley and his Comments is VG, $19.99. Michael Rudolph, can't do half off on these, but if you want Jefferson Starship, I will make that for $7 if you want it, Jefferson Starship. We have Susie Breedlove on Rick. Rick James, so to Susie Breedlove. Jerry Conklin, you were second on Rick James. Michael Rudolph said sold on Jefferson for $7. Elton John, Tumbleweed Connection, VG Plus condition, $24.99. Original Uni label, VG Plus, $24.99. Steppenwolf, their debut album, Born to Be Wild. It's actually just called Steppenwolf. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. Oh boy, what do we have over here? I have a Best of UFO. That sounds interesting. And I have a Stone Temple Pilots. What version is this? Man, this is a great album. Purple by Stone Temple Pilots. Purple, which has, let's see here. Stone Temple Pilots, Purple. It's on blue and white splatter vinyl. We have, let's see here, Big Empty's on here. That's one of the big songs, Big Empty. Vaseline, Interstate Love Song. There's the three big ones. $25 start. $25 start on that. And then we have the Best of UFO. We'll see how these auctions do. They may be our last ones. Boy, that is some very, very nice vinyl. UFO, the Best of UFO. It's German. That's why it looks so nice and shiny and pretty and high quality. The Best of UFO. That's also going up for a $25 start. Okay, we have Steppenwolf. Steppenwolf is in VG condition, $14.99. Let me remind you of some of the great songs that's on this Elton John. It has Where To Now, St. Peter, which is an amazing song. Love Song, Burn Down the Mission. Let's also not forget about Country Comfort, Come Down in Time, My Father's Gun. Those are all great, amazing songs by Elton John and Bernie Taupin. VG Plus condition, $24.99. That's on the original label. And it also should be a gatefold with the booklet. Should have a booklet inside of it. Yeah, right here. There's the booklet with the lyrics, etc., etc. Where's the rest of the pages? Oh, here they are. Yeah, there we go. All right, there's that. Okay, so let's put that away. Sorry, one of my top 10 artists there. Everything he did from 68 through about, what, 76, 77, some of my favorite music. Okay, STP 27, 25, 30, UFO 25. Neil said he'd do 10 on the Steppenwolf. You got it. STP 32. We have UFO 30. Next is Casey Anderson. This is a 1959 mono, VG Plus $14.99. Casey Anderson. The Sugar Shop. The Sugar Shop is a 1968 Preston original from Capitol, VG Plus $24.99. Ruben and the Jets, VG condition $34.99. And this was a white label promo. This was a white label promo, Ruben and the Jets. So STP is at $30 and UFO's at $31. That's where we're at. UFO, STP. The Best of Spirit. I got a line on you. VG condition, $9.99 for the Best of Spirit. Moby Grape 69, VG condition, $19.99. Charlie Musselwhite, Stand Back, VG condition, $24.99 for Charlie Musselwhite, Stand Back, VG condition. Also, Roy Buchanan, it was in VG condition, $9.99. Cindy Jones First on Spirit. We're going through tonight's newest records. We have John Coltrane, My Favorite Things. That's a 66 pressing. The cover does have some seam splitting. Green and blue Atlantic label, $39.99. Cindy Jones on CM, Charlie Musselwhite. That's So Does Cindy Jones. The Rascals, Once Upon a Dream, VG Plus condition, $14.99 on the Rascals. Also, Leonard Cohen, Songs from a Room. Leonard Cohen is VG condition, $29.99. Leonard Cohen, Songs from a Room, 1969, VG $29.99. Patrick Smith on Roy Buchanan for $7. Cindy Jones says Ron, and then Rick, and then John. Hold on a second. So Roy Buchanan went to Patrick Smith for $7. Cindy Jones put Rick, and Rick was for something in here. And then John. For John Coltrane, is that right, Cindy? And if so, that's sold to you. STP is about to be sold. We have a new bid with Brian Thurman for $35. Jason bid $31. Brian's at $35. UFO is at $36. UFO's at $36. And we have STP's at $37. Neil Reigler said he'd give $15 for the Moby Grape. Sold. That is sold to Cindy, Moby Grape sold for $15 to Neil Reigler. STP's at $38. Carl Perkins. I don't think I've ever seen this before. I've maybe seen pictures of it. I don't think we've actually had it for sale since I've been doing this. A 1958 mono, whole lot of shaking. So Carl Perkins and, of course, Elvis, they were all on Johnny Cash. They were all on Sun Records out of Memphis, and then they all went to other labels when they left Sun. Carl Perkins went to Columbia, and I'm pretty sure this is his first album on Columbia. It's called Whole Lotta Shakin'. It's an original mono 6i, VG condition, $49.99. That's the original label, and I don't think it was reissued too many times. If it was under different titles, different tracks. That's probably what makes it VG. It has a little bit of a fillable mark right there. It's called Whole Lotta Shakin', Carl Perkins. That is now sold to Brent Robley for $40. Whole Lotta Shakin'. That's really cool. So, of course, Elvis went to RCA. Carl Perkins went to Columbia. Johnny Cash went to Columbia. When they all kind of dissolved from Sun there. That's sold to Brent Robley for $40. If I would have waited a few more minutes, George was going to pay full price. I've already said sold to Brent for $40. STP is at $40, and STP is at $40. Yeah, Brian Thurman's at $40, and UFO, no one has bid since Jason Short bid $36, and that means Brian Thurman, I don't know if you know this or not, but you're out on the UFO. Let's keep going here. Wichita Fall, Life is But a Dream. Wichita Fall, sorry, my southern accent just really kicked in right then. It's a 68 prog record, $29.99. It does have some cover damage. It is in VG condition, but that's a prog album from '69. Dennis Coffey, Back Home. Dennis Coffey is sealed from 1977, $29.99. Coffee and Cigarettes. We have Jerry Jeff Walker, Gold Stamp promo. The name of the album is Reunion, $19.99. I just sold a Jerry Jeff Walker autograph last night online. Billy Vera and the Beaters by request. Billy Vera is sealed, $19.99. We have Buzz Rock International. This is actually a Jamaica reggae record. I think it's actually made in Jamaica as well. Wise Dub, Buzz Rock Please, and Ja Viv, Never Look Silly. That's $19.99. UFO is out with Brian Thurman. Samantha bid $41 on STP. We have a $20 offer on Coffee, sold to George H. for $20. STP's at $42. STP is a new pressing on blue splatter vinyl. It's blue splatter vinyl, and it's at $41 with Samantha Joe. Now $42 with Michael Fairchild. We are about to sell UFO, though. UFO, the best of UFO, this German pressing. Jason Short has it for $36. We're now moving it to a final call. Next is Augie Myers, Live at the Long Net and the Western Headband. Augie Myers is $19.99. Exception. I think I listened to one of these. This is kind of like a proggy album, I'm pretty sure as well. Exceptions and Shrink Wrap, $19.99 on Exception. John Cale, Vintage Violence, a 1970 Terre Haute. There is some cover damage. $64.99 though. It looks like it got wet, but it doesn't look like it's stained or anything. It just kind of has that wavy feel to it. John Kell, though, $64.99. $64.99. George said 10 on Arthur. Arthur or Augie? Which one? And then Stone 26 with Joshua. Stone on 26 with Joshua. I've been throwing a couple curveballs there. However, conditional John Kell. There's no condition notes. It actually looks very nice. It's a Columbia 2i, Terre Haute. It's exceptionally nice. George says Augie. So Augie, that was Augie Myers. George, I will split the difference with you on that for $15. $15 on that one. Lonnie Brooks, Hot Shot. Lonnie Brooks is $12.99. Olivia Newton-John, Clearly Love, $9.99. And Hobo Flats, Jimmy Smith. Hobo Flats is $24.99. Lucas, you get the John Cale for $50. That's so do you. And then Stone Temple Pilots. Stone Temple Pilots is a blue splatter vinyl. Blue splatter vinyl, Stone Temple Pilots. blue splatter vinyl. UFO is sold. That is sold to Jason Short. The bid was 9 minutes ago, $36. And Edwin just asked details on UFO. I just sold it for $36 to Jason Short. It was a German compilation called The Best of UFO. We've sold, that makes the 4th UFO record we've auctioned tonight. And I think I still got a few more back here behind me. So we have The Best of UFO. That's sold. Carl Perkins has CBS 66. So that was a reissue 8 years later. Berlin Airlift. Berlin is $14.99. Berlin Airlift, $14.99. Now, is that Berlin and the name of the album's Airlift, or is it Berlin Airlift? I think it's Berlin Airlift. That's the name of the album, $14.99. And the Sporting Club is $19.99. So STP, Michael Fairchild, you're out. John has it for $43. That's a final call. Joshua V has that for $43. Riders on the Rain, music by Francis Lay, $19.99 on Riders on the Rain. And Journey Within, the Charles Lloyd Quartet, a 1967 white label promo, $24.99. Journey Within, that's a white label promo. Lonnie Brooks, Wound Up Tight, $12.99. Philip Walker, Blues. Philip Walker, $14.99. And Gary B.B. Coleman. Gary B.B. Coleman is a 1990 blues rock album, $29.99. Gary B.B. Coleman, The Best Of, $29.99. David Hoy on CL. CL for $18. CL for $18. CL for $18. CL for $18. Let me go through those one more time. You might have to let me know what CL is. Michael's out on STP. So Joshua V, you have that for a final call. Michael Fairchild says Walker, $10. So that's Michael Fairchild for $10. Larry Drish said Lonnie Brooks for $8. Sold. And now, did George H., did you want this? Where did we get to, George H., on Augie Myers? Did you want that one? I'm not for sure. David Hoy said that's for Charles Lloyd. Charles Lloyd. That must be further back in the bin. It might be right here in front of me. Right here. Charles Lloyd Quartet. And sell that to David Hoy for $18. That's sold to him for $18. And we have Jackson's Torture. That's a 12-inch single dance mix, $9.99. What is the yellow album in the bin? What is the yellow album in the bin? Well, there's this one, Bill Haley and His Comets. It's VG Condition, $19.99. Mojo Blues Band and Dana Gillespie and the Boogie Woogie Flu. That's an 82 Austria pressing. That's a blues album, $26.99. The Essex Green, that's a 1999 pressing. The Essex Green, $39.99. Space Art. Space Art is a 1977 French pressing. That's a synth pop album, $39.99. Quincy Jones, Walking in Space. Quincy Jones is $24.99. Caribbean Guitar, Chet Atkins, $9.99. And Johnny Winter, Saints and Sinners. Johnny Winter is $19.99. Joshua, you get the Stone Temple Pilots for $43. That's sold to Joshua V for $43. Blue and white splatter with insert. Joshua got on. He bid, and he got it, $43. That's sold to Joshua. Now, let's go ahead and put these away. And we have some offers for Space. Quincy Jones, Space. Edwin Blom said $30. Sell that to Edwin for $30. We have Quincy Jones, $12. Cindy, I will sell that to you for $20. The Jacksons, info again. Special 12-inch dance mix to Torture. It's a 12-inch single from Victory. $9.99. We have, can you give details on Exception? Details on Exception. Exception is in shrink wrap. This is $19.99. It's called Exception by Exception. That's $19.99. Quincy Jones is a $20 counter to Cindy. We have Steve Miller Band Anthology. $32.99. Steve Miller Band Anthology. That's a 2 LP. That is $32.99. Is the Jackson's record a Spain pressing? This Jackson's record is a U.S. pressing on that. We have Vincent Gardner on Steve Miller Band. Vincent, have you bought from us before? If so, if not, let me know. And we have Exception. Exception. What year is Exception? Neil Rigler. This is, who was the first person? Neil Rigler. He said $15. That is an OG in shrink wrap. I think it's from the early 70s. That is so. Vince, you have not bought from us before. Okay, then I need you to do us a favor right quick. Please send us a Facebook message. We need an email address and a mailing address. Send that to us in the form of a Facebook message. Email address and mailing address. I'm going to sell that to you, but we got to get that information. We invoice on Mondays, so you won't get an invoice until Monday from us. Also, Herbie Hancock Thrust. Herbie Hancock is $39.99. Herbie Hancock Thrust, no condition notes, $39.99 for Herbie Hancock. Steve Miller Band Living in the 20th Century, that's $14.99. Steve Miller Band Living in the 20th Century, $14.99 on that. And Moth the Hoople's Greatest Hits. If you're just hopping on, we're going through tonight's new stuff. Buy it now, best offer. Moth the Hoople was $19.99. Augie Myers, Finally in Lights. Augie Myers from 1977, that's $19.99. Blade Singletary wants the Steve Miller Band. That's sold to Blade Singletary. Matterhorn, the Louis Bellson Drum Explosion, $14.99 for Louis Bellson Drum Explosion. Mint Tattoo, a 1969 hard rock album, $39.99. $39.99. Sell Mike Meir, the Jackson single for $7. That's sold to Mike Meir for $7. George Scherer on MH for $15. Matterhorn, that's sold to George Scherer for $15. The Loved Ones, Better Do Right, that is sealed from 1994, $64.99. $64.99. Richard Harris, A Tramp Shining. Richard Harris is $19.99. The Moody Blues, The Other Side of Life, $12.99. God Bless Tiny Tim in shrink wrap, $34.99. George Scherer, that's not for Matterhorn. He said that was for Moth the Hoople for $15. Sell that to George Scherer for $15 then. Matterhorn still available. Death on Lee Highway, a 1999, a 73 bluegrass album. And Greensleeves Rhythm album number 9, Heat Wave. That's a reggae dancehall, 2001 UK, $19.99. Curtis Marachi on Moody Blues for $10. Sell that to Curtis Marachi. Now, the only thing I'm going to do left tonight, as far as LPs, is read these titles one more time. If you're a first-time buyer like Vincent, make sure you have sent our page a message. We got to have that. Otherwise, we check those pretty much. We're starting to keep a log in the back, and we check pretty much the next day to make sure you have contacted us. Otherwise, we have no way to get a hold of you and no way to invoice you for these LPs. Was there a Walker album in there? There was a Walker Brothers album in the previous bin. We have a bid on Reuben, we have a bid on Heatwave, and we have a bid on Mint. Give me 1 second, and I've got to find those. We have Heatwave, $15. We're going to sell that to Leslie for $15. Let's sell that to Leslie for $15. Everything in here is buy it now or best offer. So if you want to make an offer, just throw it out there, and I'm going to say yes, no, or I'm going to counter. Mint Tattoo, sell that to Edwin Blom for $25. And Paul Oakley says he'll do $22 on the Reuben and the Jet. Sell that to Paul Oakley for $22. So here's what's left in here. We have the Stones, Black and Blue, America Self-Titled, Neil Young, American Stars and Bars, Elton John. That was Casey Anderson, The Sugar Shop, The Rascals, Leonard Cohen, Wichita Fall, Jerry Jeff Walker, Billy Vera. Melissa, that would be $15 if you want it. These are new arrivals, so typically this is stuff we just marked today. That's usually why we don't do significant discounts on them. However, if it's something not too well known and somebody throws out a fair offer, I usually go ahead and sell it the first night. But typically, stuff don't tend to get discounted that heavily until it's been around here at least a while or we've shown it a few times. It doesn't so much anymore have to do with time, more so than how many times I've shown it. On that. So how much was the Elton John? VG Plus condition, $24.99. Brian Frenfrock wants the America album. How much was Neil Young? Neil Young was in VG condition, $14.99. How much was Leonard Cohen? Leonard Cohen was VG condition, $29.99. So what Jerry Jeff Walker title? Jerry Jeff Walker Reunion. So Melissa, I won't do half off of Billy Vera, but if you want it for $15, that'd be kind of splitting the difference. And let's see here. We have Felix Salas on Young, $10. That's sold to Felix Salas for $10. What Jerry Jeff Walker? I've already answered that. And did I get, what was the prog record for Billy Vera? That was called Wichita Fall. Wichita Fall. Okay, so continuing. We have Buzz Rock International. That was the reggae single. Lonnie Brooks' Hot Shot. Olivia Newton-John, Jimmy Smith. We have Berlin Airlift. The Sporting Club. Rider on the Rain soundtrack, Gary B.B. Coleman, The Best Of, Augie Myers, Bill Haley and His Comets, Mojo Blues Band, The Essex Green, Chet Atkins, Johnny Winter, Quincy Jones, Herbie Hancock, Augie Myers, The Loved Ones, Richard Harris, Louis Bellson Explosion, Tiny Tim, and Death on Lee Highway. Essex Green, price label, is it on Elephant 6? You're referring to this right here, Essex Green. It is a 1999 pressing indie pop album, $39.99. That is Essex Green. It's on Elephant 6. The Fabulous Day Trees, $39.99. Derek Estrada. Somebody just asked about Elton John. If you want it, it's $20. Leslie has dibs, and then you. How much for Wichita? What year? This is Wichita Fall. Life is But a Dream. It's a 1968 prog record, $29.99. Now, Edwin, you have to buy this for 2 reasons. I think you make about the 7th person who's asked for details on this. That means somebody wants it. There's something holding somebody back, or this should have sold by now. It's an original Imperial. It's a prog record from 1968. I don't know how many times I've said 68 prog, Wichita Fall. That makes the 7th or 8th time I've had to have. We've got to sell that tonight. Mojo for $10. Michael Fairchild. Mojo. This is $26.99. That's the price on that, Michael Fairchild. We are a little bit too far apart. We have Leslie says, I'll take Elton John for $20. Death on Highway, please. Death on Lee Highway. It's a 1973 bluegrass album, The Possum Hunters. That is $19.99. We have a $22 offer on Falls and $20 with Edwin Blom. Paul Oakley, Edwin Blom has dibs for $22. If he passes, then it's sold for you for $22. Anybody else? I knew somebody would buy it. After a record's been asked about by 6 or 7 different people, then it usually has to sell by then. That means there's something up with it. It's somebody knows what it is, they want it, but there's something already holding them back, or they would have bought it by now. Edwin says he'll take it for $22. That's sold to Edwin Blom. Michael Fairchild, $19.99 on Mojo. That's more like it. That's sold to Michael for $19.99. Danny, if you want this, I'll sell it to you for $15. That'll be $5 off. $15 on that. Is that all the new stuff from tonight? Surely there's more. Is that all the new stuff? Yeah, that's it. We had 4 crates of new vintage stuff for tonight. That's it. That third of a crate, pretty much. That's all of the new stuff that was marked for tonight. That's it. Didn't offer 22 first. Well, no, he asked about it first. Or did he? Hold on a second. You might have asked about it first. Hold on a second. Let me figure this out. There's been so many people asked about it. What was the price also? I think you missed my question on Essex. I could have swore I answered that. Essex. Yeah, okay, I did answer that. Okay. We have, who asked about Falls first? Wichita Fall. Paul Oakley says, what was the prog before Billy Vera? And then Edwin says, yeah, that goes to Paul for $22. Edwin, that goes to Paul Oakley for $22. He did ask first. When I first showed it tonight at 7:15, I think 2 or 3 people asked right then. That is sold to Paul Oakley for $22. That is correct. Edwin, you were second. Is Herbie Hancock still available? Hold on one second. Death on Lee Highway is sold to Danny Thomason for $15. Herbie Hancock is still available. It's called Thrust. It's an original 74 Pittman pressing, $39.99. $39.99. Very nice. EX Plus vinyl. Sell Lucas Essex for $27. That's sold to Lucas H for $27. Anybody else? Herbie Hancock, Tiny Tim, Louis Bellson, Richard Harris, The Loved Ones, Augie Myers, Quincy Jones, Johnny Winter, Chet Atkins, Bill Haley, Augie Myers, Gary B.B. Coleman, The Best Of, Riders on the Rain, The Sporting Club, Berlin Airlift, Jimmy Smith, Olivia Newton-John, Lonnie Brooks, Ja Viv, and Buzz Rock Passe. That's a reggae. Billy Vera, Jerry Jeff Walker, Leonard Cohen, The Rascals, The Sugar Shop, Casey Anderson, and The Rolling Stones. This is Jason. A $2 bump, and I'll sell it to you. $32 on HH. How could you say no? $32 on that. Anybody else before I say that's the end of records and we move on to movie posters? Wow, we went to records on a Tuesday night all the way to midnight almost. Pretty wild. Anybody else? Jason said sold, $32. Thank you. That $2 will buy me a half of a Monster. I need some water for sure. All right. Well, if there be nothing else, I'm about to change around my stations here so I can start showing some movie posters. I have my laptop. I just got to get my charger. Let me go ahead and set this off. Anybody else? We got some great stuff to go through tonight. I don't know if we're going to do that other. I think we might go through that stuff that just has like random. It's mostly posters, but there's a lot of random stuff in there too. I think y'all know the kind of stuff I'm talking about. So all that is sold. And justice for Jason Tees for head strayed so late. So what you're trying to say is you at least want to see the And Justice for Jason record. Danny's asking, can he please see the And Justice for Jason record that will be auctioned tomorrow night? I will show it. Now, Danny and everybody else, if you're into metal, tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, you might want to cancel your plans from like 7 to midnight because we'll have nothing, once again, but metal auctions for tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It's called Metallica and Justice for Jason. It's on like gray splatter vinyl. That will be sold tomorrow and there'll be absolute war for it. It's a 2 LP. And Justice for Jason. All right. I'm going to leave that crate right there. Actually, let me go ahead and do what I normally do and swap. Let me see if I can swap those out right quick. I'll just leave it right there. All right. Are all the poster people here? Poster people roll call. I've moved all the stuff up front. So that's what I did on Sunday. I had to work on all this stuff so I can have it together. Let me figure out which one we want to go through first. I don't know if we just want to go ahead and knock out another boot box, or at least half of a boot box. I know this. I'm quite hungry. Where's that other boot box at? Oh, there it is. What letter is this? R? Has this got posters in it? Give me a second. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. This has got all kinds of stuff in it. There's some autographs too. Let's see what's going on. I thought I knew what I was doing. There's sheet music. Let's see. That's posters and press kits. Okay. All right, let's go through this R box. I mean, that's going to be the guarantee. We're guaranteed to see movie posters with this, so let's see what we have here. All right. Royal Flash. All right. Well, there's poster 1, and that means I immediately need to reset what I was doing here. I got to plug up some stuff and do some stuff. CD, well, I went over here where I had them, Jennifer, and they wasn't here. So a couple things. I'll look for them tonight, but where I had them, they're no longer there. So that's a good question. Royal Flash is $25. I'm halfway across the room. I don't know if anybody's even commented they want it, but I smell my pizza over here, which just made me realize we got to go through posters fast tonight because I got pizza over here waiting for me. Pizza. All right. There we have it, folks. Laptop is almost plugged in. In case I need it. I've been winging a lot of these. Nobody on this one? Okay, that's $25. I think it was folded this way. That looks like a piece of a 3-sheet, so we'll skip that. Road Hustlers. We're going through Road Hustlers. Jim Davis, Scott Brandy. Exposing the billion-dollar bootleg booze business. Road Hustlers. There is some pinholes at the top. Right there. Pinholes at the top and the bottom. And right there. That is $20 if anybody wants it. Brent was first. He's passed. Race with the Devil. Race with the Devil. Peter Fonda. Let me move some stuff around here. Anybody need a Billy Idol Rebel Yell? 40th anniversary edition while I just bumped into them. Let me close out of all the stuff. Close out of my email. Close out of Reddit. Close out of Wikipedia. Close out of Discogs. Close out of eBay. Close out of my accounts I'm ordering vinyl from. Close out of Hulu. Close out of Netflix. I had a lot of stuff open. Now it's that time of night to sign in. Passwords, usernames, encryptions. Filters. There we have it. All right, this is $35. $35. Let's go down the list. See who wants it. I think it was folded this way. It's nice. No pinholes, no rips or tears. It's very fine, probably. That's up for bid for a $35 start or $35 buy it now. Craig Pass, Curtis Pass, Landon, $35. It goes to you. And can I see the Royal one again? Billy Idol, question mark. Give me 1 second. This is called Royal Flash. Michelle will see this one more time. Royal Flash. There's the top part. See Captain Harry Flashman surrender his way to victory. And then there's the bottom part. $25 on that, Michelle. Landon said sold on Race with the Devil for $35. That's Landon's if he wants it. And Felix, the Billy Idol is this 40th anniversary 2LP expanded. 40th anniversary 2LP expanded. It's $39.99. Royal Flash is sold to Michelle for $25. Next poster is Rumblefish. Rumblefish. Rumblefish? Francis Ford Coppola? $25. It's nice. $25. Brent, Craig, Michelle, Curtis. I've got two of them. Brent said sold, $25. There's another one, Michelle or Curtis. Actually, you know what? I think this one may be a little bit different. That's a different style. Give me 1 second, but it's got a weird crease in it. We'll show that one in just a second so there's no confusion. Never mind on that one. We'll reset in just a second. First, though, we have the Reincarnate. The Reincarnate. Reincarnate. Movie posters, please. All right. No one ever dies. No heaven, no hell, no guilt. Eternal life is the only reality. About the only thing on this one is it has a dog-eared corner. 1971, Tower Productions. So $25 on that, Michelle or Craig. Who was first on that one? Michelle, Craig. I think Michelle. I think Craig was the next R on that next Rumblefish. I think that's how that fell. But Michelle, $25, and Brent and Michelle passed. All right, that's the Reincarnate. Moving on, we have Remo Williams. Remo Williams. That's got a lot of stuff going on with it. Remo, the legend begins. $25. Michelle, Brent. Michelle, Brent. $25. Road Hustlers. Road Hustlers. We had that just a second ago. There's another one. Is that what it was called earlier? I guess so. Road Hustlers. Yeah. This one doesn't have pinholes. It does have a crease down here. It's folded over the wrong way. It looks like maybe a stain right there. So, $20, Michelle, if you want it. Brent's already said pass. They also passed on Remo. So those are passes and passes. Here's another Race with the Devil. We already had this. Race with the Devil. Kyle, 1230102. $35, Kyle, if you want it. It's a nice original one sheet as well. If you do, all you got to do is say sold. That's sold to Kyle, 1230102. I have sold to you, correct, Kyle? I don't say that handle too often, but I'm pretty positive I have sold to you. If not, let me know. First time. All right, let me send you a link to our website. I was about to say, I don't think I'd seen that too many times. Go to shop, if I can type, shopcollectco.com/contact. Fill out this form. If you're on YouTube, fill out that form. If you're a first-time buyer and you make a purchase, fill out that form. We'll invoice you on Monday, $7 unlimited shipping. $7 unlimited shipping. The red tint. Red tint. The red tint. Sean Connery. $25. Michelle, it's yours if you want it. $25. You got me email on the Facebook side. Thank you, Vincent Gardner. I saw that pop up. Michelle, that's yours for $25 if you want it. 3 passes on that one. Ring of bright water. Ring of bright water. Ring of bright water. Ooh, that was a great neck adjustment. Hope y'all didn't hear that. I might have to do the other side now. Ouch. Okay. I've now got my spine back in a line. That's that's $20 if anybody wants it. Okay. Room 43. Room 43. That looks interesting. That one looks a little bit different there. Style B. There's style A. 1959. Wow. $55. Nice. 1959. A thriller. Nice condition too. Brent, you're first. $55. As you can see, very nice. Brent said sold for $55. That's the kind of graphics we're looking for. This sounds interesting. Red Dragon. Red Dragon. Maybe there's a big red dragon on the front of it. Nope. But it's got some pretty cool pictures on it. Red Dragon. $25. $25. Looks like it's Craig, Brent, Michelle, Curtis, Tim. $25 if anybody wants that. Michelle said sold on Red Dragon for $25. Sold to Michelle. Ride in a pink car. Ride in a pink car. Whew. Sorry, I'm over here doing some yoga. Trying to get my muscles back in working order. Rolling Thunder. That sounds familiar. $25. Craig, Brent, Kyle, Tim, Patrick. Craig, pass. Brent, $25. Then Kyle, then Tim. Brent said sold for $25. Rancho Deluxe. Rancho Deluxe. That's interesting. $20. Michelle, you're first, and then Curtis, then Tim. $20 on that. Michelle said sold for $20. The Reincarnation of Peter Proud. The Reincarnation of Peter Proud. $20, Michelle. Brent's already passed. $20 if you want it, Michelle. I don't know. Nothing on the outside. We're about to find out together. It looks like Romeo and Juliet. It is. I could see it through the paper. This is the 1968 one. $25, Michelle, then Brent. $25, Michelle, then Brent. Michelle said sold. Now, this could be quite good because this one looks nice. Let's open this up. Yeah, there's another room 43. Okay. There's another room 43. Same as the last one. Yep, style A. So Brent got one earlier for $55. I've actually got 3 more here. They all look pretty similar. Looks like they've got pinholes or a mark or 2 on them. So that's a pretty good poster. $55. I've got 4 more, including this one right here. That looks pretty nice. Maybe there's a pencil marking on it there. But we can check some of the other ones if anybody wants one. They're probably going to be $55 if we find a decent one. So there's those. Might set those aside, actually. Report to the commissioner. Report to the commissioner. $25 on that one if anybody wants it. $25 if anybody wants it. The Redeemer. We had one of these last night. The Redeemer. That's a nice looking one. That one looks nice. $25. Michelle, it's yours if you want it. No pinholes, no rips or tears. 1965. $25, Michelle. Rage. George C. Scott. Rage. That looks interesting. Well, there we go. $25. Brent, you're first. $25. Then Craig, then Kyle. Brent said so, $25. Any press kits? Not tonight. No, I think tomorrow we'll probably go through. Tomorrow we'll probably be going through a random bin that will have posters, lobby cards, miscellaneous, and while we're doing that, we're probably auctioning some press kits. This is we'll probably go through this R box tonight. The Royal Hunt of the Sun. The Royal Hunt of the Sun. $20, Michelle. I've got two of them. The Rebel Breed. This one's not in the best of condition. Excuse me, this Rebel Breed. This Rebel Breed. It's got some, we'll start with the bottom. It's got what I call like wear here, like some spots. It's got a stain and a rip. It's got edge wear and chipping. Up here at the top, it's got a hole through it. So it's not in the best of condition. $10 if anybody wants it. $10 if anybody wants it. And Michelle did want the Royal Hunt, or the Royal Hunt of the Sun. Yep, so give her that one for $20. And then if anybody wants that, it's $10. Chad, you had some lobby cards. Friday said the Sing Boys Sing. But those are the Thursday way you track them down. Okay, I will try my best. Pretty much all the loose stuff is in, anything loose is in two gigantic stacks on our counter I'm about to start going through it and like putting stuff in sleeves, like magazines, and marking it for here in the store. And that's called Sing Boy Sing. I will be on the lookout for that. I think we had a pass on this earlier. Ring of Bright Water. We'll take a look at it. Yeah, everybody passed on that earlier. Ring of Bright Water. Ring of Bright Water. So we'll skip over that one. Nobody wanted that one earlier. Slender Thread. Might be getting into some S's. Slender Thread. With Sidney Poitier. Slender Thread. $25 Brent if you want it. $25 Brent. 3 passes on that. There's another Ring of Bright Water. There's another Redeemer. I don't think we had anybody back up on the last one. We've had this before. I don't remember what it looks like. Romantic Comedy. Yep, Dudley Moore. Romantic Comedy. Another Royal Hunt of the Sun. Royal Hunt of the Sun. Rosie. R-O-S-I-E. There's only one wonderful, wacky Rosie. $20. Brent, and then Michelle, it goes to you. Red, white, and blue. Very thick paper. Some kind of documentary. An in-depth study of censorship, pornography, and obscenity in America. $15 if you want that, Brent. $15. I will sell that to Brent for $10. Raise the Titanic. Once they said God himself couldn't sink her, then they said no man on earth would reach her. Raise the Titanic. $20, Brent. Raise the Titanic. That's pretty cool. There was some people actually trying to do that. There's another Redeemer. This is pretty popular. The River. Mel Gibson. Don't forget about the road movie posters we still got. We got road movie posters, still got flat ones, lobby cards, tubs of random stuff. $20 on the river, excuse me, $25 on the river. 20 is Raise the Titanic to Patrick Smith. Patrick, you get Raise the Titanic for 20. Brent Robley, The River, 25 if you want that one. Then Tim Jensen, then Michelle Miller, 25 on that. Brent passes. Tim, you're next, and then Michelle. Reason to Live, Reason to Die. Michelle, you can have the river for $25. Reason to Live, Reason to Die. K-Tel International. Where's Stacy Metternich? K-Tel International. This is a K-Tel poster. Telly Savalas, Kojak. Brent, $20. You're first. Michelle, it goes to you. Nobody wanted The River for $25? Okay. The River is available if anybody wants it. Stacy's here. Stacy, that was a K-Tel poster. You're watching. Glad to see you on. K-Tel International, they did movies too. They were a whole movie production studio. Michelle, she'd do 20 on the river. Sold. 20 on the river. That's another Royal Hunt. We've already had that one. I could have just checked it. There's another Redeemer. This sounds familiar. I have no wall space. Rollerball with James Caan. Rollerball. The first poster collector I met at a flea market years ago, he told me he collected movie posters, and he said he had thousands. And I was like, where do you put them? Like, how do you display them all? And he's like, I don't. He's like, I just collect them. I keep them folded and inventoried and in catalogs and in boxes, and just like comic books. He's like, they're just in boxes, and I'm literally trying to collect most of the American movies. I was like, wow. So there's a large market of poster collectors out there, and they really don't keep them displayed. They kind of archive them. Yeah, like Fred did. They just kind of keep them in boxes, and they just, they're trying to, this guy I met at the flea market up in Crossville, he was pretty much dead set on getting every American movie ever. And I wish I still had his contact information, because he's probably getting to the age where he's probably about ready to sell. I probably could go up there one day and figure out who it is, but he was up there quite often. This is $55, one of the better ones we have found for tonight. Josh Phillips, you're first. $55 on that, Josh Phillips. Then Brent, then Curtis, then Mitch, then William. $55 on that. And we have Josh says he'll take it for $55. Rollerball is sold. The Runner Stumbles. The Runner Stumbles. Sometimes the runner stumbles. $15 if anybody wants it. Press kit to Romeo and Juliet. Press kit to Romeo and Juliet. $10, Michelle. There's another Raise the Titanic for $20 if anybody wants that. There's another Raise the Titanic. We sold one earlier. Raise the Titanic, $20. The Rose, Bette Midler. The Rose. Boy, I've seen a lot of these soundtracks. Oh boy, she sold a ton of those soundtracks. The Rose, Bette Midler. Michelle passed on the Romeo and Juliet. Brent passed on The Rose. Let me put that away. And we have The Return of the Man Called Horse, a Richard Harris movie. Oh, mate. I gotta go see my chiropractor. I go to a chiropractor, or I did. I have to write down, I wrote down on the thing, my pain level was 0, but you just feel better when you leave there. Whew. This is $20 if anybody wants it. So, Rochelle the musical, yeah. Now, we have Curtis Marachi said he'll take The Rose for $15. That's so to Curtis. Now, earlier we had a movie called Rosie. Is that what you were? Jennifer, was you offering 10 for The Rose or the poster we had earlier, Rosie? And then this is 20, and that's so to Brent Robley. Seth has plenty of muscle relaxers. Yeah, I actually asked him today. I said, Seth, I said, what do you got to make somebody fall asleep? I was like, because when I got to the store today, I've probably slept for about 2 hours since I was here last night. Since I was here last night, I've probably slept collectively for about 2 hours, and I just don't sleep. I don't usually want to go to bed. I wish I could stay awake all the time. Some people's like, man, I can't wait to go home and go to bed. I'm like, I can't wait to wake up. I lay down and I'm like, man, I don't want to sleep. Too much to do. Too much fun to be had. Ragtime. Now, some days I have hit some exhaustion. I'm like, okay, I'm ready for some sleep. Ragtime. $15, Brent. Jennifer says that was for Rosie. Okay, let me see if I can find that Rosie poster then for Jennifer Schrader for $10. Actually, you know what, Jennifer? I think I saw one coming up. Kramer's playing. Yeah, Kramer's just going to take naps every now and then. Hold on a second. I thought I saw Rosie coming up. Give me 1 second, or I might can. Yeah, here's one. Rosie. Let's see what this one looks like. Jennifer, if it's okay, I'll sell this one to you for 10. That way I don't have to dig back through the stack. This one looks nice. That one's good. $10, Jennifer. All right. We've sold a few of these, I think. Here's another one, Race with the Devil. Peter Fonda, Race with the Devil. $35. Peter Fonda, Warren Oates, Race with the Devil. $35 on that. If you want it, Josh Phillips. This looks familiar. Yeah. Roller Coaster. when you have a store like full of stuff like we do and you don't know what you have, it's like it'd be essentially equivalent of me trying to go to sleep at night knowing there's literally a treasure hunt in the back of the store at all times, and here in the front of the store, and in other parts of the store. There's like lots of treasure hunting to be done. I mean, like you go to the back and dig through these bins and you're like, whoa, didn't know we had all this stuff. So it's kind of like, be like trying to take a nap while you're out looking for Atlantis and you're just like right there. You've almost found it. Michelle, $15 if you want that. Josh Phillips does want Race with the Devil for $35. I think we have all three passes on Roller Coaster. What could this be? Reds? Wow, that pretty much has nothing on it except Reds. Copyright MCM LXXXI. That's 50, 60, 71. Reds, 1971. That's all it has on is that picture in Reds and some very small font down here at the bottom. We got a handful of these left in this box. Is this a 3-sheet? We got a 3-sheet of, yep, that's part of it. Hold on a second. I think the rest of it might be over here, so let me just set that aside. We'll move on to something else. Let's see. I think we've yet to find one of these in nice condition. No one's wanted one yet. Road Hustlers. This one may be the best looking one so far. Road Hustlers. Yeah, that one's actually nice. $25. Brent and then Kyle. That one's flat and crisp. Roadie Press Book. $10. No production photos. There's a mention of Meatloaf. Alice Cooper, Blondie, Roy Orbison, Hank Williams Jr. $10 on the Roadie Press information. Brent said sold on Road Hustlers for $25. Here's another Road Hustlers. Kyle, you were next. This one actually may be nice as well. It is. Kyle, there's one for $25. You're next on Road Hustlers. And then Mitch, you commented R and Roadie. Mitch, was that for Roadie, Road Hustlers, or... Yeah, it'd be one of the two. Kyle passes, and then Mitch will let us know if he's wanting Road Hustlers, Roadie, or whichever one. And Greg Lapey, I think that means you get Roadie for $10. I think that's so to Greg Lapey. There's another Road Hustlers, okay? I think this says Rage of Honor. There's definitely some writing on the back. There's also a stain, but I think it says Rage of Honor. When just getting even is not enough. It looks like it may be faded some too. I don't know. It looks, for some reason, this looks like this part may be faded, but I don't know. Let me try to find a stock image. Unfortunately, it's so dark colors, the bleeding and staining does not go through. Is it Rage of Honor? Is that what it's actually called? Yeah. Rage of Honor. I really can't tell. But if anybody wants it, I think it's slightly faded up top though. $15. And it was reused. On the back, they reused it to advertise the Believers. they cut out some magazine clippings and they used the back of it on that. We've already had that. Reincarnate. There's another Reincarnate. We've already had Ring of Bright Water. No one's one of those. Here's another Rollerball. Here's another Rollerball. We sold the last one for $55. This one has some wear down here at the bottom. It's got like some residue and some wear right in there. So $35 on this one. We sold a nice one earlier for $55. William or Mitch, this one's $35 if y'all want this one. I've been getting some pictures and some people's posted in the group where they've cleaned up some of these posters with like, they almost look like stray marks. I actually had, I don't think the Paredes's are watching right now, but they had a black poster that had like color breaks and they've went and touched it up. Can't even tell it. Mitch gets that for $35. There's more Ring of Bright Waters. There's 3 sheets and 1 sheets. Here's another Rumblefish. We sold one of those earlier. Oh yeah, this is that other style. Yep, this is that. I put it on the bottom of the stack. Now here it is. Rumblefish. And this is an advance. Yeah, coming to a theater near you. So as you can see, it was folded down here at the bottom, probably to fit into a frame, and it's torn, and it's got pinholes at the top. So, $15. Craig, pass. Michelle, you're the last person standing. $15 if you want it. Michelle said she'll take it. All right, let me figure out how it was folded. Nope. Yep. I sold Michelle for $15. Michelle. We had passes on this one earlier. Reincarnation of Peter Proud. Let me make sure that's what this one is. Yep. There's another one. There's another one. There's another one. There's another one. Lots of Reincarnation of Peter Prouds. And I have no idea what this last poster is. Radio Days. Radio Days. Radio Days. $15, Brent. And then Tim Jensen. Brent, then Tim Jensen, $15. So the only thing left over here, I think, was this partial 3 sheet of Rachel. And then we had that really good poster, Room 43. We still got Room 43s. Brent gets Radio Days for $15. And that's the end of the R box. Maybe I can go get maybe like a handful, because I wanted to go to at least one. Maybe just a handful of other more stray items over here. If not, we'll just say we'll be back tomorrow. But first, I have some very interesting stuff here. Fred's got like a big random box. There's some posters in here. Let me just grab a big handful. I mean, I see pictures of the Beatles and everything in here. Let me grab these. And I want to show you all these autographs, and I don't want to sell them yet, but I want to at least get them pre-authenticated or something at JSA. But they're from Fred, and it looks like he probably got them at a convention, so I may try to look some of them up right now because I'm curious what some of them may go for. But I got another handful of stuff here, so let me flip this over. And there's some really cool stuff in here. I think this was like a catch-all bin, literally from like Fred's desk or something. You could tell like it's stuff maybe when he was moving, like stuff he was working on, maybe some more valuable stuff. There's some pretty cool stuff in here, like this Hopalong Cassidy coloring book, which is an original Hopalong Cassidy coloring book from 1950. Some of these, I'll have to open up another source that's called eBay. Try to get some comps on some of these. Well, while that's loading, there we go. $20, Lisa Montgomery. Hopalong Cassidy coloring book. Lisa Montgomery, $20 on that. All right. This is a photograph. It's from the Grand Ole Opry. It's on Kodak. Roy Acuff. I really don't know. Lisa said sold on the Hopalong Cassidy for $20. There's some posters in here. Oh yeah, there's some good ones. Check this out. Oh boy. Sunset in El Dorado. Roy Rogers. Australian movie poster, it says right here. Sydney. Very cool. At one time, somebody had $175 on it. That's very nice. Insert size. Roy Rogers. Sunset in El Dorado. And this is Australian. It says Sydney down at the bottom, printed by E.W. Smith, Ltd. Sydney. Very nice condition. This thing might be hard to find. I still haven't found this exact one. Yeah, I mean, I don't see. Give me 1 second. Finding it, but also finding a comparable comp is the problem. Oh no. Well, I'm also looking at like what the original, some of the original one sheets sell for, but this is pretty unique, being Australian and very cool colors and size. So I am going to say $75. And as you can see, I mean, look at these, just in beautiful printing on this. $75. And it looks like Fred either bought it or had it for sale somewhere one time for $175. And I have first Michelle Miller. And then Jennifer Schrader. And I got some other stuff like that coming up, just FYI. Michelle says she'll take it for $75. That was nice. Get this tape off of this so we don't have any disasters. I think we're getting into the best stuff right now. And this, oh, look at this one. Very nice again. Along the Navajo Trail, another Sydney. Along the Navajo Trail. Roy Rogers. Trigger. King of the Cowboys and the smartest horse in the movies. Look at the colors of that. Another Australian variant. $75, Brent. $75 on that one as well. Just throwing some stuff out there I think that is fair. Especially since there's not really many comps to go by. Lobby cards. Junior Bonner. Junior Bonner. Junior Bonner. Junior Bonner. Junior Bonner. Junior Bonner. Some lobby cards. There's one. Let's start from where. What was the first one right here? One, 2, 3, 4, 5. $45, at least on those. $45 on those. Brent said so. The only person that showed up on that one was Brent Robley. Brent Robley's the only person who put R on that poster. Brent Robley's the only person who put R. That's the only person on my feed. That sold to Brent for $75. Lisa gets the Junior Bonner lobby cards for $45. That's sold to Lisa for $45. All right, there's some interesting looking stuff here. Let's see what's going on in this. Man, there's a bunch of autographs in here. First, though, we have Ken Curtis, Festus, Jim Arness, Amanda Blake, Gunsmoke, Miss Kitty. Wow. So it looks like we have a Amanda Blake Gunsmoke autograph, Miss Kitty. We have a Jim Arness signature. We have a Ken Curtis Festus signature. Something Stones. And then let's see what's in this here. Jack Glam. Yamakita Canet. Jack Glam. Dick Simmons. Hugh O'Brien. Joel McRae. There's a bunch of stuff in here. Ross Martin, It's a cut check, Beverly Hills. Okay, so, well, the problem with these is I don't like selling this stuff unless I know for sure. I mean, these are obviously very dark stone. So, man, I don't know. I'd like to look at them myself. Let me see if I can find some comps before I go any further here. Also trying to make sure there's nothing else coming up that goes with this. Let me try to, because some of these, like, some of these can be kicked back and they're, this is, you know, some of these come back as secretarial. And they look really good. Like sometimes I can eyeball these things and be pretty certain. But sometimes they come back, you know, secretarial. And I don't want to sell anything for any kind of significant price. And we're sending quite a bit off here and there for some of these. But if I look at them, I'm like, yeah, then let me try to search some of these, though. Let me look up Jim Arness first. If not, I may skip over some of this stuff. I promise it's not going anywhere, and then I'll just try to find posters and stuff in here. That looks pretty good. There's a cut from a sports card. Right kind of J. Yep. I have a feeling some of these are really good. But, yeah, and plus these price, it's so hard to figure out what to price these things for because they're all over. So, yeah, how about I just wait on some of this stuff? Let me put it all together because it's going to take a while. It's quite confusing. You got to be diligent with it. I'm going to put it all right in here. If we get some of it back very soon, or we get some pre-checks on it, I'll label it. Then we'll have them priced and ready to go. So I don't really like selling anything like this unless we know for sure. Because I mean, some of these are obviously good. They're like cut from checks and letters, but still, they can be secretarial. Even secretaries sign checks sometimes. So you got to be careful with stuff like that. I don't think there's anything in there too expensive, but either way, it might be cool to sell all those Gunsmokes together too. It looks like that's what Fred was about to do. So here's what else is in here. Here's a signed photo to Johnny and Allison from Donald, 1934. I don't know what's going on with that, but it's a signed photo. Let me skip over that. There's a really cool picture here of the Beatles, a very high-quality photograph. No markings on it. It's definitely something newer, though. The paper's too white. But that's a really high-quality resolution shot there of the Beatles. Here's some, like, photographs. Holiday in Havana. Holiday in Havana and Holiday in Havana. Desney Arnaz and Mary Hatcher. They're kind of like lobby card photographs. These look like they're signed by Roy Rogers. Looks like he signed there on his cowboy hat. And it looks like he signed that photo, but once again, we don't know. Here's an empty packet. That's an empty packet. All right, let's try to find a poster. I think I found one. Here we go. This was supposed to be in that packet. This is The Revengers. William Holden, The Revengers. 1972. $25. $25. Brent, you're first, and then Michelle, then William, then Michelle. Brent passes. Michelle, it can be yours for $25 if you want it. Michelle said sold, $25. Dolly, I think that goes inside of a record. Cool poster, though. $20 on Dolly. $20, Lisa. Yeah, this is the one, this is the stuff that caught my eye. Don't want to sell them till I know for sure, but check out these signatures. Clark Gable, Lucille Ball, and it looks like Fred was probably going to like frame those together or something. That's old paper there for sure. Looks like something from like a, you know, it's not on anything modern, it feels like. There's Clark Gable, and then this was William Boyd. Clark Gable, those are really cool. Great to have framed with like a picture or a poster. We'll definitely get those checked. This is a whole stack of autographs over here. Dolly sold for $20, and there's another Dolly. This Dolly is even neater. This actually is something probably sold at like a store. This is Dolly. Love Dolly Parton, 1978. 1978. That one should be $35. There's another Dolly poster. Susie's first of that one. $35. 1978. Dolly Parton. $35. Susie, if you want it, $35. And the last little handful of items here, I think, are more autographs. Let's see who they are. Somebody, Kiefer Sutherland from 24. DeMont McCroney. And Emilio Estevez, Young Gun. Go. Probably stuff Fred would, go to conventions. He'd meet these people, carry around pieces of paper, and I'll get all these checked or pre-checked, and I'll have them priced accordingly. I still got a ton of JSL authenticated autographs we hadn't sold yet. Dolly posters, $35 if Susie or anybody wants it. And with that, that's all actors from Young Gun. Yeah, he's probably about to frame all that, either with like a picture or something. That's what he would do. He'd get those signatures. He'd put them together. That's probably what he's going to do with that Gunsmoke thing. He's probably going to put them all in a frame with the picture. And we've had stuff like that. Some of the first stuff we sold from Fred was really cool stuff like that. Susie said sold on Dolly for $35. Let's stop there. I could literally, there's a whole like box of stuff like that. It's full of autographs, great posters, photographs, autographs, posters. We'll probably start tomorrow's show with that stuff. That's probably what we'll finish going through. And unfortunately, if I run across any autographs, I'll set them aside. Unless they have authentication with them, which Fred probably won't. But I promise they're not going anywhere. If will be all, I'm going to clean up, I'm going to eat, and I'm going to start getting auctions ready for tomorrow night, like great LPs. We'll be going through some more fantastic stuff tomorrow. We'll be doing this again, records and then posters. What time is it? I think we've made it past 1, haven't we? It's 1:08. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. As always, I couldn't do this without y'all. If nobody was on here watching, I wouldn't be wanting to be on here selling stuff. So thanks for tuning in. Thanks for buying. Thanks for interacting. Thanks for participating. Thanks for supporting CollectCo. I always appreciate it. We are growing at an exponential rate because of y'all. Yeah, we really are just overwhelmed every day with support and constant business. So thanks, everybody. Good night. See y'all tomorrow. I'll be hitting the button, start stream at 7 o'clock. I'll be here. Thanks and